Alright, let's make sure I unmute my microphone. Perfect. Hello! Welcome to this mess. Oh, I hope that's not too loud. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Yeah, so the goal of today is to see how far into Homestuck I can read. Yeah, I don't know how long this stream is gonna be, so I don't even know what the goal is, but I think my main goal is to at least get to Jade Harley, you know? Was it Act 3, Act 4? Yeah, it would be great to get to Act 5, but I don't know if that's possible, being totally honest. I have a tall thing of water, which I'm probably gonna have to refill at some point, and then I have some coffee that I'm allergic to. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so let's see. Boom, look at that. I'm crazy. I'm lactose intolerant, so it's not allergic, it's intolerance. I could be eating something I'm allergic to. I got apples in the other room. But I'm not gonna do that. My stomach's already a little bit upset that I'm drinking this, but I need the caffeine and I don't want to make some tea right now. I've been drinking too much tea. So we're doing coffee today. Alright, can I lower the volume of the music just a little? No? Oh, I can do it here. I think someone just blocked me on Instagram. Sorry, I got notifications on my phone. I'm getting distracted. Yes. You know what? We'll keep that the way it is. If it's too loud, let me know. Don't call me dummy. Dummy. I love you. Thanks for stopping by. Here. I'll leave it in the background. I'm playing the Homestuck, volume 1 through 4 combined album. And whenever we get to a, flash, I'll try to turn that off. Because I believe they warn you now because it's broken or something. I don't actually know, being totally honest, how they changed things. I think they might be YouTube embeds now. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything I've got so far. Yeah, let's read. What the heck? What's the... Okay. Homestuck. A young man stands in his bedroom. It just so happens that today, the 13th of April, 2009, is this young man's birthday. Though it was 13 years ago he was given life, it is only today he will be given a name. What will the name of this young man be? Already, my throat is sore. Enter name. Zoosmel Pooplord. Try again, smartass. Try again. John Egbert. Ding! Examine room. Your name is John. As was previously mentioned, it is your birthday. A number of cakes are scattered about your room. You have a variety of interests. You have a passion for really terrible movies. You like to program computers, but you are not very good at it. You have a fondness for paranormal lore and are an aspiring amateur magician. You also like to play games sometimes. What will you do? John, quickly retrieve arms from drawer. Your arms are in your magic chest, Poop Lord. Remove cake from magic chest. And if I'm ever going too fast and you want to look more, just let me know. I don't know. I don't think the delay is on super long. I have it set to be a pretty low latency. But yes, and if I ever need to go back, let me know. Out of sympathy for John's perceived lack of arms, you pick up the cake for him and put it on his bed. John, quickly retrieve arms from magic chest. You retrieve your fake arms from the chest. You use these for hilarious antics. You capatulog them in your Sylladex. You have no idea what that actually means, though. There are other items in the chest. I'm just gonna look at this again, This is the humor of Homestuck. John, examine contents of chest. In there you keep an array of humorous and mystical artifacts, each one a devastating weapon in the hands of a skilled magician or a cunning prankster. You are neither of these things. Among the artifacts are two fake arms, currently capatuloged in your Sylladex, one pair of trick handcuffs, one stunt sword, one magician's hat, one pair of Beaglepuss glasses, several smoke pellets, several blood capsules, and one copy of Colonel Sassacre's daunting text of magical frivolity and practical japery, and one copy of Harry Anderson's Wise Guy by Mike Cavani? I don't know. Some of this stuff may come in handy at some point. For now, you decide to just take the smoke pellets. John, capatulog smoke pellets. You stow the smoke pellets on one of your capatulog cards in your Sylladex. You still aren't totally sure what that means, but you are starting to get the hang of the vernacular at least. You have 2 empty capatulog cards remaining. John, equip fake arms. You aren't totally sure if equip is a verb copacetic with the abstract behavioral medium in which you dwell, but you give it a try anyway. Unfortunately, you cannot access the fake arms. Their card is underneath the one that you just used to capatulog the smoke pellets. You will have to use the pellets first in order to access the arms, but this is probably unadvisable since you just make your room lousy with smoke. Your Syllodex's fetch modus is currently dictated by the logic of a stacked data structure. You were never all that great with data structures, and you find the concept puzzling and mildly irritating. But with any hope, perhaps you will advance new, more practical fetch modi for your Sylladex with a little more experience. John, examine Problem Sleuth poster. Is it even possible to get any more hard-boiled than that? You really doubt it. This poster is one of your wisest purchases. There's a nice spot on the wall next to it. You've been meaning to hang another poster there soon. John, read note on drawer. Happy birthday, son. I am so proud of you. This note is rich with aromas of fatherly aftershaves and colognes. Besides the note is a rolled-up poster. John, take poster. Another birthday artifact. You wonder what is printed on the poster. You'll need some way to hang it on your wall. John, acquire hammer and nails. They will come in handy. You first place the hammer into your Sylladex, but now all of your capatulog cards are full. You wonder what will happen if you try to take the nails. You guess it doesn't hurt to try. John, take nails. You capatulog 4 nails into the top card and push all the artifacts down a card. The fake arms are pushed entirely out of the deck. Oh well, they're probably completely useless anyway, but you probably don't want to do that again unless you want to drop the smoke pellets and suffer the consequences. In any case, you now feel like you've gathered enough things to get down to business and do some really important stuff. The next thing you will probably be exceptionally meaningful. John, squawk like an imbecile and shit on your desk. This is the dumbest idea you've had in weeks. Stupid, stupid, stupid. And yet the polished surface of your desk, it beckons. John, combine the nails and hammer. You merge the top 2 cards. The hammer and nails are now capatulogged on the same card and can be used together. John, use hammer nails on poster. You use the hammer and nails card in conjunction with the card beneath it. John, nail poster to wall. You use the hammer, nails, and poster on the blank space on the wall. It's glorious. Exactly what you wanted. The old man really came through this time. John, examine Con Air poster. Put the bunny back in the box. I said put the bunny back in the box. Why couldn't you put the bunny back in the box? John, examine Deep Impact poster. Morgan Freeman's genteel homespun mannerisms were perfect qualities for a president residing over a crisis. Oceans rise, cities fall, hope survives. Wow. Films about impending apocalypses fascinate you. Plus, a black president? Now you've seen everything. John, examine calendar. You've marked your birthday, the 13th of April. Another day you marked was supposed to be the arrival date for the highly touted Suburb beta launch. It's been 3 days already. It's starting to become a sore subject with you. John, eat cake. You are sick to death of cake. You've been eating it all day, and you have no intention of clogging your Sylladex with it either. The cake stays put for now. You hear a notice coming from your computer. Someone is messaging you. John, examine incoming message. You pull up to your computer. This is where you spend most of your time. You decorated your desktop with some rather handsome wallpaper, which you made yourself. You're really proud of it. Your desktop is also littered with various programming project files. You are so bad at programming sometimes that you wonder why you even bother with it. Your PesterChum application is flashing. Someone is trying to get in touch with you. Alright, I'm going to pause the music for now. Oh, that's not right. There we go. Perfect. John, open PesterChum. Only one of your chums is logged in. He sent you a message. Turn Tech Godhead. Oh, hello. John, open message. Turn Tech Godhead began pestering ectobiologist at 1613. Hey, so what sort of... what voice do I want to do for Dave? I don't know. Hey, so what sort of insane loot did you rake in today? I got a Little Monsters poster. It's so awesome. I'm gonna watch it again today. The apple juice scene was so funny. Oh hell, that is such a coincidence. I just found an unopened container of apple juice in my closet. It is like fucking Christmas up in here. Okay, that's fine, but I just have one question, and then a word of caution. Have you ever seen a movie called Little Monsters starring Howie Mandel and Fred Savage? But the seal on the bottle is unbroken. Are you suggesting someone put piss in my apple juice at the factory? All I'm saying is, don't you think Monster Howie Mandel has the power to do something as simple as reseal a bottle? Try using your brain, numbnuts. Why did the fat kid or whoever drank it know what piss tastes like? I mean, his reaction was nigh instantaneous. It was the 15th day in a row Howie Mandel peed in his juice. Okay, I can accept that. Monster B-list celebrity douchebags are cunning and persistent pranksters. But also Fred Savage has a really punchable face. But who cares about this? Let's stop talking about it. Did you get the beta yet? No. Did you? Man, I got 2 copies already. But I don't care. I'm not gonna play it or anything. The game sounds boring. I'm not gonna play it or anything. The game sounds boring. Did you see how it got slammed in Game Bro? Game Bro is a joke and we both know it. Yeah. Why don't you go check your mail? Maybe it's in there now. Alright. John, look out the window. You see the view of your yard from the window. Hanging from the tree is your tire swing. In a kid's yard, a tree without a tire swing is like a proper gentleman without a monocle. That is to say, he can hardly be considered a terribly proper gentleman at all. And there, beside your driveway, is the mailbox. John, examine mailbox. The little red arm swingy dealy thing, or whatever it's called, is flipped up. What the hell is that thing called anyway? You do not have time for these semantics. The red flippy lever thing means you have new mail, and that means the beta might be here. John, go outside and check mailbox. You're about to hurry down the stairs when you hear a car pull into the driveway. It looks like your dad has returned from the grocery store. Oh great, he's beating you to the mail. John, forget it. Check mail later. If you go downstairs to deal with it, he will likely monopolize hours of your time. You decide to chill up here for a while until the dust settles. Sometimes you feel like you are trapped in this room. Stuck, if you will, in a sense which possibly borders on the titular. And now your chum is pestering you again. The clockwork of friendship turns ceaselessly, operating the swing lever dealies of harassment in perpetuity. Whatever. The dude can just hold his damn horses. John, examine games on CD rack. You've put countless man-hours into the assortment of quality titles. Bard Quest. The Keeper Havers. Problem Sleuth. And it don't stop. What pumpkin? Ghostbusters 2 MMORPG. Little Monsters. Harry Anderson. Call my bluff. John, read Colonel Sassacre's daunting text. Colonel Susker's daunting test of magic frivolity and practical japery. You decide to consult with Colonel's bottomless wisdom. Good grief, this thing is huge. It could kill a cat if you dropped it. But to really dig into this hefty book, you will have to capatulog it. You're not sure you're ready to logjam your other artifacts beneath it just yet. John, capatulog fake arms again. What did you just say? You don't want to clog up your... Oh, Jesus. In a momentary lapse of concentration, you accidentally capatulog the arms again. John, set Pestersham status to bully. You don't think the situation is quite dire enough to go all the way to rancorous, but you still feel the Pestersham client should reflect your mood change in some way. Bully will have to do. You guess. This, unsurprisingly, does nothing whatsoever. Oh, right. You forgot your chum is still pestering you. John, answer chum. Hey, baby girl. You wanna bring me your ball? You wanna bring me your ball? You just gonna stare at me? Okay. Is it there? Please say yes. Maybe you can play with TT. She's been pestering me all day about it. She's macking on me so hard all the time, I start to feel embarrassed for her. I mean, not that I can blame her or anything. Yes, it is understandable because you are really attractive. I am attracted to you. Thank you. JK, no, I don't have it yet. My dad has the mail, and I guess I have to get it from him and see if it's there. And I've been busy spending all afternoon shitting around with my stupid Silodex. It's so frustrating. What's your module? Oh, what's your modus? What? How do you retrieve artifacts from it? Oh, like one at a time, I guess? And if I put too much in, something falls out? Stack? What? Or, what is yours? Hash map. My bro taught me a few tricks. He basically knows everything and is awesome. What the hell is that? You should probably brush up on your data structures. I guess. Did you at least allocate your strife specibus? No. It could free up a card for you. Plus, lets you attack stuff whenever things get too hot to handle. Which is never. What have you got? Well, I've got a hammer, but it's trapped under some arms. Wow, you really suck at this, don't you? Just get rid of the arms and then allocate the hammer to the specibus. How? I don't know, just use the arms on any old thing and see if it works. John, combine fake arms with cake. You stick the fake arms in the cake on your bed. This definitely makes the cake at least 300% more hilarious. You're sure Colonel Sasker would know the precise index of elevated hilarity. John, allocate hammer to strife specibus. I can read all of these, but I'm not going to. Hammer kind. You check the back of your strife specibus for the kind of stratus you have in mind for it. John, select hammer. Your strife specibus has been allocated with the hammer kind of stratus. The hammer has been moved from your capatulog deck to your strife deck. John, report progress to TG. Show pester log. Okay, I did it. Hammer kind? Yeah. Okay, that will be the permanent allocation for your specibus. I guess I should have mentioned that. Hope you like hammers, dude. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. I can't imagine it's going to be all that relevant. Happy 413! John, capatulog Colonel's Big Book. Now that you've got some space in your Silodex to work with, you figure you might as well start squandering it immediately. Ordinarily, this ridiculous book would be way too heavy to carry around in any practical way. You guess maybe this is one respect in which the cards present some convenience. John, examine Game Bro magazine. Game Bro, Suburb. Why, the Game of the Year or whatever isn't as good as some other stuff I like that's better. John, read article. Game Bro feature. Suburb. So, okay. Suburb is this game that a lot of cats seem hella pumped of. And this beta is sitting on my desk for review, so I'm like, yeah, man, I'll write something. But I don't know. I'm like, so this is about houses or some noise? That's fine. I'm sure that's, like, fucking dynamite in a handbag for some brosevs. But all I'm saying is, when do you get to thrash anything? While you're playing house or some shit, are you ever in jeopardy of getting mud on your doll's dress or whatever from busting out? And I quote, the mad stuns of all wicked uppins? Know what I'm saying, bro, yama? I didn't actually play the game, but I gave it 1.5 hats out of 5 hats to keep it real. At this point, I'd like to give a shout out to my boy Dennis, who was all over the other day. Who was over the other day? We were going to chill in front of the Dark Knight, and he was so psyched of it, y'all. Unofficial Homestuck. Yeah. I actually saw the unofficial Homestuck collection when I was looking for some sprite sheets because I've been I've been making sprites of some of the characters in my Monster of the Week campaign, um, or of my fellow players characters for the meme of it. Um, Only I and the DM or GM find it hilarious. I'm pretty sure because she's the only other person who's read Homestuck. So this one time he was leaning against the screen door and the shit popped open and the back deck was wet and he slipped down the steps and broke his thumb on the lawn. It wasn't a long fall, but hey, I guess a thumb bone wasn't made for supporting the brunt of a huge useless tool against wet grass. We never did watch Dark Knight on account of Ron trucking his ball and candy-ass girth to the hospital. But it's cool. I got another watch in me. Brotel Rwanda. Bro notes. Dennis was so wasted. I mean, damn. John, Capatchlog game bro. It might come in handy if you ever need something that burns easily. John, Capatchlog Magician's Hat. You expend your final card on the Magician's Hat. John, get funny glasses too. You don't have a free card in your Sylladex. However, you are able to merge the Beaglepuss with the Magician's Hat to create a clever disguise. John, wear disguise to fool Dad. John, who is this John you speak of? You are quite certain there has never been, nor ever will be. Yeah, this is a really shitty disguise. While you are wearing the items, they remain on the card, but it is temporarily removed from the deck, thus freeing up the cards beneath it. Yeah. What all is it just like the stuff that had to like disappear from Flash, or is it just like things that changed? Because I know that he has he changed a couple things throughout time, but I've only barely looked at to the archive. John, leave room. You exit into the hallway. On one wall hangs a picture of a fella who sure knows how to have a laugh. A man after your own heart. You always thought he looked a lot like Michael Cera, but your dad swears on the many hollowed tombs of Egypt that it is not. You're not sure about that, though. On the other wall is one of your dad's stupid clowns, or harlequins, as he is quick to correct anyone who would venture such brazen assumption. John, go downstairs. All the flashes are replaced because, yeah, flash no longer works. Go downstairs. The accursed odor of fresh baking wafts into your newfound nostrils. Something is brewing in the kitchen. It must be the connivings of your arch nemesis, Betty Crocker, and the rich, buttery aroma of her plot stinks to high heaven. This mission is going to be more difficult than you imagined. John, admire harlequins. You check out the shelves of fanciful harlequins. Look at this fucking garbage. You hate this stuff. Funny is funny, but your dad sure can be a real cornball. Sometimes at night, you pray for burglars. John, examine fireplace. A bright orange flame flickers in the fireplace. It doesn't matter that it's April and not terribly chilly outside. In a home, a fireplace needs a fire, because that's what a fireplace is for. A fire belongs in a fireplace, damn it! Categorically at all times, without exception. As domestic myth of unaccountable origin holds, a home borrows the spirit of the flame for as long as it makes a guest of it, much as the moon takes liberty with the sun's rays. The moon's an errant thief, and her pale fire she snatches from the sun. Mark Twain. You're almost certain Mark Twain said that. Yeah. I know that, for a long time, the, Dave's music thing was pretty much broken because of, like, various copyright stuff. Um, John, toss Game Bro into fire. It doesn't burn as quickly as you hoped. Each Game Bro magazine is guaranteed to be printed on 40% recycled asbestos. For big ups to Mother Earth, yo. John, fondly regard cremation. Yeah, I can see it just being an image. Oh well. You examine the sacred urn containing your departed Nana's ashes. When your father gives her portrait a wistful glance now and then, you can tell it brings back painful memories. A tall bookshelf, a ladder, An unabridged Colonel Sassacres. He never wants to talk about it. John, topple urn. You clumsily mishandled the sacred urn. Ash is everywhere. In retrospect, upon mulling cinematic tropes regarding ash-filled urns, this outcome was a virtual certainty. You'd probably better clean it up before Dad finds it. John, combine father's pipe with clever disguise. You think now would be a good time to beef up your clever disguise. John, examine oversized gift. Champ, you can do anything if you put your mind to it. I believe in you. Contemplating what could be inside this package is sort of exciting, but it makes you a little nervous at the same time. John, open large present. Oh, hell no. John, Capetulog ashes. First you prop the Harlequin doll up on the couch. Having it in the middle of the floor sprawled out all akimbo like that struck you as unseemly. You Capetulog the ashes to your available card. John, combine ashes with urn. You merge the sacred urn with the ashes. Most of the ash is back in the urn, but it's a total mess. Really, it probably would have been tidier if you just used a broom and dustpan. John, put urn back. No one will be the wiser. Except maybe for people with eyes. John, go get fake arms again. You just got another brilliant idea for something to do with those pointless arms. You pry them out of the cake and Capetulog them. Looks like Pesterchum is acting up again. John, examine third and fourth walls of room. John, check Pesterchum. Another one of your chums is messaging you. Tentacle therapist. John, check message. Show Pesterlog. I understand you have recently come into possession of the beta release of The Game of the Year, as featured in respectable periodicals such as Game Bear magazine. That's an ugly rumor. Whoever told you that is a filthy liar, and you should probably stop hitting on him all the time or whatever. I can't control myself. I must have a weakness for insufferable pricks. Anyway, I still haven't checked the mail. My dad has it. I'm trying to go get it from him, so be right back. John. What? You're wearing one of your disguises now, aren't you? You're typing to me right now while wearing something ridiculous. No, why would you even think that? That's so stupid. Okay. Why don't you go get the game from your father? Alright, wish me luck. Oh, by the way. JK, I was wearing a funny disguise this whole time. Gotcha! I know, John. There's a Homestuck category on Twitch? Oh, okay, I obviously have to change right away. Homestuck's my favorite video game. Homestuck's my favorite anime. There we go. John, go back downstairs. You can now execute that brilliant idea you had. There should be just enough frosting on the fake arms to serve as an adequate adhesive. John, attach arms to doll. You don't care what Colonel Sasker says. That makes it at least 1,000,000% funnier. John, inspect burnt paper on the floor. Broblerone. You put this back in the fire where it belongs. John, throw present wrap in fire. As long as you're cleaning up. John, Capetulog doll. You can carry hefty items, but that thing is just way too big. Get real. Besides, you don't even want it. John, read Colonel Sassacre's text. Okay, yeah, this is the one where... Because some of the images have the text written below, so it's easier to read, but a lot of the early ones don't. Okay, I will throw the ball for you, baby. Oh, gosh. The creepy crawlies. Hell's bells, we're having a mighty sporting time of it. Hold fast, my intrepid fellow pranksmiths, we've merely nicked the mahogany of our japing chests. If I may direct the incisive ogle of your beaglepuss to the wriggling regency of rubber bugs, plastic parasites, squirming serpents, pliable pests, and every such order and phyla of creepy crawlies. Land sakes alive, we are cooking with petrol now. In further exhibits, we shall dwell on artifice useful to your exploits. Is your pappy's rod and reel handy? What about a bit of iron cord? It shouldn't prove elusive. Bring those writhing rascals to life and set the nerve of some old maid to the wreck of Hesperus. Do you have a bothersome aunt who never seems troubled to find ways with your To find ways with your sunny afternoons, a broad splintery fence, a bucket of whitewash perhaps. By gum, you'll fix her wagon. And what of that tawny gent who puts his lackadaisical lean near the sarsaparilla font? You'll have that listless octoroon find the spring in his step just yet. You thought about consulting the text to determine exactly how hilarious the doll is now, but this text is way too big to navigate in a timely fashion. You decide to forget it. John, find Dad and retrieve mail. The door on the left leads to the kitchen, from which the smell of baking wafts, a powerful aroma which could lift an especially portly hobo off his feet. The door on the right leads to the study, where your dad spends a lot of the time. He could be in either room. Where will you go? John, go in the study. Yes, long live the Colonel. I'm going to drink some water. It doesn't look like he's in here right now. John, examine Father's desk. On the desk is a deck of playing cards, one of your dad's pipes, the April issue of The Serious Jester magazine, and a stray Capatulog card. There's also a can of peanuts on the desk. Oh, Dad, you won't be falling for that one again anytime soon. A severe peanut allergy is a terrible affliction to cope with. John, upgrade costume with hat from Hat Rack. You swap the magician's hat with the bowler's hat. This disguise is somewhat less funny, but a lot more distinguished looking. John combines second pipe with clever disguise. Your dad maintains numerous pipes around the household. A father without a pipe is like a strapping roughneck without a toothpick. That is to say, he has a rather piss-poor excuse for a roughneck, if you ask me. You'd rather not take the pipe, though. The first one tastes bad enough as it is. How you suffer for comedy. John, examine Capatulog card. Yes! This will be perfect for expanding the space in your Scylla. John, Capatulog card. Ugh! John, play haunting piano refrain. It seems quiet. I swear my mic is picking up more than my desktop is. John, play 52 pickup. You play the prankster's favorite card game, even though you are alone in the room, thus rendering it a especially foolish version of solitaire. So stupid. Look at this mess. The peanut gallery over there is sure getting a kick out of it. You are allergic to their scorn. Really quiet? John, attempt to leave the house. I might turn up my volume just to see if it'll help. I'll turn it up a little bit, just so the next one might be more audible. You go back to the living room and contemplate checking the mailbox outside. You think perhaps you should exhaust all possibilities before plunging headlong into a dad encounter. Your television is currently airing a commercial. John, exit. Oh, the stream is only hearing it through the mic. Dang. I might switch to headset then. Just so, because I think the headset picks up the sound better than... Well, it should be the same. It's just playing it from the desktop. I'll look at the levels on the next thing, and if so, I'll try switching the headset and see if it helps. You exit the house. John, check mail. Predictably, the mailbox is empty. You've already been scooped by your father. Yeah, it's not really picking up. I'll go here. Then I'll go... Cool. Alright, here, I'm gonna replay it just to look at the levels one more time. The streets are empty. Wind skims the voids, keeping neighbors apart, as if grazing the hollow of a cut reed, or say, a plundered mailbox. A familiar note is produced. It is the one desolation plays to keep its instrument in tune. It is your 13th birthday, and as with all 12 preceding it, something feels missing from your life. The game presently eluding you is the only latest sleight of the hand in the repertoire of an unseen riddler, one to engender a sense not of mirth, but of lack. His coarse schemes are those less of a prankster than a common pickpocket. His riddle is absence itself. It is a mystery dispersing altogether, like the moon's faint reflection, with even one pebble of inquiry dropped in its black well. It is the most diabolical riddle of all. Absence diminishes little passions and increases great ones, as wind extinguishes candles and fans a fire. Walt Whitman. Yes, you are certain Walt Whitman said that. 100% positive. You have a feeling it's going to be a long day. Homestuck. John, leave a surprise for the mailman. No! John, see if your father left the mail in the car. The door is locked, and your dad has the car keys. You peer in through the driver's side window. You don't see any mail, but you do see a green package. There's also something underneath it that looks like a slip of paper. Could these items have come in the mail? You don't see anything else that's usually in the mail, like bills and coupons. Maybe your dad forgot to take this stuff inside. John, spy in the kitchen. You try to get a gander through the kitchen window, but you can't see a whole lot. It seems your dad has been doing so much baking, the glass is steamed up. God, he is so weird. But you can see what's on the table just beside the window. It looks like the mail is here, including among it is a red package, some bills, your dad's PDA, and an envelope that appears to be suspiciously labeled with the Suburb logo. Could it be? Unfortunately, the window is locked. John, go back into the kitchen. You have no other choice. You are going in. Clever disguise, it's time to work your magic. John, enter. Your dad sees right through your costume. You don't even know what you were thinking with this foolish ruse. You unequip the clever disguise. Your dad wields a dreadful artifact of confection. He stands between you and the mail. There's only one way to settle this. Strife. Abjure. Guardian Rubric. Something. I cannot read that fast. Aggrieve. Auto pastry. Abjure. Guardian Rubric. Coddlebrand. Something smite. I have to read it one more time. Coddlebrand. Dote smite. Dote smite. I can't remember. Is there a way to finish this one where it's just this over and over again, right? Also, let me know if it's too loud now. It's just the same thing, I'm pretty sure. John, retrieve the package and flee to your room. Abscond. You cannot abscond! This pesky guardian is blocking your path. You will need to engineer some sort of distraction. And now he brandishes yet another artifact of confection. The man is ruthless. You'd better brace for impact in the most comedically striking fashion possible. John, equip disguise for defense. Beagle Aegis. The Beagle Aegis absorbs the brunt of the treat. Looks like your dad will enjoy the prankster's gambit on that exchange, as is usually the case. John, Capatulog Python. You take the Python and unequip the Beaglepuss. Everything in your Sildex is pushed back a card. The smoke pellets are ejected from the deck. Yes, this could be just the distraction you were... Oh, click. Nothing happens. What a huge letdown. John, take the cake! A seed. When two great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. Oscar Wilde. Wise words by a man who likely could resist everything but temptation. The cake forces Colonel Sassacre's text out of your Silodex. Sassacre, you beautiful bastard. Now's your chance. John, abscond. Now that Dad is busy placating the smoke detector, you can safely sneak away. John, take PDA. You snag your Dad's PDA. Maybe later you'll switch the background image to something hilarious as a prank. Besides, it may come in handy later. Your spare Capatula card is forced out of the Silodex and consequently integrated with the deck. You now have 5 cards to work with. John, take package. This red package is addressed to you. John, take envelope. You got Super Beta. John, exit kitchen. John, get cake on couch. You Capatulog the cake on the couch, expelling the Python from the bottom card. John, combine the cakes to make a double-decker cake. You merge the 2 cakes across all 5 cards. Everything in your Silodex is smushed between the cakes. Why don't you think these things through first? John, retreat upstairs. You pause at the juncture and head down the hall. You're going to need something to clean up this mess that you're about to make by dissecting this cake. To the left is the bathroom, to the right is your dad's room. It is locked and you are forbidden from ever entering. He has secrets. John, go to the bathroom and grab a towel. You enter the bathroom. You can see your backyard from the window. The jewel in his crown is the swing set, which has provided you with years of joy. There is also a spring-mounted pogo ride, which has been responsible for more than one painful injury, and has provided you with years of lament. On the sink is your dad's razor. On the rack to this side is a fresh towel. John, remove PDA, envelope, and package from cake. We'll just look at this joyful image here. You take the razor and use it to perform surgery on the cake. You take the towel and clean off the extracted goods. John, retrieve your items. The items force the manhandled cake into the toilet, and just like that, your Silodex is full again. God, this thing is annoying. John, go to bedroom. John, admire failure to launch poster. You're not usually into chick flicks, but Matthew McConaughey's cool charisma could salvage any heap of smoldering wreckage. This is your McConaughey wall, a casual shrine to an amazing actor. The film above that one is a lot better, you think. Can you see her? I want you to picture that little girl. Now imagine she's white. You got us, Matthew. Your smooth talking exposed our latent racism. Damn, you are good. John, check Pester Chum. Guard Gnostic, GG, began pestering ectobiologist, EB, at 1634. Happy birthday, John! Hello? Okay, I will talk to you later. Guard Gnostic ceased pestering ectobiologist. Turntech Godhead began pestering ectobiologist. Hey, GG is looking for you. Why are you even so popular all of a sudden? Is today some sort of special occasion or something? Did you do something to curry favor with the ladies? Did you break your leg on a puppy or some shit? Dude, what are you doing? Turntech Godhead is now an idle chum. I discovered a comet that is going to destroy the Earth, and it was named after me. Now I am famous and everything wants to talk to me a lot. No, stop. Just no. Don't talk about your awful stupid movies or make references to them. Your gross man-bro crush on McConaughey is an unsavory thing to behold. McConaughey. Sounds like a noise a horse would make. I.e., dumb. Equally dumb are all those pictures of that clown you've got hanging up. Those are my dad's. I was talking about Nick Cage. Oh, what? No, man, Cage is sweet. So sweet. So lame. You don't even like him ironically or anything. This is, like, for real, isn't it? I do things ironically sometimes. What about what I sent you for your birthday? No, those are awesome. What? No, they're stupid. Which was the joke. The ironic joke, get it? Wait, you're actually wearing them, aren't you? I'm wearing them ironically because they're awesome. The fact that they're ironic makes them awesome and vice versa. Are you taking notes on how to be cool? Jesus, get a fucking pen. You do realize they touched Stiller's weird sort of gaunt face at some point. Ew, yeah. Oh well. Speaking of which, did you get the mail? Yeah. Did there happen to be a package there? Yeah, there's a big red one. You should probably open it. I would, but it's trapped under the Suburb beta, so I will probably open it after I install the beta. Oh man, the beta came. Yeah, wanna play it? No way. Why not? Because it sounds so hells of boring. Just get TT to play it. She's all about that. Where'd she go? Her internet is blinking in and out, I guess. Probably be back online soon. Oh, and Christ in a sidecar, are you still using the stack modus? Seriously, dude. You need to bone up on your data structures. That shit is just ridiculous. Okay, I will. John, open browser and go to mspaintadventures.com. You decide to space out on the computer for a while before doing anything important. You open the Typhus web browser and direct it to what is indisputably the most amazing website ever created. MS Paint Adventures, Midnight Crew. The new adventure is okay, but you're just not sure if you like it as much as the last one. You are members of a sinister gang called the Midnight Crew. Your nefarious plots are serpentine in their complexity, your schemes convoluted. You're planning a heist in your underground hideout. What will you do? John, install the Suburb beta. You decide it's time for less meta and more beta. You insert the CD and install the Suburb beta. Suburb version 0.0.1. Copyright Skynet Systems Incorporated. All rights reserved. Suburb client is running. Waiting for server to establish connection. What the fuck is this? John, bone up on data structures. You go to your closet where you keep a lot of clothes and an array of handy computer programming guides. Data structures. Discrete mathematics. Carrot cake. Tildath. Disasterisk. Automata. Disasterisk. That's how it is. John, read Data Structures book. I think my read's just crapped his pants, funny uncle. Data Structures for Assholes by Buckminster Funny Uncle. Your ignorance just made me throw up a little. Get a clue, you computer illiterate piece of shit. Free fetch modus in the back. You're not sure you really want to dig into this huge tome? It looks really boring, and kind of ornery. Maybe you'll just check out that free modus instead. John, get free fetch modus. FIFO. Q. First in, first out. You turn to the back inside cover, where a free fetch modus is included in a plastic sleeve. This one is dictated by the logic of a queue data structure, operating on a first in, first out method, rather than a first in, last out method of a stack. John, apply fetch modus to Sylladex. Items catalogued in your Sylladex are no longer immediately accessible. You can only use the item on the bottom card and must wait for the items to appear on the upper cards to be pushed back into it. For instance, the red package is now inaccessible. You can only use the razor at this moment. This modus doesn't strike you as a significant upgrade to your previous one. In fact, it almost seems more inconvenient. You figure you might as well give it a chance, though. John, switch back to stack modus. You suddenly wonder if this is even possible. You don't even remember if you had a physical card for the stack modus. You find this all to be a little abstract and you prefer not to think about it too much. John, put down razor. Put it down? You're not quite sure you understand. John, pick up 2 items. You catalogue one of the cakes. You finally found a use for all these loitering pastries. Dead weight. John, get another cake. Or get other cake. The second cake causes the razor to launch out the front of your Sylladex. Oh, good lord. That beautiful face! You wish the razor would have failed to launch. John, get more stuff. You open your magic chest and catalogue one of your favorite books of all time, Wise Guy by Matt Cavaney. There goes the fresh towel. John, might as well grab those cuffs. You take the trick handcuffs, expelling the PDA like a bullet. Oh, god damn it. John, open up that package! To EB, from TG. You examine the package. It is from one of your internet chums. It is bound in packing tape, though. You'll need something sharp to open it. Ah, of course, the razor! It's all so simple. You wonder why you didn't... John, get razor. John, pick up package again. Let's take this from the top. John, Capatula glass shards. You take 3 glass shards in quick succession and duck for cover. Your Silex rains devastation on your room from above. And now that your cards are packed with glass, you probably don't want to do that again anytime soon. You should probably go get that stuff before you forget. John, use the razor on the red package. You open up the package. There's something suspicious inside. Something suspiciously dirty and smelly. This is a stuffed bunny, much like the one held hostage briefly by Malkovich's Cyrus the Virus while taunting a hard-luck protagonist, Cameron Poe, and strikingly similar to the one scooped up from the suit of a burning Vegas strip by Cage's Poe and offered to his daughter, a gesture symbolic of a tattered exterior surrounding the heart of gold. Poe wasn't much to look at, but he was a good man. But no, it is not merely like that bunny. According to this note of authenticity, it is the very same bunny. This is so awesome. Alright, we're gonna open this. Oh. I gotta... John, check status of Suburb Beta. It looks like your computer is trying to get your attention. John, look at monitor. Client has established connection with host. Press enter when ready. John, check Pester Chum window. Show Pester log. Tentacle therapist began pestering ectobiologist. It looks like you've managed to retrieve the beta. Excellent. I'm going to try to connect. Well, okay, but I just got the most awesome present. The rabbit? So sweet. I've heard tales of this wretched creature often. Its Homeric legend is practically ensconced in the fold of my personal mythology by now. What? Why don't we focus on the matter at hand? Oh, the game. Okay. I don't really know how this works. What am I even looking at here? You are running the client application. I am running the server, so I'm the host user. I have established a connection with you. This is sufficient for us to play the game. Oh, okay then. Why don't we get started? John, press enter. Ready? Suburb. Oh, cool. Well, this works. Select. Revise. Deploy. Fernalia Registry. Grist Cache. Explore Athenium. Alchemy Excursus. I think that's all. TT. Select Magic Chest. TT. Zoom out. TT. Drop chest. Whoa, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm just getting a feel for the controls. Is my magic chest on the roof now? Yes. I will try to be more careful next time. John, get the card. You find your missing stack fetch modus and quickly reapply it to your Silex. You can now opt for either the stack or queue modus anytime. You toggle between your fetch modi with gleeful abandon. It looks like your dad is leaving again for more baking supplies. Excuse me. You're relieved to have the house to yourself again, if only for a few minutes. You just hope he doesn't notice the magic chest on the roof, or all of the shit you threw out the window for that matter. TT, select stuff in the yard and move it back into the room. Hey, do you think you can do me a favor? Can you grab all that stuff outside my broken window and bring it in for me? I'll give it a shot. Thanks. No luck. It appears to be out of range. I'm guessing it is too far away from you, the player. TT, select John. You cannot select a player. John abjures the meddlesome cursor. TT, select Bunny. TT, put the bunny back in the box. I just love his little smile. It's so cute. TT, revise room. TT, open Fernalia registry. Crookshtruder, totem lathe. Alchemeter. TT, deploy totem lathe. John, examine totem lathe. You don't know what the heck this thing does, but it looks neat. TT, open grist cache. It seems expanding the dimensions of your room cost us some build grist, but deploying the lathe did not appear to incur any expense. It looks like certain objects are freebies, probably to help you set up the game. Wow, okay. What do they do? I think it's up for you to find out. All I can do is drop stuff in your house and move it around, apparently. How do I move stuff around? It sounds fun. I don't think you can as the client. You will need to install the server application. You should have received both in separate envelopes. I am running both on my computer right now. What? Did you get another envelope in the mail? No! Once you install the server and establish a connection, I'm sure you'll be able to manipulate my environment in the same manner. Are you sure you didn't get it? Oh man, I think I might know where it is. Now that your room is bigger, why don't you move to the far corner? It will extend the range of the cursor when I can reach the items, which you threw out the window for some reason? Good idea! What have you been doing in here all afternoon anyway? Ugh, I was fussing with my Silodex, but I think I have it under control now. What modus do you use? I like to use trees. Oh no, that sounds so awkward. It's not exceptionally practical, but I think they are elegant. John, stand in corner. TT, deploy Crookshtruder. TT, deploy Alchemeter. Why is the floor shaking? Are you dropping more stuff in my house? Yes, 2 more large gizmos. Sweet! What is with all these big contraptions? If I had to guess, they appear to facilitate a sort of system involving punch card-based alchemy. Huh. To what end? I mean, what are we supposed to be doing in this game? That remains to be seen. Maybe you should go investigate? John, get PDA. Serious business. The following matters have been submitted in a frank and forthright manner for Pipefan 413's judicious appraisal. Grace Lax 65. Oh wait, is it? Yes, so this is the early one. Grace Lax 66. Need counsel on removing coffee from necktie. Incident occurred 45 seconds ago. Beverage essences rapidly settling into fabric. Too busy for this. Please elab on incident. Grisack 66 was posturing unevenly to reach for hat on wall hook. Tip of tie slipped into open mouth of pot. Duration of dunk, approximately 3 seconds. Office Urchin 1280. Photographic documentation of incident. Well pressed attire. Use ballpoint pen to roll up tip of cloth. Extract pen. Press rolled cloth against ceramic surface, e.g. restroom sink. In future, consider repositioning hat hook and or coffee pot. Grisack 66 decided to return home for fresh tie. Soiled tie will be laundered immediately upon return. You grab the PDA, switching back to stack modus so it is readily accessible. The interface is oddly sterile. No hilarious clown wallpapers or anything like that. Oops, you mean Harlequin wallpapers. The serious business application is open. It seems your dad uses it to keep tabs on various acquaintances. His fellow street performers, maybe? You guess the performing arts must be really pretty serious business after all. Install Pester Chum. This should be useful. Now you can keep tabs on your chums while you wander around the house. John, go out to balcony. Hey, I'm out on the balcony now. I'm messaging from my dad's PDA. The one you threw into the yard? No, I'm telling you, it jumped out of my syllabus like a frightened weasel. What were you doing with it in the first place? I am not sensing a lot of regard for the personal property of others. Is this how your pent-up frustration with your father manifests itself? What? No, those were all accidents. Please take your psycho-babblery elsewhere, miss. Your bathroom is a mess. Did you do that too? Oh man, see, this isn't cool. All of this snooping nonsense. There's a cake in the toilet. Yes, there is. I'm tempted to clean it up for you. Okay, if that will satisfy your weird OCD complex, then go ahead. My obsessive-compulsive disorder complex. Can a disorder also be a complex? In your case, probably. Sounds complicated. Anyway, I'm gonna have a look at this enormous platformy thing you put on the balcony. John, examine Alchemator in a cautious manner. You have no idea what to do with this thing. You can't find any controls for it. Having exhausted all other possibilities, you decide to stand on it. This isn't very cautious of you, actually. John, look through telescope. It's a clear, sunny day. Nothing out of the ordinary to report, at least. Not beyond the walls of your own home. At least, not beyond the walls of your own home. I also do not recommend staring straight at the sun through a telescope. That sounds incredibly bad for you. TT, grab the soiled toilet. Whoops. Whoops what? What was that noise? Is this something I should go investigate? No, I have it under control. You can keep playing with your telescope. John, investigate. Ah! I think I can patch it up. Just give me a little space. Why don't you go have a look at that crux trader? The what? The thing I put in your living room. John, hop down the hole. You jump down to the utility room. John, get sledgehammer and card. Hammerkind. You take the sledgehammer and the Capatula card, combine the two, and quickly apply it to your strife specifics. You think it's cool that things don't always have to be a federal fucking issue. It looks like another one of your chums is pestering you on your PDA. John, answer chum. Show pester log. God Gnostic began pestering ectobiologist. John, did you get my package? Oh hey, no, not yet. Darn, are you sure? It was in a green box. Oh, yes, but it's in my dad's car and he's still out at the store. He should be back soon. Great! So what are you up to today? I'm up to my neck in the suburb stuff. TT is making a royal mess of my house. Well, what's suburb? Oh, it's this game. It's okay, I guess. I'm still figuring it out. Whoa, what was that? What was what? There's a large noise outside my house. It sounded like an explosion. Wow, really? I will go outside and look. Oh man, alright, but be careful, okay? I will. Guardnostic cease pestering ectobiologist. John, might as well check out the crux trader. Oh, hell no. You put this thing in front of the door? There's a door there? Yeah. I didn't see it. I just thought it fit nicely into that groove. You mean you thought it was elegant? Oh well, what do I do with this thing? Hello? What are you doing up there now? Oh fuck. John, examine wheel on the crux trader. You turn the wheel. Something seems to be pushing up from underneath the lid. But you aren't strong enough to make the lid come off. TT, put bathtub in driveway. Connection lost. On the tub's journey to the driveway, the connection is interrupted. John, scold TT. You can see me, right? Tell me what is wrong with this picture. Sorry, I keep losing the wireless signal. Must be the weather. I would look for a stronger signal in another part of the house, but I'd rather not risk an encounter with my mother. I battled through her cloud of gin and derision more than once already this evening. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, cake, jesters, unfaltering love and support. Quite a road to hoe there. Though I suppose I'm complicit for not informing social services about your situation. I know. What about going outside? Maybe you could catch a neighbor signal? That presents the same problem. Also, it's raining, remember? And dark. It's dark already? Yes, the sun already had its way with us here on the East Coast. Its lurid glare has moved on to younger time zones. Okay. John, hit Crookshtruder with sledgehammer. Need some help? TT, pick up sledgehammer. Colonel Sprite. Show pistol log. What is this thing? And what is the clock counting down to? I've been looking at some GameFAQ walkthroughs to figure out some of this stuff out. Hold while I read further. Okay. All of these walkthroughs are extremely short. None progress much farther than this point. Weird. Well, I mean, it is a new game. True. Now that the lid is off, you will need to extrude some cruxite. John, turn wheel again. You extrude 1 cruxite dowel. John, get cruxite? Cruxite. I feel like we should be hurrying. That countdown is making me nervous. John? Oh, your PDA is trapped under the cruxite now, isn't it? Anyway, it looks like you are going to need this card too. TT, deploy pre-punched card. John, get card. A shard of glass is expelled from the deck and maims the Harlequin doll. John, catalog fanciful Harlequins. You take 2 fanciful Harlequins. The additional useless freight pushes your PDA to the last card. You then switch to the Q modus so you can access the PDA. More glass shrapnel flies from the deck. This thing keeps following me around. I think it's trying to talk to me or something. That is probably the Colonel Sprite. It apparently needs to be prototyped. Twice, actually. Whatever the hell that means. These walkthroughs are horrendously written. Okay. Well, you're the one with the cursor, so just do whatever you think is the right thing to do. Also, fix my bathroom. TT, drop maimed Harlequin into Colonel Sprite. The Colonel Sprite has been prototyped with the Harlequin doll. I still can't understand this thing's gobbledygook. That was only tier 1 That was only tier 1 prototyping. There was still another tier to the prototyping process, which, for all we know, merely advances this entity through increasingly esoteric states of linguistics. The clock is ticking. We don't have time for this asinine tomfoolery. This unmitigated poppycock? Extravagant hogwash! Okay, stop. Stop typing whatever silly thing you're typing. I'm going upstairs to the big platformy thing. The alchemeter? Try to learn the lingo. John, use pre-punched card with the alchemeter. There is no slot for the card anywhere to be found on the alchemeter. The Colonel Sprite followed you upstairs. TT, explore Athenium. Acquiring a cruxite dowel seems to have populated the Athenium with 1 item, a perfectly generic object. John, capatulog telescope. You snatch the telescope from its tripod. Who knows, it might be useful, but more importantly, it pushes the cruxite to the last card, making it available for tinkering. The PDA is predictably jettisoned into the yard over the neighbor's fence. John, put cruxite on weird pattern on alchemeter. You place the cruxite dowel on the alchemeter's small pedestal. Something is happening. You set the alchemeter to cast 3 perfectly generic objects for some reason, expending a total of 6 units of Bildgrist. These things look completely useless. What a waste. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice there's something in the sky. John, switch modus and use the telescope to inspect the sky. You switch back to stack modus and get a closer look with your telescope. Whatever it is, the Colonel Sprite seems particularly agitated about it. You're no astronomer, but its trajectory looks suspiciously head-on with your current perspective. This is a troubling development. John, high-five Colonel Sprite. You figure you've left him hanging long enough. John, attempt to ingest a unit of Bildgrist. It is tempting because they strangely resemble rock and blue raspberry gushers. However, units of Bildgrist are a gaming abstraction and do not seem to exist on a physical plane. There is apparently no crisis so imminent that will deter you from contemplating idiotic and frivolous actions. Your dad is getting home. John? What did you do with your PDA this time? I'm working on the bathroom, but we are running low on Bildgrist. TT, revise bathroom. John, run to your room and contact TT through Pester Chum. 2 chums have been trying to message you. John, answer chums. I'm working on the bathroom, but we are running low on build grist. Oh man, who cares about the bathroom? Now there's a meteor heading for my house. I see. Do you suppose it has anything to do with the game? I don't know. Maybe. What do I do? I think it's very likely. The walkthroughs vaguely suggest an impending threat before they end. The already poorly constructed sentences become even more curt and ambiguous, as if written hastily with a sense of alarm. Actually, their dedication to updating the walkthrough under such circumstances is admirable. Wow, fascinating! If the meteor is a game construct, I think the only thing to do is proceed and try to solve the dilemma on the game's terms. Try using the lathe. It says you can use the card on it, but isn't more specific than that. Okay, I'll do that. Really, it is a labor to read this drivel. If I read any more, my brain will need to be spoon-fed from a jar, while it blows spit bubbles in a high chair. I think I will write my own walkthrough. That is, after we make sure you don't die. Turntech Godhead began pestering ectobiologist. I heard you got the box. I hope you appreciate my heroic fatherly perseverance in getting it to you, in my rough and tumble, dirty, wife-beatery sort of way. Also, I hope you appreciate how many no-talent douches had their mitts on that bunny before you. It's like a grubby baton in some huge douchebag marathon. Hey, where are you? Oh man, the bunny was awesome, but I don't have time to talk. I'm playing Suburban, it's kind of a nightmare. TT is breaking everything in my house. Dude, I told you to steer clear of that game. And for that matter, you should probably wash your hands of flighty broads and their snarky horseshit altogether. And now there's a meteor coming and I'm not even joking about that. It's like a big asteroid or comet or something in the sky, heading right for my house. Oh man, how big is it? I don't know. Big, I guess. I gotta go. We'll talk later if I'm still alive and the Earth isn't blown up. Like the size of Texas? Or just Rhode Island? They're always throwing around these geographical comparisons to give us a sense of scale, like it really means anything to us. But it's like, it doesn't matter. It's always just like, wow, that's pretty fucking big. Like, Mr. President, there's a meteor coming, sir. Oh yeah? How big is it? It's the size of Texas, sir. Oh shit! Or, how big is it? It's the size of New York City, sir. Oh shit! Sir, I'm afraid the comet is the size of your mom's dick. Oh snap. Sir, are you familiar with Jupiter? You mean like the planet? Yeah. Well, it's that big, sir. Sounds pretty big. I have a question. Is it Jupiter? Yes, sir. Earth is literally under siege by planet fucking Jupiter. Oh shit. Anyway, later. John, use pre-punched card on totem lathe. You slip the pre-punched card into a slot on the totem lathe. Above, the tool arm deploys a configuration of chisels. Now you just need something to lathe. John, take Cruxite to totem lathe. Cursing your lack of foresight, you return to the balcony for the Cruxite dowel you left on the pedestal. You navigate the hallway, leery of your dad, who is presently puzzling over the new fixture in his hallway. The perfect crime. You retrieve the Cruxite dowel. Dad just shrugs and heads back downstairs, presumably to do some more baking. If only he knew you were hard at work saving his ass. John, use Cruxite dowel on totem lathe. You clamp the Cruxite in the lathe. John, activate lathe. The lathe carves 1 totem. You take the totem. Alright, I used the lathe to make this blue shapey thing. Now I guess I take it back to the alchemimeter again? Hello? Tentacle therapist is no longer connected. Connection lost. A young lady stands in her bedroom. Due to a violent storm, her house has just lost power along with her wireless internet connection. This has severed her link to a popular video game she was playing with a young man at a critical moment. That young man is relying on this young lady to reestablish a connection somehow. This young lady named... It's on the tip of your tongue. What was the name of this young lady again? Enter name. Flighty Broad. No, that wasn't it. One more time. Rose Lalonde. Examine room. Your name is Rose. As was previously mentioned, you are without electricity, although your laptop computer still functions on battery power. You have a variety of interests. You have a passion for rather obscure literature. You enjoy creative writing and are somewhat secretive about it. You have a fondness for the bestially strange and fictitious, and sometimes dabble in psychoanalysis. You also like to knit, and your room is a bit of a mess. And on occasion, if just the right one strikes your fancy, you like to play video games with your friends. What will you do? Rose, retrieve arms from the purple box. The purple package's contents are private. No one is allowed to look inside. Rose, ride like a flagellum and puke on your bed. Ugh, what a terrible idea. The thought alone makes you sick to your stomach. Rose, stroke writing journal and mutter, "My precious." You would only resort to such embarrassing activity while no one was watching. These journals are for your eyes only. Rose, get violin. You catalogue the violin, storing it in the root card of your Sylladex. Rose, play a haunting refrain on the violin. You waste approximately 40 seconds playing the violin while your friend is in peril. Nice time management skills there, sweetheart. John, tell Liv Tyler you love her before impact. Since your good-for-nothing friend is obviously not going to bail you out in time, you issue words of parting fondness to dear, sweet Liv. Oh, if only Affleck could have been the one to make the final sacrifice instead of her stubborn, blue-collar, salt-of-the-earth father. Then she would fall into your arms for consolation, and you would be the one to make the deceased Bruce Willis proud. Rose, catalogue knitting supply bag. You get the knitting bag. It occupies the left leaf card under the violin per the tree's modus alphabetical sorting method. K is before V. Rose, look out window. Your panoramic window offers a view of your yard below and the mausoleum housing your dead cat, Jaspers, who died when you were young. Your mom had the structure erected with a spirit of scornful irony in response to your youthfully innocent request to hold a funeral for the animal. At least, that is how you've come to interpret the gesture in retrospect. You can also make a silhouette of the laboratory next door, a facility which likely broadcasts a strong wireless internet signal. You may be able to connect to the signal from a different part of the house, perhaps if you seek higher ground. Rose, get laptop. You take your laptop and prepare to make your journey through the house. L is less than V. L is greater than K. This causes the tree to become unbalanced, so your Sylladex auto-balances itself. Now the laptop occupies the root card, while the other two items comprise the leaves. K is less than L, V is greater than L. Rose, examine book on desk. Grimoire for summoning the zoologically dubious. This book is absolutely indispensable for enthusiasts of your ilk, of which there are very few. Rose, take book. You take the grimoire. G, less than L, G, less than K. Rose, go explore the house. You leave your bedroom. Hanging just next to your door in the hallway is a painting of an exquisite wizard. Your mother collects these awful things ironically. She must know how much you detest them, and there is no doubt in your mind she stores these dreadful things in the house to bother you. Down the hall to the right is the way to the observatory. Perhaps you will be able to connect from up there. Your mother's room is also in that direction. You will have to watch your step. Rose, tiptoe to the observatory. You approach a juncture in the hallway. Beyond the juncture is the observatory. Rose, sneak by. This door leads up to the observatory. You haven't ventured up there in quite some time. Rose, go through door. The door opens to an exterior walkway leading to the observatory entrance. You've seen less inclement weather before. Oh, the things you'll do to help out a friend. Rose, hurry to that observatory. Rose, try to connect. You first put your laptop down on the floor to get it situated. There we go. You first put your laptop down on the floor to get it situated, but removing it from the root card causes all the branches and leaves to be severed. Your items are dumped unceremoniously on the floor. Rose, see what you can observe. You're in a hurry, sure, but that doesn't mean you can't take a moment to peek through the huge telescope. You find a gap in the clouds. It seems a flurry of smaller meteoroids is streaking steadily overhead. You're not sure what this means, but it is somewhat disconcerting. Rose, stack laptop on grimoire to maximize elevation. You'll need every advantage you can get. Rose, access laboratory Wi-Fi network. There are several signals being broadcasted from the laboratory, each of relatively decent strength. One of them is mysteriously and quite conveniently unsecured, requiring no password. You select the signal and reconnect to the game with John. I'm back. Hurry up and open my door. Not that it even matters. I think I'm probably dead no matter what. Patience, you still haven't used the new totem. I believe it will create an item on the punch card. So what is it, like an apple or something? What good will that even do? We'll see. I found no evidence that anyone has successfully created the item, and the content of the card appears to be variable from session to session. In one instance, it was described as an eggy-looking thing. Sick. Do we have enough of those building jewels to make it? According to Athenium, it is a free item. This speaks to its importance in my view. Now, off you go. Ramos, remove door from hinges. There goes the rest of your build, Grist. Rose, put bathtub back. You probably should have just done this in the first place. John, take totem to alchemeter. Gotta get those stupid blocks out of the way first. The Colonel Sprite is getting awfully worked up about all this. Rose, remove blocks. You store the perfectly generic objects in your Fernalia registry, potentially to be deployed at a later time. John, take bite of apple. End of Act 1. I closed that a little too soon, but you get the gist. Alright, I'm going to take a short break at this point, because I've been streaming for an hour and a half, about. I'm probably going to grab a snack and use the restroom, and I recommend that you do as well. Get a snack, drink some water, stretch, whatever you need. I'm going to go ahead and run 3 minutes of ads, and I'll be back when that's done. So I'll see you in 3 minutes. Or not, because my Twitch is deciding to be weird. Alright, we're gonna try one more time. Now. Go get your bowl. Come on. break should be over. Alright, let me check audio volumes one more time. What is this? There we go. I hope that's not too loud. It looks a little bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. Okay. You know, it still seems loud. I want to make sure that this stuff is plenty loud enough, though. But look at this giant fucking banana. It's like the size of my forearm. Here, wait. I want to actually see how long it is. This is my snack. It is like 10 inches. 10 and a half. I don't know if you can read that. Sorry, I love how huge this banana is. Oh, that's loud. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna eat this as a snack real quick. So, if you're chowing on food, chow with me. It's lunchtime. What time is it? I don't actually know. My computer knows. It is 1 o'clock my time. Dang, this is huge. I'm probably making a mistake eating a banana on stream, but you know what? I don't care. I'll just use lots of teeth. Mystic! Mystic, come here! Let me throw your ball. Bring me your ball. Go get your ball. She wants to play, so I'm making sure I can play with her while I have a small break. Get your ball. Go get your ball. It's in the kitchen. Good girl. Come here. Bring it closer. Bring it over here. Good girl. Good girl. Right here. Good job. She's very good at blocking the ball. She managed to block it mid-air with her tail yesterday, which was an incredible feat, wasn't it, baby? You tired? You don't want to give me the ball anymore? Okay. Almost done. I just haven't eaten anything today. And it's already 1, so I just need to fuel up. Oh man, that tastes so bitter. After eating a sweet banana. Okay. Alright. Into this tiny intermission. Years in the future, but not many, a wayward vagabond records a stuttering step in the sun-bleached dust. Okay. Oh, that's not right. There we go. Act 2. Superb Beta Fact Walkthrough by Tentacle Therapist, hosted by GameFAQs, version 1.0, last updated 2009 4/13. View/download original file. Like this fact, click to recommend it to other GameFAQ users. Superb Beta Walkthrough, version 1.0, blah 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 blah. Table of contents. 1. Caveats and condolences. 2. Walkthrough incomplete. Caveats and condolences. I'd be inclined to dispense with this trite even under less pressing circumstances. Needless to say, I'll forgo the inscrutable ASCII banner which typically heralds the striking freefall of these documents. I'll also resist the urge to brandish any copyright marks or their particular neurosis that concerns itself with the theft of the utterly mundane. I'll allow other deranged prospectors to stake claims on their worthless plots as the woods burn around them. My introduction will be sparse. There will be no majestic prose blustering into the sails of a galleon as we embark on this voyage together, nor will there be any ham-fisted prose whipping its limbs under a bedsheet like a ghost. For that matter, I won't set the stage or dim the lights. The mood, you will see, will be set soon enough. Since you are reading this, chances are you have installed the game on your computer already. If this is true, like many others, you've just participated in bringing about the end of the world. But don't beat yourself up about it. There was never ever anything you could have done to prevent it. Excuse me. The end is happening right now as I type, and as you read. I've come to understand that we were always doomed through our collective ignorance, and now further doomed by those few who know and struggle to flee. If you're lucky, you'll be among the smaller subset of the latter who are successful. What I mean is, while the game you installed is just one more grinding slab of rock stealing our planet's crypt, it is also your only hope to live. I'm presently faced with the same conundrum as you, and though I speak with more experience, my own outcome is far from assured. I will play the game, as much of it as there is to play, and record my findings here. If you want to live, you will do as I instruct. My condolences. TT. The kernel divides. The two halves go their separate ways, leaving behind the sprite portion. Boy. What is left of the sprite undergoes a mysterious transformation. For a moment, you thought you had heard someone say boy, as if whispered in the periphery of your awareness. It was probably just your imagination, though. You there, boy. I don't think I can let Flash work. It's fine. It's fine. We'll go. You there, boy. What? Boy, listen to me, boy. His name is John, you nincompoop. Boy, who is John? Do as I say. What would you like, boy, who is John, to do? Obey my commands, John boy. And these commands would be, I would like the boy to interact with his environment in a constructive manner. Maybe you should be a little bit more specific. Have the boy assess his current situation. I'm afraid I can't have the boy do that. Tell him to do it yourself. Very well. Okay. Enter. That instruction does not do anything at this moment. Enter. Could you please turn the controls over to a more competent user? Increasingly sophomoric. Also, you almost spelled salad in there. What's that? It looks different now. After you bit the apple, the whole house seemed to be transported somewhere. Then the apple disappeared and the kernel sprite underwent a transformation. Aside from the change in appearance, the transformation doesn't seem to have any relevant ramifications. You still can't understand a word this idiot says. The ghost clown, do something with it. The ghost clown is called the kernel sprite, or rather just the sprite now, I suppose. You can't do something with it at the moment. The only thing you can theoretically do with it is Tier 2 prototype it, assuming that's still possible. Tier prototype the sprite, or the thing you said do it. You are not the one who is supposed to prototype it. The suburb server user is supposed to do that. This large platform. Good grief, what is it, boy? The alchemeter created the apple, or the tree that sprouted it, rather, right on time to save you from destruction. You're not sure if you can say the same for your neighborhood, though. You wonder what happened to your dad. Peek over the railing. Getting close to the railing makes you a little nervous. It's a long way down. Examine the strange blue vase. It's the piece of quartzite you carved with the totem lathe. When its contours were scanned, the alchemeter was able to produce that tree. How odd. Boy, open this door and walk through it. What is down here? Proceed, boy. I am not fond of this smug fellow. The man, the myth, the legend. What'd you have up your sleeve there, Anderson? Look at that poker face. He's not telling a soul. Open this. Your dad's room is still locked. Go in there now. Your plumbing appears faulty. Man, Rose did such a piss-poor job of fixing the bathroom. It would almost certainly be a mistake to try and use the toilet. You guess you could just go pee over the edge of the cliff. Leave at once. No, go back. Boy, go in here. Inspect this ghastly man and his boy. Fred Savage has a punchable face. Your ass. More like a talented young actor's face who you would want to hang out with if you got the chance, and also if you were not a fully grown man now. Anyway, the thought of monsters lurking in your house scares the shit out of you, which is why this movie is so awesome. But the fact that those monsters could also be your best friend is what makes it doubly awesome. Is that John Cusack? Yeah, you guess so, but damn, the doors could be covering up your man Cage. Something serious. That ain't cool. This door, explain this. Rose sure did a number on your house, but you guess she did manage to save your life. You guess. Observe this box. The bunny is not in the box. I said the bunny is not in the box. Why couldn't the bunny be in the box? Marvel at this adventure in outer space. This movie is really bad. Not even you can defend it. You've been meaning to take this poster down, actually. Armed foes of the deceased? Most people say the second one was not as great as the first, but you feel just the opposite. It was really cool and sort of gross how they hosed each other down with slime that made people angry. TG refers to the film as Nasty Manbro Bukake Theater, whatever the hell that means. Examine this unpleasant fluid. What is this stuff? Acquire the small Persian rug. It's a towel, dumbass. It will probably come in handy for cleaning up this weird mess in your room. Not that it's a huge priority, though. Boy, look through this window. At least your tire swing remains unmolested. A tree without a tire swing is like a house without a surrounding neighborhood, you guess. This huge sewing machine, of what use is it? The punch card seems to contain the instructions for carving a totem of a certain shape. You guess maybe other punch cards will produce certain shapes? Or different shapes? It bears further exploration. This funny man text. You should ignore it. Just looking at the cover cracks you up. What a great book. Harry Anderson is your hero, and Matt Cavani's glowing treatment of the man does him every bit of justice. You'll just have to give this another read soon. Investigate this device. It seems you are still connected to the internet. Rose is trying to get in touch with you. You will reply in a moment, once you have fully assessed your situation. I need to plug in my phone. There we go. Go out of the door that is not here. That man with the humor spectacles. Admire him. Oh, Michael Sarah, your warm smile is a shining beacon in these dark times. I detest this. Disregard it. The Harlequin painting? You have this sentiment in common with John, then, I suppose. No. Keep moving. Believe me, you have no intention of turning your head to observe this dreadful thing. Why does this small man stand here? This Harlequin is always ready to serve you with illumination, whether you're reading a book or just enjoying a nice pipe. What is the meaning of this rubbish? Okay, even you have to admit it. This one's pretty funny. A small dessert tray? Useless. In retrospect, it was pretty funny when your dad pied you like that. Gotcha. Hey, baby. Got it again by the old man. Hey, hi. Give me the ball and I'll throw it. Chop. Good girl. Use this to reseal that opening there. If only putting the lid back on the Crux Trader would do all it's done. Alas, Pandora's tube has been opened. Move this absurd edifice and exit your house, boy. This thing weighs a ton. You'd honestly be surprised if the game cursor could lift it, or at least not without a significant expensive grist. Of all the places for Rose to drop the infernal thing, more than ever you feel... What's the word you're looking for? Of course, house-trapped. Vile, pay no mind to this filth. What is he even doing there? Playing with a ball or something? Clowns are stupid. Wield these instruments of combat. Any one of these things would make a fine weapon, if only your strife specibus wasn't already allocated. Oh well. Destroy these diminutive soldiers of merriment. It hardly seems worth it to go to the bother. You doubt you could get much for them at the garage sale even. Maybe a grubby palm of pennies and a kick in the nuts for the whole lot of them. Stow lump of suit for future use, boy. That stuff is really dirty and you don't want it. Besides, you have it on good authority that a significant portion of it is comprised of asbestos. Topple this urn immediately. That would be disrespectful to your Nana. You just won't do it. Or not intentionally, at least. Oh, I should turn on the air purifier in here. I'm allergic to my dog. She's a good girl, though. Aren't you? Aren't you a good girl? You a good girl, Mystic? Huh? Good girl? Whew. You consider that as fortunate she is no longer around to witness this sorrow. On the other hand, you could probably benefit from her elderly wisdom now. Ugh, no. So coy. So mysterious. This way, through the doors like you see in a cowboy saloon. Plunder chest. Would you like to play a game? Pekin bowl of goo. Wherever your dad went, he seems to have left in a hurry. For all his absurdities you have to put up with, you sure wish you were here right now. Examine this smeared substance. Is this oil? You wonder what happened here. Where's your dad? This book is too big for a young stupid boy. Colonel Sassacre is your favorite book. Almost as favorite as Wise Guy. They're both your favoritist of all time. Sample powdered uncooked dessert. Back ye with miserable wench. Stay thy choking airborne particulates of temptation. Examine this artwork. Your dad was so proud when you drew this. He hung it up immediately and it stayed there ever since. That was 1 week ago. This is a telephone, boy. Now use it. The phone doesn't work. Open this door now. This is no time for laundry. You're right. Thank you for being sensible about it. Open these and rifle through them for goods. You don't give a shit about what's in there. Probably nothing you'd be inclined to use now and anyway. Exit, boy. Ponder lawn amusement. Your childhood nemesis, the spring-mounted pogo guide, sadly was not swallowed by the void. It will have to wait another day for its comeuppance. Boy, engage this mingled trapeze display. Looks like your swing set is toast. You relive fond memories in a moment of sorrow. Fiddle with the bright sparkly things. That sounds incredibly dangerous. John sensibly disregards your awful advice. Admire this wall-mounted gadget. Through some mysterious force, your house still seems to be powered, even though the wires are severed. Quite bizarre. Claim the dangling tree bauble. The trick handcuffs are still there. Thank God. And no, you're not about to try to claim them right now. Back into the house with you. Go back into the luncheon parlor. Return to the room with the dead hag's remains. Here, boy, in here. This is a mess, boy. You're so glad your dad wasn't watching when you did this. He never would have let you hear the end of it. Inspect this merry band of performers. Cirque du Soleil once filed a restraining order against your father. You were never so embarrassed in your life. Consume nut. You would, but you're not sure if this dark realm has any hospitals. Operate this instrument. You play your favorite haunting refrain. Is this tobacco burning apparatus? Yuck, you still have that pipe taste in your mouth. Throw this ugly thing out the window. You will not do that intentionally. You only resort to throwing stuff out of the window via Sylladex mismanagement. This man is an imbecile. Ignore him. He's alright. Looks like he doesn't take himself too seriously, and knows how to have a good time. You can only assume your die hung it crooked to make it look more whimsical. It has a knife! Be alarmed by this! R.I.P. Ledger. Look here. It's dark out there. Can't see anything for miles. Seek the riches he guards below. This one offers a friendly wave. But yeah, this is really just another stupid piece of shit. I see treachery in his eyes. Oh, he doesn't look so bad. Open this iron vault, boy. You don't know the combination. Disregard this nonsense. Your dad used this stuff sometimes to dazzle you with his silly vaudevillian escapades. Really, you couldn't roll your eyes hard enough at his corny act. Read unpleasant literature. The Serious Jester. Serious Jester magazine, for those whom clowning around is serious business. Return to the large room with the gross paintings. Boy, quit all the scurrying around. For the last time, this boy's name is John. Fine, John, return to your quarters. You go back up to your bedroom, tiptoeing around this weird petroleum-based sledge. Now, John, respond to your friend unit. John? Are you there? Tentacle therapist is now an idle chum. Hey, yeah, I'm here. And not dead, I think. I know. I've been watching you scramble throughout the house like a lunatic. You should have answered me sooner. Oh man, sorry. I was looking around for my dad and I can't find him anywhere. Have you seen him? No, I'm sure he'll turn up. We have more important things to address right now. Yeah, like, where am I? I don't know that either, but I've determined your neighborhood was destroyed by the meteor. Wherever you were transported, it saved you from impact. I've been reading reports in the news. Over the last few days, there have been many smaller meteor collisions with people's homes around the world, and they seem to be getting bigger. Yours was the biggest they've identified so far. Wow. Okay. So then I guess if this is all the game's doing, then the point is for us to save the world? Perhaps. Then we better get moving and figure this game out. Yes, but wait. We should retrieve your PDA yet again. It will help to keep tabs on each other while you investigate. I think I can get you close to it if I can replenish our grist supply somewhat. There may be a way to recycle some that we already used. Okay. I'll meet you out on the balcony. Wait, Rose, one thing. What? You never wished me a happy birthday. Hello? I was working on something to send you, but I was running late with it. I didn't want you to think I believed meager well wishes alone would suffice for the occasion. That said, happy birthday, John. Oh geez, that is silly. Anyway, thanks. First, take the fabric item on the floor there. The towel? Why? Oh well, you're the boss. You capitulate the towel. What now? Do as the purple text says. To the balcony. John makes his way to the balcony per your awkwardly worded request. Wait, take that, the blue wobbly thing. You whimsically decide to capitulate the totem, which was used to create the apple tree earlier. John, recycle the grist as was dictated by your cohort. John cannot do anything with the grist as of this moment. That is up to the subvert player. I see. Enter? Yes, that will suffice. Rose deletes the perfectly generic objects. 6 units of build grist are restored to your grist cache. My stomach needs to settle down. Okay. Rose expends the grist to drag a new plank from the balcony in the direction of the PDA. Run! John, run across precarious platform swiftly. John isn't sure about that. It's a long way down. Boy, I said make haste on the narrow catwalk. John is very nervous about the idea. The strident tone of your commands is starting to make him a little upset. Fine, proceed as your level of comfort dictates. You cautiously walk within the range of the PDA. Rose retrieves it. Now take it. You grab the PDA, launching one of the Harlequin figurines into the night. You can kiss that one goodbye. Serious business. Submitting inquiry of concern over cataclysmic event. Pipefan 413 reply. Status of health / wardrobe. Neighboring house struck by flaming projectile and light a fire hazard, evacuating house of all expensive garments. Good luck, Fedora Freak. Salvage as many hats as practical. Fedora Freak, you are in our thoughts along with Pipefan 413 as an enviable collection of pipes. Thank you all. Report. Most hats removed from danger. Ties next. Just one intercommand will suffice, thanks. It looks like you're not the only one trying to locate your father after the disaster. These boring men are uninteresting. John, are you okay? You seem a bit tentative. I'm fine, I guess. Since I got here, I feel compelled to do these weird things, and I don't really want to do. By some kind of voice that I can't really even hear. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Perhaps the early symptoms of an anxiety disorder, like post-traumatic stress? Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Well, if you could pull yourself together, there are a few more things we should try. Like prototyping the kernel sprite again, if possible. We should hurry. My laptop battery won't last forever. Okay, I will go back inside. No, don't do that. Hop off this ledge onto that car. What? No, that sounds incredibly dangerous. Enter. Now you're just being a pest. Which turnip truck did you tumble out of anyway? Who are you? Years in the future, but not many. An unsealed tunnel welcomes hot desert air into its stagnant depths. Boy. You there, boy. An examination of the basics. Upon connecting with the client user, you, the server user, will be met with a control panel allowing you to manipulate your co-player's environment. You will find that you are allowed to deploy 4 items at no expense. 3 of these are rather large machines and 1 is a punch card. It's quite possible that you've already deployed some of these items before reading this. If this is the case and you have activated the machine called the Cruxtruder, such that it displays a countdown, you must proceed to section A100 of this walkthrough immediately. The life of the client user depends on it. And if your co-player has activated this device in your environment too, then yours does as well. But if not, please refrain from doing anything with the Cruxtruder aside from merely deploying it. This will buy us some time to think things through properly and to go over the basics of the game before you find your soft, easily punctured head in the jaws of the lion. As mentioned, there are 4 items to consider, each playing a role in the process which appears to have a singular purpose: to manufacture objects out of thin air. The designers of the game, judging by the language used, regard this process as a sort of alchemy. This may allude to complexities in the production process yet to present themselves, but for now the variety of objects you are able to create remains quite limited. The items in question are the Cruxtruder, again, tread lightly with this one, the Totem Lathe, the Alchemeter, and the pre-punched card. We will describe how these devices work in conjunction with each other, and I will use the analogy of having a key made at a hardware store to help you understand. First, deploy all these objects in a convenient proximity to each other. Be sure not to block doors or pathways with them. You can always revise the dimensions of rooms to make space for them, but I'd advise against this or even experimenting with the function. Doing so comes at the expense of build grist, a commodity which appears to be at a premium at the onset, and one you'd best be advised to save for later. The Cruxtruder. Removing the lid signals the moment your life becomes a great whirling batshit pandemonium, somewhat resembling the chaos of an especially ethnic wedding. Somewhere, a soused-up uncle deliberately shatters china on the floor. Muddy livestock is decorated and then lost track of. The question, "Whose mule is this?" at times can be heard over the din. This is now your reality. But aside from that, it marks the beginning of the process I'm about to describe. The countdown begins, yes. Also, an entity called the kernel sprite is released, but neither of these things are all that relevant to this process. To my knowledge, but neither of these things are all that relevant to this process, to my knowledge. More on these things later. What is relevant is the unlidded Cruxtrader's ability to dispense Cruxite dowels. It will dispense at least 1, though I suspect it is capable of producing more. Given parameters I am not yet familiar with, in my key-making analogy, these dowels represent the uncarved pieces of metal which the hardware store employees retrieves from a drawer or a rack, and sets about carving into a key. The 2 following items are needed to do the carving. The pre-punched card. It is a simple Sylladex card containing an item. There is evidence to suggest that the specific item it contains is variable from session to session. The card I deployed contained a blue apple. Yours might be different. It shouldn't matter, hopefully. Additionally, the card, as you may guess, is punched, like one used with antique computing systems. The pattern of holes comprises data which I believe corresponds to the instructions for creating the item the card contains. That it is pre-punched suggests that there's a way to punch an unpunched card, possibly imprinting out the data for the item it contains, though no mechanism for this has presented itself yet. But the data on the card cannot be used to create the item directly. There is a middleman. The middleman is the totem lathe. The totem lathe. This is essentially the key carving machine. It will carve into your crooksite dowel a pattern of grooves and contours, the sort which makes the key unique. The instructions for this pattern are supplied by the punch card, which is inserted into the totem lathe pre-activation to configure its chisels. Once the dowel has carved, you have a totem serving as your key, which can then be used to unlock the card item through the alchemeter. But at this point, I will diverge from my key making analogy and switch to a barcode analogy, which is not a terribly strenuous leap to make, since the concepts of a key and a barcode are essentially the same, one being a unique pattern of grooves, the other of varying black lines. The alchemeter. If you place a crooksite dowel, carved or uncarved, on the alchemeter's small pedestal, its robot arm will scan the contours with a laser, hence the barcode analogy. This is the machine's way of reading the data originally imprinted from the card and transforming the data into a physical object. Though typically this is not done without expense, I believe. An uncarved dowel results in the creation of a perfectly generic object, which is a seemingly useless green cube. It costs 2 units of build grist to make, and I do not advise you to waste resources on it. There appears to be many other varieties of grist, ostensibly used in combinations to create different sorts of items, which possibly offers some insight into the game's use of the term alchemy. But quite conveniently, there is an exception to this. Creating the item on the pre-punched card costs nothing. This is good, because creating this item turns out to be essential. Now that you know this, you can, in your own time, begin the process. Once you initiate it, naturally, there is no going back. So best to be prepared, but you probably shouldn't drag your feet too long. As I mentioned earlier, this is your only means of escape. Once you're ready, be prepared to follow the steps in the next section swiftly. 800. So your crook's intruder is ticking. Do this to live. In the distance, meteorites fall with greater frequency. The fire in the forest burns so hot, not even the rain is putting it out. Rose, check status of battery. Your laptop battery is alright for now, but it won't be for long. If the power in the house doesn't come back on, you can think of one last resort, the small backup generator stored behind the mausoleum. Rose, prototype sprite with Betty Crocker box. What? Oh man, you're gonna use that? That sucks, what a stupid idea. We have to hurry along, I'm running low on battery power. But the cake mix... Ugh, that's so dumb. I doubt it matters. We might as well just use any old crap lying around. Fine, I guess. The sprite is playing hard to get. You guess that's what you get for originally prototyping it with something that engenders mischief and pranksterism. Do the potted vegetable instead, it looks delicious. Pipe down, you. This is Rose's decision, not yours. Rose, prototype sprite with Sassacre's text. Oh yes, sweet! Now we're talking. See if you can distract it. I'll try to sneak up on it. John, flail about in a distracting manner. The sprite finds the distracting manner in which you flail about to be rather distracting. The pesky sprite eludes you again. Not even the great Colonel himself can outfox it. In narrowly missing your attempt to create the Colonel sprite, you drop the massive tome. The entire house rattles under the astonishing girth of the book. In the other room, Nana's ashes dump onto the sprite, which is caught unawares by the dowsing. Inspect Hagash incident. You find the sacred urn toppled again. This time, you're quite sure it wasn't your fault. The sprite is nowhere to be found. Rose, remove Crookstruder from doorway. Oh man, where'd it go? I can't find it anywhere in the house. No time to worry about it. The next thing we should do is get your server copy of the game from the car. You need to connect to my client so I can repeat your steps and presumably join you wherever you are. We should do this quickly before my house burns down. What, there's a fire? There will be soon. Oh, jeez. So let's move this thing already. It looks like it requires a lot of grist to move. I don't have enough to relocate the door either. How much do you have? 0. Oh. I thought about jumping to the car from the ledge earlier, but that sounds really dangerous. I have a better idea. Meet me upstairs. Do again as the purple words say. You were about to head upstairs, but you thought you heard something behind you. It was faint, but you swear it was a small, light-hearted chuckle, along the lines of a spirited hoo-hoo-hoo. Ignore this woman's antics. You're not sure you even saw a woman, let alone any of her hypothetical antics, but whatever it is you might have caught on a glimpse of, it sure gave you the willies. You head upstairs on your way to the balcony. Your PDA is acting up again. Indulge the device, but be curt with it. Okay, I'll throw it. She's just picking up and dropping the ball at my feet over and over again. Here, drop. Hey bro, check it out, I'm working on some new rhymes. Dude, I don't have time for your nerdy raps. Come on, this is hells of ill, just listen. It sounds like you don't believe me that I was about to get blown up, but I really was, and now I'm in some weird dimension that Spurb sent me to or something. And now on top of that, I think I'm being haunted by my dead grandma. Huh, for real? Yeah, it's true, but I'll talk to you later about it. I think I could drop some sick rhymes about all this. Man, see, I just don't think all this rapping stuff is really as cool as you think it is. No, this will be dope, check it. No, I have to go, bye. Wait. Armageddon's getting waged on us, but I'm getting armed and dangerous. Sending men in space to saving us. See which play is more courageous. Ben or Bruce, dudes reach a truce. Put their blue shoots to use and suck it. Affleck's sacrifice, would have to suffice. Off like it. Bro be a stained glass saint, up on the cross getting hella Christ plagiarist. Bruce is like off of that crucifix. Enough of this, fucking savior fuss. Restrained his ass per McLean Redux, while Busumi remained deranged us. When a plan gone astray pays off a wasted craterus, ashtray caten to layers of Matt McConaughey's vague remainder dust. Wait, McConaughey wasn't even in any of those meteor movies, was he? I'll have to make up a rap about, I don't know, Morgan Freeman or something, being the president. It'll be called, Obama made it so that no one gives a shit about black presidents in movies anymore. See, you've got to fill me in on what's going on, so I have something to rap about besides your dumb shit movies. Enough strange poetry from the red text. You head out to the balcony to find what Rose has in mind. She is messaging you again. The purple text is less irrational than the red text. I'm lifting the car up to the balcony. Whoa, okay. Once it is up, retrieve the game, then I'll put it back down onto the driveway. But the door is locked. Then break a window. But it's my dad's car. It's just a window, and this is sort of an emergency. Otherwise, I'll promise I'll handle the car with velvet gloves. All right. Rose, pick up car. Connection lost. Ridiculous folly. Inexcusable. You're inclined to agree, but hey, accidents happen. You double check your PDA to make sure if Rose is really gone. Indeed, this seems to be the case. TG is still pestering you, of course, but another chum is now logged in as well. What color are the words that this chum says? I'm back! Oh, hi. I went to investigate the explosion I heard. Was it by chance a meteor? Yes! How did you know? Oh man, it's kind of a long story. Anyway, are you okay? Did it blow up your yard or start a fire or anything? No, I'm fine. It landed a pretty good ways from my house, and I went to look at it, and it's pretty big. But Beck doesn't want me to go near it, so I came home. He seems to think it's dangerous. Well, gosh, he's probably right. Anyway, what have you been up to, John? Oh, did you get my package yet? Yeah, I was trying to get it, but Rose dropped my car into a weird spooky bottomless pit, and the package was in the car, and I'm really sorry about that. Oh, no. Wow, okay, I guess I should start at the beginning. See, a meteor blew up my neighborhood. That's terrible, John. I'm so sorry. But I'm okay, and my house is too, sort of. That game I was telling you about, Suburb, which I was playing with Rose, sort of transported me somewhere at the last minute. But now I'm trapped here, and it's weird and dark, and I can't find my dad, and I just lost the car and my copy of the game in the pit. Now I think I have to save the world from the apocalypse. Well, it sounds really crazy and kind of scary, but it also sounds kind of exciting. I don't know, John, maybe this is your destiny. If anyone can save the world, I think it's probably you. Wow, you think so? Yes! Well, okay, but it's not even that simple. I was about to connect to Rose to help transport her and save her from the meteors, fire and stuff, but she lost battery power, and I lost the game disc, so I think I have to get TG to use his copy to save her, but that jackass won't shut up and stop rapping and stuff. He is so silly. Yeah, anyway, I should talk to him about it, so be right back. The red text was attractive. Now view the red text again. when the film crew zooms where the president's at, it's like, if that dude's black, I'll eat my hat. Turns out he is, so we're all like, damn, director's got gumption. We'll all flip our shit, he ain't shining shoes. Like, we'll all flip our shit, he ain't shining shoes or something. It's called for emancipation. If it's not pres-election, it's God ascension. And Bruce Almighty, whoops, different Bruce from the one I just mentioned. Ah! Can you explain to me why this ain't condescension to think I'll shit a brick? Not even he can convey the intention with his quick spun wit. Rather defray all this tension, sit on his lap while he whittles a splint, and some guy eyes what he does and patronizes, I guess, the mother invention. Stop rapping for a second, you horse's ass! I have something important to talk about. What's up? Rose is in trouble and she needs help. I was going to connect to her with Spur, but I lost my copy. Okay. Also, she lost battery power. If she can get back up and running, she'll need someone with the game to get her out of there before her house burns down. So I think you should use your copy of the game to help her. My copy? That's gonna be tough. Why? I lost it. It's a stupid story. I'd rather not talk about it. Shit be embarrassing, yo. Well, I thought you said you had two. Well, yeah, one is my brother's copy. Okay, well, get his then. Alright, but he's not gonna be happy about that. Whatever. Also, you might want to read Rose's walkthrough to get up to speed on this. Oh, man. What? Nothing really. Look, all I'm saying is that girl tends to lay it on kind of thick, you know. Your laptop is out of battery power. There's only one thing left to do. Time to make your way to the backup generator. Rose, knit laptop cozy to shield your laptop from the rain. That would be such a waste of time. Besides, you already knitted one a while ago. You retrieve it from your knitting bag and apply it to your laptop. You can patch up the laptop plus cozy. Equip Grimoire to Strife Specimens. That would be incredibly ill-advised. There are some dark forces you just don't want to mess around with. You understand this better than most. You put the book down. Rose, recapitulate your items. You grab the knitting bag and the grimoire, in that order. It's always a logistical puzzle with your tree modus. Your tree auto-balances, leaving the knitting bag accessible in the root card. Rose, allocate knitting needles to Strife Specimens. You feel a lot more comfortable with this as a weapon. You're so handy with the needles, you feel like you could probably use them to fillet a swordfish. You lose the root card in the process, severing the tree. Hey, be careful with all that stuff. Rose, knit plush Cuddle Cthulhu to soothe nerves. That would also be a preposterous waste of time. Besides, you're quite sure you've never heard of this creature called Cthulhu before. There are, however, many other specimens in the zoologically dubious you're familiar with, such as... Consult the grimoire. Fluflu, foul patrician of misery. To hear his mammoth belly gurgle is to know the epoch of joy has come to an abrupt end. And Nrubyglith, Shamebeast king of grotesquerie, writhe lord of the moist beyondhood. Hearing his melodious chirps and tongue clicks causes one's bones to explode. And of course there's Oglogoth, the deep one. Somewhere he grinds his teeth... Wherever he grinds his teeth, all the children of a random galaxy somewhere will frown continuously for a 9,000-year span. He is the first and smallest of the smaller gods, appointed in servitude of the vile, unfathomable pantheon of middling gods, which caters to the whims of the noble circle of horror-terrors, an omniscient, omnipotent order of the elite few, forever cloaked in the darkness of the furthest ring. And then there's a strange page containing some rather mysterious notes on summoning procedures. You've never been quite sure what these diagrams are getting at. Rose, take items and proceed downstairs. You recapitulate everything the way you want it to appear on the tree and head downstairs. Figured that's enough dilly-dallying. Time to get a move on. You wonder if this rain will ever let up. It's driven since the month began, perhaps long enough to forget its purpose. It no longer even knows to assuage fire. Somewhere a zealous god threads these strings between the clouds and earth, preparing for a symphony it fears impossible to play. And so it threads on, delaying the rays of the conductor's baton. How do you hate this season? April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of the dead land, mixing memory and desire, stirring dull roots with spring rain. American sports legend, Charles Barkley. Rose, confront mother in hall. Surely your mother is lurking nearby. You should be prepared for an unpleasant confront... Oh, psych? What? There's this really cool dude, okay? He's standing around being all chill, like cool dudes are known to do sometimes. A cool dude like this probably has a real cool name, but he probably wouldn't just tell you what it was if you asked. He'd be way too busy for that. Busy being totally sweet. But you could always try to guess his name, and if you were right, he might nod ever so slightly. That's a cool dude's way of letting you know there might just be hope for you yet. Enter name. Insufferable This guy doesn't have time for this sort of bullshit. Dave Strider. Examine room. Your name is Dave. It is an unseasonably warm April day. Your bedroom window is open to let some air in, and your fan is cranked. Arguably, even more cranked would be your fly beats, which brings us to your variety of interests. A cool dude like you is sure to have plenty. You have a penchant for spinning out unbelievably ill jams with your turntables and mixing gear. You like to rave about bands no one's ever heard of but you. You collect weird dead things preserved in various ways. You are an amateur photographer and operate your own makeshift darkroom. You maintain a number of ironically humorous blogs, websites, and social networking profiles, and if the inspiration strikes, you won't hesitate to drop some fat rhymes on a mofo and represent. What will you do? Dave, quickly retrieve arms from cinder blocks. Nah. Dave, get the damn beta and save your friend's life. This notion strikes you as nonsensical. You can't imagine how a video game could save somebody's life, and in any case, you're quite sure no one you know of is in any danger. Anyway, these are your copies of the beta you received in the mail recently. You've labeled them with your name in bold red print to distinguish them from your bro's copies, who labeled his in kind. Neither of you really gives a shit about this game or has any intention of playing it, but you'll be damned if you'll let that get in the way of your campaign of one-upmanship. Dave, bleat like a goat and piss on your turntable. You would never consider allowing any fluid even remotely resembling urine to touch your beloved turntables. That would risk breaking them, and a world without the gift of your godly science just doesn't sound like a place you want to be a part of. While you're at it, you might as well wipe out human civilization with a meteor or something ridiculous like that, which will probably never happen. That sort of thing only happens in stupid idiot movies for stupid idiots. You will, however, contemplate bleeding like a goat for ironically humorous purposes at a later date. Dave, examine closet. This is your closet. This is where you keep a lot of your crap, like that box and that bottle of... What is that? Is that... Check the blue box. This is the package that your friend John Egbert sent you for your 13th birthday a little while ago. It now contains nothing except a note and a certificate of authenticity, vouching for the genuine Hollywood memorabilia which the box originally contained, and which you are now wearing to be ironic, but also to be incredibly cool in a way somehow intangibly related to the ironic nature of the accessory. You find it sort of exasperating to explain these subtleties to people. The box also includes a signed photo of Ben Stiller, which you now proudly hang. Also included a signed photo of Ben Stiller, which you proudly hang above your closet, proudly and ironically. Dave, take box. You capitalize the box in your hash map fetch modus. Your modus's current hash function resolves the index by valuing each constant at 2 and each vowel at 1. The total is divided by your number of cards, and the remainder is the index. Box 2 plus 1 plus 2 is 5. 5 divided by 10 is 5. The box is capitalized in card 5. Dave, examine jar of unknown yellow substance in the closet. Oh, hell yes! It is an unopened container of apple juice. You thought you were all out. It's like fucking Christmas up in here. This is so great. You've got to tell John about this immediately. He'll be so excited. Dave, take juice. You can catalog the juice into card 7. 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 divided by 10 is 7. Dave, access Pester Chum and Pester John. In addition to letting your buddy know about this outstanding juice windfall, you figured you'll wish him a happy birthday while you're at it. In your own cool, sort of roundabout way, of course. Good thing you looked at that box he sent you, or you might have forgotten. You also might as well ask him about that beta. The kid's been harping about it for weeks. It would be cool if it came on his birthday. He'd be one happy camper. We've gone through this, chat. Dave, go online and view sites indicative of your interests. You open the Hephaestus web browser and direct it to your ironically maintained blog where you post monthly satirical reviews of Game Bro magazine. Your latest post is the review of the March issue. You've been meaning to write a review for the latest issue too, but you've been sort of dogging it. Something about this game they're reviewing just doesn't seem to strike you as ripe for satirical purposes. In a new tab, you open another one of your sites, a webcomic ironically maintained through a satirical cipher vaguely similar to that of your blog. It's called Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. You have legions of devoted fans, most of whom are totally convinced of your creative persona's sincerity, which is just how you like it. Dave, check out the latest page of the Midnight Crew. You figure as long as you're chilling at your computer, you might as well see how that new MSPA story is going. You haven't looked at it in a while. Midnight Crew. You are members of a sinister gang called the Midnight Crew. Your nefarious plots are serpentine in complexity. Your schemes convoluted. You're planning a heist in your underground hideout. What will you do? Use Occam's razor on plans and schemes. Spade Slick uses Occam's razor to carve a circular hole into the heist plans, freeing it from the knife. You wonder what moron would jam a knife so hard into a table in the first place. SS. Climb ladder and exit hideout. Implement nefarious plots. You push against the manhole cover, but it seems some unbelievable jackass has parked your getaway van on top of it. A familiar feeling stirs. That feeling is overwhelming, soul-blackening rage. It's the sort of rage that'll make a man feel totally justified in sporting an unnecessary elaborate assortment of fancy blades. Dave, skip ahead 100 pages or so. You don't remember where you last left off, so you jump way ahead. You always forget to save your place in the story. It looks like tempers have become short in this pressure cooker already. You speculate that the tipping point may have been an ill-advised motion for a game of 52 pickup. Dave, save your place. Read later. Even though the adventure began recently, it's already over 3,000 pages long. You just don't have time for that bullshit. You'll catch up later. Besides, it looks like someone's pestering you. You're pretty sure you know who it is. Dave, answer Chum. In some cultures, the persistent refusal of a lady's invitation to play a game with her would be a sign of wanton disrespect. Either that or flagrant homosexuality. What? Oh no. No, look. I'm busy, okay? I've got a lot of shit on my plate. I am sort of a big deal, okay? I know. Sometimes I wonder how you were ever allowed to pay for meals in restaurants. It must be hard to keep a low profile when you're always overhearing odd voices whisper, "It's that guy who has a blog." Seriously, dudes be worshipping me left and right. I can't hardly walk down the street without stepping over torsos of the prostrate. Navigating the urban landscape, I'm sure, is difficult enough without the obstacle course of deferential flesh and skyward asses. Perhaps adapting the art of parkour to your unique environment would help? Yeah, I mean, damn. Like, there's this scruffy little shit at my feet, an orphan or something, I don't know. Face flesh on the pavement. I'm like, dude, you listening to a stampede of buffalo or something? He braves a look at me and then gives my shoes a little kiss and scurries the fuck off. Heavy's the crown. Yeah. Not kicking Oliver Twist in the fucking face every day is my gift to the world, I guess. Breathtaking magnanimity, among other things. I just give and fucking give. Indeed, nary a jewel tumbles from your wishbox of daily exploits, which I imagine does not sparkle. Oh, for fuck's sake, you're just lobbying me to play that dumb game. Baseless accusation. Look, I'm telling you, Egbert is all about that game. He will play it with you and probably be tickled about it. I know very well. I cannot hasten his mail's delivery, however. Yeah, I'll hassle him about it, some more about it. And look, how about this? If you ever find yourself in the position where your life depends on me playing that piece of shit game, then I'll play. Will that make you happy? More than you know. It perfectly mollifies my grief over the demise of chivalry. John, what are you doing? Stop doing nothing. Meanwhile, in the present, in a place where the present may be a concept of dubious merit, John is spacing out, but a vague and forceful thought jolts him to attention. Or maybe it is the bumping sound coming from the other side of the door. What is that? A thick, unpleasant fluid pools from beneath the door. Troubling. Investigate this. There's a trail of this fluid in the hall leading to your room. Dave, play some hauntingly sick beats. You've had enough of the computer for a while. You feel like you've been messing around on it all week. It's time to get your jam on. You pull up your trusty AKAI MPC 1000 sampler and prepare to get sick nasty. Yes, and I believe this is just a static image, as stated before. Okay. You used to play songs. Oh well. Dave, take a sip of the apple juice, despite what John said. Those beets were so fresh they belong in the produce aisle. Is what you're talking about. Soccer moms be thumping that shit for ripeness like melons. Know what I'm saying? After beets that fresh, it would be a crime not to reward yourself with a celebratory swig. You can't do it! John's got you all twisted up inside now. All you can think about is Mandel's gross monster piss. Damn you, Egbert. You recapitulate the juice. Dave, allocate sword to Strife Specipus. Your Strife Specipus is already allocated with the blade kind Abstratus. There's no need to allocate it. You can wield your sweet ninja sword as a weapon once it is in your Strife deck, but you'll have to capitulate it first before moving it there. Capitulate sword. The ninja sword occupies the same card as the juice, expelling the juice from your Siladex. It splashes all over your turntables and your copies of the beta. Ugh! Dave, get a towel or something. You head out to get a towel from the bathroom across the hall. You glance at one of the many radical puppets in your bro's collection and nod in approval. Is there anything not awesome about your bro? No, you think not. You enter the bathroom. There's a damp towel on the floor you can probably use for this crisis. You stop to pay a little respect to one of your bro's boys up there. Hey, little man, how's it hanging? Dave, capitulate damp towel. You take the damp towel, expelling the box. Dave, search the bathroom for something slightly less damp. Nah, you decide to just wring this towel out into the toilet to make it less damp. It is now a towel. Take towel. You take the towel, grab the box again while you're at it. And grab the box again while you're at it. Clean up the juice. You clean up the juice with the towel and hang the damp beta envelope on your line to dry it off. In the breeze of the fan, the betas jostle near the open window. This arrangement is a little disconcerting. If they fell out, it sure would be a stupid way to lose them. Dave, turn off the fan. The crisis is easily averted. You can't imagine it will ever resurface later in any way, shape, or form. That beta is as good as yours forever. You should probably go pester Egbert again. You wonder if he found the beta yet. You also might chat about your respective Siladices and fetch modi, if the topic happens to come up. You wonder if he is anywhere near as smooth with the Siladix as you are. Probably not. It's probably not even humanly possible. Suddenly, a rambunctious crow flies in the open window and snatches the beta, possibly to make a nest with, or maybe just for the sake of being a brainless, feathery asshole. You yell at the bird. Stop. You accidentally launch your ninja sword. Everything goes flying out the window, dead bird and all. No one can ever know about this. Dave, look out window. Yeah, you can kiss all that stuff goodbye. You'll feel sorry for the bird, but at least you never plan on using that beta ever. Anyway, now that bit of ugliness is behind you. You guess you can look forward to several more hours of messing around in your room. Whoa, wait, what? You prepare to descend the stairs to your living room. You are standing eye to eye with a familiar face, a 20-foot-tall granite statue of the mighty wizard Zazarpan the Learned. Your mother had him installed through a hole in the roof with a heavy-duty crane. Just look at that mythical gaze. To peer into those aloof, glassy eyes is to arrest the curiosity of any mortal. To behold the wisdom concealed in the furrows of that venerable face is to know the ceaseless joys of bewilderment itself. Any man so fortunate as to catch askance, his merry twinkle, or a twitch of whisker shall surely have all his dreams fulfilled. You find this grisly abomination utterly detestable. Rose, psychoanalyze Mother's love of wizards. There is nothing to psychoanalyze. Your mother clearly has no real affinity for these damnable things. She only collects them to spite you. If anything, she finds them even more repellent than you do. She's just a committed woman. Go downstairs to the kitchen back door. You descend to the living room area of your home's expansive open layout. There is the sound of rushing water beneath the floor. It tends to strike guests as a strange presence in a living space, but it's become hardly audible to you through familiarity. There's a front door, but hopefully there's no need to make the long trek around the house in the rain. You might as well see if you can slip through the kitchen and out the back unnoticed. Rose, view Mother's solid copper vacuum statue. Oh, but it's bronze, not copper. But it wasn't always. A while ago you gave this as an ironic gift to your mom for Mother's Day. You even customized it with a drink holder to support one of her ubiquitous alcoholic beverages. She liked the gift so much, she had it bronze to put on this pedestal. She even left it plugged in so it can still be turned on now and then, but never to do any cleaning. It never leaves this display. Sometimes at night, when you are in your room, you can hear it wailing from downstairs. She must know you can hear it. She's completely deranged. Rose, grab the Eldritch Princess. It's too big to catalog. Not that you would want to move it anyway. The pretty princess doll has been sitting there for months, ever since your mother got this abomination for your birthday as a totally passive-aggressive gesture. You decide to make it less abominable by knitting it, Her Majesty, a new head and arms. Now it brings a mischievous smile to your face whenever you walk by. Your mother hasn't removed the doll yet, and probably never will. She would never be the one to blink first. Oh, it's telling me to eat more food. Stop. Your mother hasn't removed the doll yet, and probably never will. She would never be the one to blink first. Rose, acquire umbrella for protection from the elements. U greater than L, U less than V. You're going to have a hell of a time accessing that card when you need it. You guess you'll just cross that bridge later. Rose, peek inside kitchen. The liquor bottles are out in full force. Mom is surely nearby. Rose, investigate richly colored object in the middle of screen. That would be your refrigerator, whose surfaces have customarily served as a battlefield for a chilly siege of passive-aggressive one-upmanship. This was a drawing you did of your cat Jaspers when you were younger, along with a poem about him. Your mother bought this ostentatious $15,000 frame for it and welded it to the door. Using the colorful magnet letters, you recently left a succinct message which may or may not have been directed towards anyone in particular, but you couldn't find the letter W, so you just stuck two V's together. Your mother then purchased a fresh pack of W's and left them there for your convenience. Appreciative of the thoughtful gesture, you left her a sincere thank you note, which you legally notarized and then marked with a drop of blood. But part of it was touching the floor, so your mother was kind enough to lift the lower portion of the document with a velvet pillow. Attach a W to face as a fake mustache. This is incredibly silly, and you're not sure how it fits into your campaign against your mother, or getting your computer back online to escape your doom, but it's hard to resist getting a little silly sometimes, especially when you're absolutely positive no one is watching. Capitulog W. W greater than L, W greater than V. But that unsightly void in the W pack won't do, nor will the gash in the plastic. You deposit 12 cents in its place, which is your approximation of the letter's value. You also make a vow to return later and neatly sew the plastic shut. Rose, think of ways to one-up Mother. You now wonder how to address the pillow situation. It seems the woman has you at a clear disadvantage. Perhaps slipping a fresh doily under the pillow will do the trick, or maybe spilling a bit of Worcestershire sauce on it, and then having it dry cleaned and returned along with a laboriously ingrating apology note. No, there's no time for anything like that. Or maybe, just thinking out loud here, you could use the entire pack of W's as M's. Oh yes, that would burn. But we've already done something with that W pack. There's no need to go back and gild that lily. This is delicate business, and that pillow is screaming for rebuttal. Rose, Capitulog velvet pillow. You decide to take the velvet pillow and lovingly embroider a poem in praise of motherhood on it. Hopefully you can pull this off before she notices it's gone. VE greater than L, VE less than VI, VE greater than U. But it causes your tree to be pretty badly unbalanced. It surely will auto-balance itself in a moment. And just like that, the umbrella becomes accessible in the root card. That's one of the things you love about the tree modus, the happy surprises. Rose, head out the back door. Okay, enough's enough. Time to go! Ah! You don't know how she does that, but you're never safe in this house. And of all the things to be doing during a power outage, she is up to her ironic housewife routine again. That mop bucket doesn't even have any water in it. What an absolute madwoman. Rose, hop over counter, landing in a roll. This bird's gotta fly. Youth roll! Lousy goddamn stupid wizards. Meanwhile, in the past again. You're almost done patching up the hole in your window with the gaffer tape. But it's sort of hard to get any work done when people keep pestering you all day. You guess you better get that. Dave, answer Chum. Guard Gnostic began pestering Turntech Godhead. Hey, Dave! Hey, sup? Not much, sup with you, bro. Good one. Alright, being chill, I guess. You know how it goes. Great! Feeling cool today, Mr. Cool Guy? Oh man, you know it. So cool! You know shit is ass cold up in here. Shit is wicked bananas, I'm telling you. So have you talked to John today? Yeah, we were just talking a while ago about how he sucks at his Silodex. Can you believe he used a stack? That kid is ridiculous. Well, that doesn't sound like much fun. What was it you use again? Wait, never mind. I forgot whenever we talk about your goofy moduses, I get a migraine. What do you want with John? I want to tell him happy birthday and ask him about his birthday package. Oh yeah, I was being sort of cagey when I told him to check the mail because I'm wondering if mine came in yet. I think it did. Yeah? I think mine came too. So, I guess you want to know if he likes it or something? No! He will not open it! He will lose it! Oh, wow, sorry to hear that, I guess? No, it's good, actually, because he will find it again later when he really needs it, which, of course, is why I sent it in the first place. See, like, I never get how you know these things. I don't know. I just know that I know. Alright. Anyway, I have to go. I have to feed back, which is always a bit of an undertaking. Man, if I were you, I would take that fucking devil beast out behind the woodshed and blow its head off. I don't think I could if I tried. Yeah. Say hi to your granddad for me, too, okay? Yes, I guess an encounter with him is almost certain. It is usually intense. Well, yeah, isn't it always with family? But he sounds like a total badass. Yeah, he totally is. Anyways, gotta go. See ya. Dave, get phone. It would be handy to have your phone on standby so you won't have to go back to your computer whenever someone pesters you. This way you can text message people no matter where you are or what outrageously cool thing you're up to. So cool. John, pursue adversary into that room. And even meanwhile, in the present, sort of, once again, the slippery antagonist eludes you. You only find more of these unpleasant oily smears. Someone is pestering you. Both your PDA and computer register the message. This chum will know what to do. Alright, I'm out of my room now looking for my bros game. Oh good. There's no sign of Rose yet. I hope she's okay. Well, if she comes back, I'll be ready. You better know what you're talking about, because this could get ugly. Brought my phone, and I also took my awesome katana with me, in case things get too hot to handle. And they always do. You mean that cheap piece of shit you have on your wall? F you. It's sharp, and it's awesome, and it's a sword. End of story. Okay, I don't really care. I'm in my room again. I think there's someone else in this house, like monsters or something. Howie? Yeah, I wish. Dude, monsters aren't real. That's stupid kid stuff for stupid babies. Maybe. Yeah, you're right. What are you, an idiot? Of course there are monsters in your house. You're in some weird evil monster dimension. Come on. Skepticism is the crutch of cinematic troglodytes. Like, hey, mom, dad, there's a dinosaur or a ghost or whatever in my room. Yeah, right, Junior, go back to bed. Fuck you, mom and dad. How many times are we going to watch this trope unfold? It wasn't goddamn funny the first time I saw it. Just once, I like to see a dad crap his pants when a kid says there's a vampire's closet. Oh shit, everyone in the minivan. Be fucking dad of the year right there. Okay, stop. What do I do? What? Do you have a hammer? Man, so lame. Okay, whatever. You should look into weaponizing your Silex. My bro's always getting on my case about it, but man, it's not as easy as it sounds. If you're fighting monsters left and right, you don't have much choice. Okay. I guess I can read up on data structure some more. How's it going there? I'm out in the living room. He's usually here, but I don't see him. Might be playing his mind games, always pulling this ninja shit. All I see is little Cal over there, so I guess he can't be far. Oh god, so lame. What? See, I just don't know why you think it's cool, his ventriloquist rapping thing. Oh, Lil Cal? No, man. Lil Cal is the shit. That's fine. You are entitled to your opinion. I am just saying that while that being a white guy who is a rapper with a ventriloquist doll is not cool by any stretch of the imagination or by any definition of the word cool, ironic, or otherwise. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, bullshit. Cal is dope, puppets are awesome, Dynamic Root blows, the end. Yeah, more like the opposite of all those things is the thing that's true. I'm going to read. Good luck with your bro. Read your book. Stay wary of these foes. Pfft, monsters. Only babies who poop their diapers believe in that stuff. Rose, you throw right out the front door. Agreed. Blotto parry. Aggress. Passive. Empty suicide threat. Abjure. Grading rubric, ironic indulgence. A beautiful pony. Abstain. Garden rubric, ironic negligence. Auto Perrier. I think that's it. I can't think if there's anything to... Right? If I do everything once again. I'm just checking to make sure there's nothing else. Because one of these, there is a way to finish it. Oh, I think it's Jade's. Right? I don't know. This idea. Alright, yeah. Looks like Mom has satisfied her strife quota for the day. She simply returns to her housework. No point in going out the front door anymore. Might as well head out the back, like you originally planned. Rose, first, be the pony. Second, trample Mom. You can't be the stupid pony, and frankly, you can't imagine why anyone would want to. You give the pony a begrudging pat on the snout anyway. Her name is Maplehoof. John, turn around! Data Structures for Assholes, Chapter 7. God damn it, why do I even bother? The good news, finally your revolting incompetence can be put to use. Instead of accidentally firing a Silex full of steak knives into a priceless oil painting or your beloved great aunt, you can turn that fumbling fury towards one of your foes, such as the ability to grasp painfully simple concepts. The bad news, I'm tired of explaining myself hoarse to you gibbering fuckwads. In this chapter, I'll be phoning it in with the liberal use of diagrams and shitty clip art. What are you going to do about it? You're going to wriggle in your own viscous secretions like the worms you are. That's what. Here, learn something for a change. Asshole notes. Push your lips together to form a stiff pucker. Apply them firmly to my rear end. I now pronounce you man and wife. Now get in the kitchen and make my ass some dinner, bitch. You're trying to read, okay? This book is already unpleasant enough as it is without the weird voices in your head nagging you to do things. Besides, I thought we already agreed there's no such thing as monsters. Fine, you'll interrupt your reading and turn around, but you don't see what could possibly— oh my god, it's a monster! Shayla. Strife. Don't move or the bunny gets it! Agreed! Put the bunny back in the box! I'm pretty sure this was the end of this. Yeah. Roads. Exit. Oh. You leave through the back door. Nearby is the transformer, which distributes electricity from the underground generator powered by the river flowing beneath your house. The transformer was struck by lightning, though, and no longer works. You wonder if your mother has any plans to have it fixed. You guess she'd rather just play her mind games in a dark house like a weirdo. You can see the mausoleum and the portable generator across your backyard. You're almost there. Use umbrella. You regather your items and begin the soggy trek to the mausoleum ward. Get up, John. This is no time for slumber. I can listen to the music. He whacks it a whole bunch. It's a whole fight scene. Whack, 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 whack. Rose, forget the W and make haste to the mausoleum. Retrieving the W never even crossed your mind. It's just a stupid magnet. John, salvage your weapon and fight on! Strife. Again! You said, put the bunny back in the box! Now why can't he just put the bunny back in the box? Now, exult! Victory! Spoils are yours! Echelon. Climb to the rung. From Green Tyke to Juvasquirt to Plucky Tot. Gel Viscosity plus 5, plus 10. Cash plus 10, plus 20 cash limit. And 125 boon bucks? Boon dollars? The amazing victory allows you to scale the first 2 achievement rungs on your Echelon. You are now a Plucky Tot with a new feather in your cap to show for it. The Echelon rewards your bold ascent with 125 boon dollars. You waste a little time in storing them in your ceramic pork hollow. Additionally, climbing the rung has boosted your gel viscosity and cash limit. By expanding your cash limit, you've made room for all that nice grist you just collected. You now have 32 fragments of build grist and 10 fragments of shale. What about that card? It seems the Shale Imp had allocated the bunny to its strife specialist. Sort of a stupid thing to use for a weapon, but you might as well grab it and stick the bunny in your strife deck while you're at it. It will, at the very least, be safer there. Okay. You group the two specified in your strife portfolio. No self-respecting strifer would be caught dead without one. Gather the scattered bits of your large hammer. Oddly enough, it seems that breaking the sledgehammer altered the Obstratus from hammerkind to handlekind, even going as far as expelling the head of your smaller hammer from your deck to force compliance. You didn't even notice in the heat of the battle. You grab the sledgehammer handle, expelling the useless Harlequin fortune. Now repair the hammer. You merge the sledgehammer head with its handle and return it to your strife deck, repairing the hammerkind Obstratus in the process. The smaller hammer handle is ejected from the deck, since, of course, handles of any sort no longer belong in there, obviously. Fine, now what? Dave is pestering you, but you don't have time to deal with his nonsense right now. Something is amiss in your room. You can't quite put your finger on it. Rose, hurry and activate the generator. You fire up the generator and drag a cord into the mausoleum. It, of course, would be foolish to run the generator inside a confined space. Generator safety is everyone's business. Rose, defile tomb. Sorry, Jaspers, have to make space for the laptop. Besides, your final resting place is already a mockery. You should have decomposed years ago under a bed of petunias like a normal cat, not given to a taxidermist and fit into a tiny custom-tailored suit, and then stuffed in a coffin built for infants. Rose, plug in your laptop. You plug in your laptop and connect to the internet signal again. Everything, predictably, falls out of your Siledex, but you're not about to get bent out of shape about it. You have bigger fish to fry. Looks like Dave noticed you're back online. He pesters you like clockwork. And there's John. What on earth is he up to now? The door, John! Look at the door! You're right. Didn't Rose yank the door off its hinges and prop it on your bed? Someone or something has put it back and left it slightly ajar. Incredibly alarming. Investigate. What? This is so outrageous. I'm pretty sure this is it. Pastor John. Oh, there you are. John said your house was burning down. Are you on fire yet, or what? No. For now, I've retired to the safety of a smaller building, which is much closer to the forest fire threatening my residence. Oh, well, that's a relief. John told me to get the game to help you out of there, so I'm working on that now. Working on it? Yeah, my bro's copy. Long story. Hey, don't tell John this, but I think you might have been right about the puppets. They're sort of starting to freak me out a little. You're referring to your brother's collection. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's cool and all, the semi-ironic puppet thing or whatever, or semi-ironic. Man, I don't even know. I'm just starting to think some of this shit is going to be going a little far, and it's kind of fucked up. I've seen his websites. I like them. Yeah, well, you would. Oh man, I wish Little Cow wouldn't look at me like that, with those dead eyes. Jesus. Sometimes I dream that he's real and he's talking to me, and I wake up in a cold sweat and basically flip the fuck out. Interesting. Oh god, what did I tell you in my dream? You're gonna have a field day with that. I am currently scrolling notes furiously into one of my many psychoanalysis journals I maintain for you. Published papers forthcoming. Because you know, it's not like either of us have anything better to do at the moment than to evaluate each other's radically debilitating pathologies. Yeah, I'm gonna get moving. Oh, have you heard from John? He's not answering me. He won't answer me either, but I'm watching him. I suspect he is preoccupied with the fact that he just had a bucket of water dumped on his head by the ghost of his dead grandmother, who happens to be dressed like a clown. Alright, I'm out. Later. Interrogate this madwoman. Nana? Yes, dear? Wow, you scared the living daylights out of me. Well, I guess it was a really great prank. Good one, Nana. Anyways, are you really my dead Nana? Of course, John. I've come back to help you on your journey through the medium and beyond. I'm delighted to see what a fine young man you've turned out to be, just like your father. Okay, I guess I will take your word for it. I don't remember you at all. My dad said I was really young when you died. Hey, speaking of which, do you know where he is? I looked everywhere for him. Your father was kidnapped. Oh no. When you crossed over to the medium, he was apprehended by the very forces of darkness which your presence here has awakened. What? Okay, so what is the medium you're talking about? It is where we are now, a realm that is a ring of pure void, dividing light and darkness. It turns in the thick of the insifosphere, a place untouched by the flow of time in your universe. You mean because we are inside a computer or in the game software or something? A computer? Why, what is that, dear? Some newfangled contraption like the horseless Autobox car? Well, it's like this machine that, of course I know what a computer is, John. I was just pulling your leg. Oh, okay. No, John, you are not inside a computer or software or anything like that. Try not to be so linear, dear. The software that brought you here was merely a mechanism that served as a gateway. Its routines in a way served to invoke this realm's instance, yet it stands independently of any physical machine, and yet somewhat paradoxically always has. I'm not sure I get it, but alright. So what do I actually need to be doing here? I think it would be best if we started with the big picture. Go on. Okay, I can't do full screen, that's fine. Above the medium, beyond the seven gates, residing at the core of the Encyphosphere is a place known as Skya. Legend holds that Skya exists as a dormant crucible of unlimited creative potential. What does this mean, you ask? I'm afraid my lips are sealed about that, dear. But needless to say, where a realm of such profound importance is concerned, forces of light will forever be charged with its defense, while forces of darkness will just as persistently covet its destruction. And, as it so happens, at the center of this realm, whose fate is in question, these very forces duel on a stage stuck in eternal stalemate. Yes, they have dueled in this manner forever. That is, until you showed up. And it goes on like that. Me? Yes, you, John! Before your mishap with my ashes, you may recall the sprite's previous incarnation, which resulted from the kernel's hatching. You see, this hatching occurs automatically in response to your arrival. The result is a pair of kernels, one dark, one light, each carrying the information they were prototyped with before they hatch. One goes down to the kingdom. I will let the animation finish. Baby. Oh, did the ball get stuck? Ball get stuck? Bring me a tug-of-war rope. You okay? Yeah? I can get your ball in a second. One goes down to the kingdom entrenched in darkness, the other up to a kingdom basking in light. Each comes to rest in an orb atop a spire, of which there are 3 others in kind. Oh, I know, baby. The 4 spires are situated above a throne, and these 2 thrones preside over the 2 respective sovereign powers. And once the kernels are situated, that is when the game is afoot. The true war begins. Light versus dark, good versus evil. This is a war that the forces of light are always destined to lose, without exception. A quest of futility, then. Wow, really? Then what's the point? That remains for you to find out, dear. For you see, the journey you are about to take is the ultimate riddle. Whoa! For now, your objective is to proceed towards Skya and pass through the first gates situated directly above your house. Not even terribly far. The gates will become impressively more difficult to reach, so you better be prepared to sharpen your adventuring skills. How am I supposed to get up there? You build! Okay, she wants her ball. I got stuck. I'll be right back. Okay, I think I get it now. So I guess the battle against good and evil is sort of irrelevant. Well, I don't know. That all sounds kind of weird, but in any case, we build the house to get to the gates, and then I can save my dad. Yes, John. And then after that, we can solve the ultimate riddle thing and save Earth from destruction. Oh no, I'm afraid not. Your planet is done for, dear. There's nothing you can do about that. Oh. Your purpose is so much more important than saving that silly old planet, though. And that is... Yes, I will have to agree with the float hag about that. John, you are such a good boy. I know you will succeed. Thanks, Nana. You are a good boy, and good boys deserve treats. Hooray! I'm going to bake you some cookies. The hag mentioned cookies. Pursue her. Oh, god damn it. That's just what you need. More baked goods. John, you do not say no to cookies. I command you to get them. You totally abjure the hell out of that idea. You're so busy abjuring you don't even notice Rose has been trying to pester you this whole time. Rose, hit John in the head with a box to get his attention. You give John a swift drubbing to the noggin, but he is undeterred. That is some fit he's throwing. Perhaps you will take this spare moment to contemplate the Nana Sprite's strange tale. It may also behoove you to record your thoughts on these developments in your game facts walkthrough/journal. It can be hard finding time to update it. In fact, you're not even sure where you found the time to write was already there. Oh, is that so, Jaspers? And who do you think you're looking at with that smug grin? The last thing you need is sass from a dead cat. It's pretty much all his fault you're in this mess in the first place, so he can just button it. John, cookies, now. You refuse outright. This impudence is insufferable. Go get the cookies. Well, when you put it so politely, how can John decline? John, you are stupid. You really need to work on your manners. Stupid, stupid, dumb. That's not a command, it's nothing. It's stupid. You're stupid. For the last time, I command you to get the cookies, boy. It's not going to happen, buddy. Years in the future. But really not enough to write home about. An agitated finger slips mid-keystroke. Beans. Mustard. Human etiquette. B100, the long and short, the medium too. I may have been a bit hasty in advising you not to bother with the prototyping process. If I spared any detail, it was only to optimize your chances of survival, and if you find yourself begrudging the absence of certain instructions, which, if followed, would have resulted in your demise, then I guess that makes two of us. Otherwise, you're welcome. But the fact appears to be that prototyping the kernel sprite before making your getaway may offer the only opportunity to exercise control over your new environment, a place known as the medium. Also, if prototyped with one or two, sufficiently, albeit loosely, humanoid and or sentient elements, living or otherwise, it offers the chance to have all of this explained to you by an apparitional guide through whatever sort of cryptic, sketchy doublespeak your choice of prototyping elements engenders. In lieu of this, you may be forced to settle for my clear, thorough explanations and assiduous dissection of raw data. Again, don't mention it. If you've made it to the medium with an unmolested vanilla sprite, well, I've already covered this bad news about this missed opportunity, and I will go into this further soon. Though to what extent this actually is bad news, I'm not sure. I know only the result of my co-player's current configuration, wherein the sprite was prototyped once before the departure and once after, which brings us to the good news, which is that you can still prototype after your departure and salvage the massively rewarding experience of haggling with an exposition-slinging phantom guide, so long as you avoid prototyping with terribly inert items, such as a brass door knocker and your father's pornography collection. Actually, that might be interesting. If you're struck by the spirit of such experimentation, please don't hesitate to contact me about it. So, yes, you can enhance your sprite in a way, but doing so after your departure will no longer induce this effect on the medium I alluded to. That can only be accomplished with one or more pre-departure prototypings. In fact, we can extrapolate there are only so many ways to prototype a sprite. Tiers of prototyping in relation to departure. Both before, one after, both after, only one, either before or after, none. Those occurring before will affect the medium through the kernel's hatching process, and your guide, i.e. the sprite, Those occurring after will only affect the sprite. The effects this process has on the medium, or more globally, the insifosphere, are still vague to me. They have to do with flavoring the forces you will struggle against, and generally all forces at odds with each other in this realm. It has given me some insight into the nature of this game, which again I derive through extrapolation. We appear to be engaging an instance of a dimension with highly flexible set parameters and a series of objectives surrounding an equally flexible mythological framework. This framework seems to begin as a sort of blank template and evolves with the player's actions, and likely further evolves with the addition of more host-client connections, and thus more prototyped kernels. I regret to say I can't be much more specific than that, without loosely extrapolating further. There are plenty of questions that have occurred to me, however, questions concerning the kernel sprite, which I have raised implicitly already, such as what is the effect of an unprototyped kernel on the medium, or a doubly prototyped kernel for that matter, and even more salient are questions about this dimension itself. Do all players worldwide make it Do all players worldwide make it to this dimension if they successfully complete the departure, or is a unique blank instance of the dimension created for each new player? I have no evidence, but instinct tells me it is closer to the latter situation. There is no indication of any other players present in this realm. Alterations in this realm singularly centered on the actions of my co-player and myself. If I had to stake anything on it, I would guess every separate client-server pair activates its own fresh copy of the Insifosphere, or unique session, if you will. But the quantity of players is a further complication which invites more questions. It seems the game was destined to suit two players most naturally, the server and the client, but through a mishap my co-player and I have slipped out of the obvious tandem arrangement, and the only logical course of action is to continue playing is to string a daisy chain of server-client connections together until presumably the chain is complete. Theoretically, we would complete this chain with only one other player functioning as the server to my client, and the client to my current co-player's server, assuming he can recover it. The strange thing is, though, in our instance of this dimension, there are 4 receptacles for divided kernels, not 3. Does this mean we are destined to have a 4-player chain? How could this game know such a thing? Perhaps it does, and if this proves to be the case, I trust I will be sufficiently numb to this realization. I can consider nothing about this game surprising at this point, and in fact, from the first moment of play, it managed to deviate so far from my expectations that I completely forgot what my original purpose with it was. I had chances to test some information I had obtained on good authority during the prototyping phase, but it completely slipped my mind. Instead, the game's catacombs carrying the dark twisting paths to necromancy were blended into rather an accident, but perhaps we don't need to know any of this. Rethink organization may lead may be waist-deep logarithmic sludge. Trim down. Bleh. She's not finished with this yet. Jeez, cut her some slack. Maybe you could bug someone else for a while, or at the very least, someone else. Months in the past, but not many. Hi! Happy birthday, Rose! Hello, and thanks. Did you and John get presents yet? Did you get John's present yet? I just opened it at this very moment. What a stunning coincidence you would ask about it now. I am stunned. Yeah, I know. What will you make with it? And who said it was something from which something else can be made? Well, John did tell me what it was, duh. I suppose I'll take a stab at learning the craft. It's the least I can do, in response to the subtle dig concealed in his gesture. He often tells me I need a new hobby when I make perfectly reasonable analytical remarks. Oh, but Rose, I don't think he meant anything like that by it. You see, not everybody always means the opposite of what they say, the way you and Dave always do. Maybe. His birthday's in a few months, isn't it? Yep. I finally finished a present for him. I've been working on it for years. Years? It's so hard to tell when you're joking, or if you're even capable of it. I just mailed it too, so it's sure to get there on time. Mail takes a while to get anywhere from here. I'll probably craft something with strong sentimental value. That should burn him. I don't really think you mean that. I guess not. So shall I expect a green package dropped to my house via airmail from whatever screwball cranny of the globe you're tucked into? No. Sorry, but you are sort of hard to shop for. Besides, I have something for you today that I think you will like better than something in a box. Oh? It is a tip? This is already intriguing enough to compensate for the grave scarcity of lavish gifts parachuting from the sky. Please go on. Did you have a pet a long time ago that died? Yes. Okay, well, how did you feel about your cat? Did you love him a lot? Okay, well, I didn't mention it was a cat or that it was a male. Let's pretend I'm surprised and you're embarrassed and move on. To answer your question, I would describe my feelings toward the animal as lukewarm. Okay. That's fine. It doesn't really matter, I think. Just, what if someone told you could play a game that would bring him back to life? If someone told me that, I would regard that remark with a great deal of skepticism. If that someone was you, on the other hand, then I would have to ask preemptively, is that someone you? Yes, that someone's me. I just thought you might find it interesting. So what is this game? Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying as all... I think you'll hear about it later, and maybe you can talk to John and Dave about it. They are way more into all that stuff than I am. I'll see what the word on the street is about it, in due time. For now, I should probably consider a copy of Knitting for Assholes. It would be a shame if I ran late with John's present. Dave, get katana. You capitulog your katana, and prepare to venture out into the apartment to retrieve your bro's copy of the game. But first, maybe, just maybe, retrieve dead bird. Dude, that bird is long gone. It probably won't last long in this heat anyway. You don't even know what's up with this sick heat. The sun threatens to set, but won't step off. It's staring you down like the big red eye of a hot needle skipping on a groove it's tracing around the earth. While lingering in midair, its heat seems to suspend time itself, stretching it like a warped vinyl. It's meant to rain this season, but there ain't been a drop in sight. Even a little drizzle would help. Might help to fizzle the sizzle a little bizzle. Set the record straight in this global turn tizzle. So don't change the dizzle, turn it up a little. I got a living room full of fine dime brizzles waiting on the pizzle, the dizzle, and the shizzle. G's to the bizac, now ladies, here we gizzo. When the pimp's in the crib, man, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. English romantic poet, John Keats. Dave, exit your room and go into the living room. Sorry, little dude, coming through. Gotta put you down for a bit. You figure you've left him hanging long enough. Dave, hastily enter the room with wild abandon. You barge in and see a familiar face. A friendly face. You stand in the living room. Your bro spends most of his days in here. At night, he crashes on the futon over there. You don't see him anywhere, though. There's a puppet chest he stores little Cal in when he takes him out on gigs. And when he's home, he usually leaves Cal on display somewhere. And with good reason, because Cal is totally sweet. So sweet. Man. Pity the fool. It's your brother's Mr. T Puppet, which of course is kept in the apartment with a sense of profound humorous irony. But as usual with your bro's exploits, this is no ordinary irony or anything close to a pedestrian tier 1 ironic gesture, which is a meager single step removed from sincerity. This is like 10 levels of irony removed from the original joke. It might have been funny like 8 years ago to joke about Mr. T and how he was sort of lame, but that was the very thing that made him awesome and badass, and his awesomeness was also sort of a joke. But in this case, the joke is the joke, and that degree of irony itself is also the joke, and so on. Only highly adept satirical ninjas like you and your bro can appreciate stuff like this. It's cool taking stuff that other people think is funny, but really isn't, and making it funny again by adding subtle strata of irony which are totally indetectable to the untrained eye. Also, for good measure, Mr. T is wearing a leather thong and a handcuff to a pantsless Chuck Norris puppet. God, you hope you can be as good as your bro at this someday. You'd never tell him that, though. Find little Cal and give him fist bumps. Cal's nowhere in sight. All you see is a bunch of your bro's weird nude puppets strewn haphazardly. You guess these things are kind of cool. Sort of. Play a game on the Xbox. It looks like your bro is playing. It's not like him to leave in the middle of some totally intense gaming. Not like him to misplace Cal either. Man, you hope the little guy's alright. Oh, there you are, dude. Didn't see you there. We be chill today, huh? Oh, we be chill today, Cal? Yeah, you better fucking believe we be chill. Cal is the man. Resist great urge to play bro's Xbox. You fail to resist the urge. You start thrashing up something uncanny brutal on your quest for mad snacks, yo, and get this way rude hunger under control. Shit is basically flying off the hook. It's like shit wants nothing to do with that hook. The hook is dead to that shit. But you get stuck in some poorly modeled 3D fixture or something, like a railing or a piece of the wall, you'll have to reset. Fuck this shit. Dave, give Lil Cal a bro fist bump. Bump. Oh man, you almost forgot. Gotta give the C-Man some props. Dave, check out your bro sweet gear. Your bro has so much sweet gear, it's hard to keep up with it all sometimes. Here's his computer setup. He's usually got a lot of stuff cooking on here at any given moment. Since he's not around, you might as well sneak a peep. Dave, look at your brother's computer. Ah, hell no. Your bro's computer is password protected, of course, to protect all the incredible top secret shit he's got on the burners. Of course, you know what the password is, and he knows you know it. And you're both cool with that because the password is the most awesome thing it can be. You enter the password. On the desktop is a hodgepodge of unnamed folders to store all the stuff he's working on. No one can decipher his organization system but him. He also tends to use the application Complete Bullshit to keep up with the ludicrous amount of websites and news feeds he wanted to stay hip to the scene. Open Complete Bullshit. Content aggregator. This is complete bullshit. Dave, check if Sweet Bro and Helljeff has a sweet update. Your bro keeps up with your projects in his aggregator, just like you keep up with his. He's tuned into your various blogs, and of course, Sweet Bro and Helljeff. You navigate to the latest comic in one of many bullshit feed bands. Dave, mouse over the orange stripe containing Plush Rump. Plush Rump, puppet cams. Puppets. Another one of your bro's many ironic websites. The difference here is he rakes in thousands of dollars a month through his enterprise. Smuppets are a multi-billion-dollar a year enterprise, and it's awfully hard to resist taking a firm squeeze from that plump udder of that cash cow. From the plump udder of that cash cow. Dave, stop wasting time and look for Bro's beta. You guess you've messed around on his computer for long enough. Better get a move on before it's too late for Rose, or worse yet, your bro catches you. But my god, the rumps. They are transfixing. You know this is ironic and all, and your bro reaches echelons of irony you can only dream of daring to fathom. But on rare occasions, when your guard is down, it all seems just a tad unsettling to you. Oh, hey. Hey there, Cal. Give little Cal a nervous fist bump. You are sort of starting to flip the fuck out, without losing your cool, of course. Pastor John to ease your nerves. You get Egbert on the line again to give him the lowdown on your progress. You feel it's important to keep the wires hot. But he's not answering. You wonder what that guy is up to. Hey, what's up? Oh, hey, what is up? What happened with that monster that is totally, definitely in your room? Did you kill it? Where are you, man? Anyway, things are cool here. Totally cool. Puppets are still awesome. No problem with them or anything. Like, just really, really awesome. Looks like Rose is finally logged in again. Didn't John say her house was burning down? You wonder if she's on fire yet or what? Dave, Pester Rose. And then we went through that. Seconds in the future, but not many. John, what are you doing? Snap out of it. We have to discuss what your grandmother told you, don't you think? Fine, enjoy your stupor. I'll go about my business elsewhere. Deploy the punch design X. John, whenever you read this, you should know that I put the shale you collected to use and finally deployed the punch design X. It is in your study. I can only drop it, though. You'll have to be the one to mess around with it to see what it does. When you're finished with your weird histronics, maybe you could give it a try. I'm updating my walkthrough and it would help to know what it does. Also, I should probably warn you that your house and yard are completely infested with monsters now. Try to be careful. So I can see. Stupid lousy imps. They're mucking up all my cool stuff. Oh, there you are. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what came over me there. I was acting really crazy for some reason. But my head feels like it's clearing up. I think I'm alright now. John, rebuild the claw hammer and return it to Specibus. You're getting way better at this sort of thing. Confront Pogorite to prepare yourself for Nana. Thank God your sanity has returned so you can entertain extremely rational, coherent thoughts like this one. You examine the Pogorite from the bedroom window. You do not like what you see. Those sons of bitches. No one risks painful injury on your green slime ghost Pogoride. No one but you. Rose, drop something heavy on one of those imps. Rose, my piano! Sorry, no nuance to these controls at all. I was hoping to bludgeon the imp without letting go of it. Guess I can't really do that. A broken piano isn't the end of the world, though. I guess you're right. You'll need to pick up the spoils in person. I can't interact with Grist. So, that means I have to go out the back door? Yes, is there a problem? Well, it may sound dumb, but I was hoping to avoid Nana and her spooky ghost cookies. You're right, that does sound dumb. Can you see her in the kitchen? Yes. Yeah. What's she doing? Is she baking? You could say that. Are you sure you can't get the grist up to me somehow? Maybe. Rose, use Pogoride to fling the grist through the window. Doesn't look like the grist is going anywhere. You just never know with these gaming abstractions. Rose, drop Pogoride in John's bathroom. John, get grist. There you go. Now, why don't you check out the Design X? That way you can do that while I get to work. On what? Piano, level up for slaying the imp. The piano in its valiant effort has unfortunately been slain. But if it hadn't, it would have raked in so many boon dollars you have no idea. So many. I'm gonna go on Do Not Disturb so I don't get more messages. Alright. Rose, it's time to build. Nana said to build, so that's what I'm doing. Oh, Yeah, okay. But this show is going to take a lot of grist. Looks like you're going to be busy, John. Ugh. Well, what are you building? Stairs. They are fairly expensive, actually. Oh, man. I should have warned you about the stairs, Rose. I told you, dog. I'll try recouping some of the grist from the catwalk I built earlier. It keeps happening. Ah, good. Looks like I can get a refund for earlier allocations. I told you, Rose. I told you about the stairs. Okay. Consider me fully briefed on the matter of stairs. Now, if you don't mind, it's hard enough to concentrate on this without immersing ourselves in Strider's non sequitur. Did you know he thinks puppets are cool? Does he? He's so dumb. Rose, use build grist to construct observation tower on roof. Okay, you obviously don't have enough grist for that yet, but you don't have enough grist yet for something that ambitious, but you can get started with something of a foundation for upward construction at least. John, check cabinets for imps or useful items. No imps in here, just a lot of shaving cream. Dad loves shaving. It's basically all they do. When they're not baking, that is. John, bring 2 cans of shaving cream. You can punch log 2 cans of shaving cream, just in case. You never know when you'll need to bust out hilarious shaving cream Santa beard. You never know when you'll need to bust out a hilarious shaving cream Santa beard to ratchet up your prankster's gambit. Your telescope goes flying out the window. Ride pogo ride. It's a little cramped in here for any sort of proper reckless pogoing. You'll just grab it and hang on to it until the right moment presents itself. The towel floats back down to the rack. The circle of stupidity is complete. I tried having that as my senior quote in high school, but I guess so many people either put bad things, or didn't submit quotes that they just scrapped the concept of senior quotes, so just wasn't any. But I really wanted mine to be the circle of stupidity is complete. Rose, check up on Nanaquin. See what's cooking. Well, that's a lot of cookies. John, make your way to the study. It looks like the imps have taken a shining to the Crookshtruder. Crooksite and black goo everywhere. John, ride Slimer Pogo and one-up that imp. Well, okay, it's not a Slimer Pogo, but you mount it anyways and brandish your deadly armaments. John, ride your steed to victory. This is incredibly dangerous. John, flip the fuck out. Let's see how they like the old double-barrel lather blaster. Whoops, oh shit. Mr. John, respectfully ask that you please stand up. Don't move or the pogo gets it. Now, sir boy, flee this boorish rabble post-haste. Nice abscond, dude. Refrigerator, level up for slaying the imp. The refrigerator skyrockets up the actual ladder to a new rung, 5-star General Electric, and earns $285 boon. Things are really looking up for this feisty appliance. Well done, John. Polite congratulations. For some reason, you feel a sense of positive reinforcement. Wherever that feeling is coming from, it sure is a welcome change from your erratic moods earlier. Now, my civil fellow, I have a well-mannered query to ask. I blocked the entrance to the study to give you some space to work with the Designix. John, imp's behind you. Should I take care of it? You tapped your PDA again, didn't you? Why did you have to pick up all that stupid shaving cream? So pointless. Rose, drop something heavy on one of those imps. John, might I bother you for a can opener? Oblivious to the commotion behind you, you suddenly find yourself pondering the whereabouts of a can opener. You think there's probably one in the kitchen, but the path is blocked by your refrigerator. John is completely unresponsive. What the hell is that nincompoop doing? Years in the future. But let's not get totally carried away here. A studious eye darts about the page like a honeybee gathering the nectar of wisdom. Typical human. Please. Thank you. You are welcome. Good day. How do you do? Splendid. And you? Gratification. Further courtesy, favor is mutually curried. Rip. Munch to burp. Elixir known as T, absurd vestigial fourth digit, is cantilevered. Everyone is polite. Rip. Munch to burp. Z301 Appendix 3 Screen Captures Part 1. I can't take as many as I'd like for comprehensive documentation. For what it's worth, here's what I've managed to collect so far. More captures forthcoming. And these are all things we've seen. Construct loft above John's room. That has seemed to be a bit cheaper than stairs. Fellow John, it appears we have reached an impasse. Yes, it seems so. The opener dilemma remains unsettled, most unfortunately. It is unfortunate, I guess. What are we talking about again? But it has been a pleasure nonetheless. Thanks for the courtesy. It's not really necessary, but thanks anyway. Oh, but thank you. Okay. Thank you so very, very much, dear favorable small primate. I shall take my leave now, John. Until next time. Wait, where did all the sweet loot come from? And why is there suddenly a crumpled hat on your head? John, gather grist. Examine Designix. Feeling especially economical with your behavior suddenly, you scoop up all the grist in the room and turn your attention to the Punch Designix all in one fell swoop. The device features a countertop station designed with a keyboard setup, not unlike an old-fashioned computer. There's a blinking red light and a diagram etched into a panel. Rose, answer Dave. Okay, wait, hold on. Why am I getting this stupid game for you? You're the one who should be wrist-deep in puppet ass. What is the specific problem? The problem is I am up to my goddamn neck in fucking puppet dong. You know you like the mannequin dick. Accept it. I am enrobed in chafing, wriggling, god-fucking-damn puppet pelvis. An obscenely long, coarse Kermit cock is being dragged across my anguished face. Let's put this into perspective. You put up with the puppet prostrate because you love it. Also, coarse is a good word. You don't seem to harbor any sympathy for the fact that I've burrowed the fuck deep into lively, fluffy Muppet buttock. I'm whirling in this terrible cyclone at the epicenter of my own personal holocaust of twitching foam noses. It's like a fucking apocalypse of perky proboscis here, like the proboscalypse, I guess. Are you going to start rapping about this? What? No, listen. Prong of flesh bereft of home, found solace twixt a cleft of foam. No, oh Jesus. Of apocalypse your thoughts eclipse, a painted pair of parted lips, that dare through kiss to stir the air, that teases tufts of orange hair. And though faces flush and lovers fight, hands snug and plush as gloves befit? Wait, lovers fits. Oh. And though faces flush and lovers fits, hands snug and plush as gloves befit. Okay, Dickinson. If you could shut your perfumey trap for half a second. This is serious. I'm just saying, if I see one more soft bulbous bottom being like kind of jutting out and impudent or whatever, I'm gonna fly off the handle. I'm gonna do some sort of aerobatic fucking pirouette off the handle and win like a medal or some shit. Then let's hope there will be a squishy derriere somewhere below the handle to break your fall. John, observe back of the first visible catalog card. You flip over the top card containing your pogo ride. At any time you could patchlog something, a new code appears on the back of the card. You've always wondered what the code was for. Damn, these things are hard to read. But then, you've never really found any reason to decipher them. Until now, perhaps? Examine reverse side of hammer card in Strife Specivis. Looks like cards from your Strife deck have codes too. Enter Capatcha code as seen on the back of pogo ride card. You enter the code DQMMJLEK into the keyboard. At least you think that's what the code is. The red light switches off. A green light begins blinking. Insert card. Type in NZ7UN6BI. In the interest of due diligence, you enter the other side and repeat the process with that card now too. Both cards are now punched with different hole patterns. Attempt to retrieve pogo from card. Oh, well, that should be a simple matter of... Uh-oh. Looks like it's trapped now. You don't see how you can access the item anymore, or store a new item there for that matter. These cards are pretty much useless now, and the items they contain are toast. But maybe all is not lost. Recalling from your experience with the pre-punch card, you may be able to use the cards to replicate the items in question. Assuming you got the codes right, that is. John, mash keys heedlessly. Not quite through with your cowboy empiricism just yet, you mash the keyboard to generate a random code. You enter the design stops you after 8 characters, which appears to be the maximum length for a code. The green light goes on, signaling its readiness for a card. You figure out you might as well burn the shaving cream since the project is not exactly at a premium in your household. You also figured you might as well merge the 2 cans into 1 card. You're a little sad that your dad isn't around for this. You'll have a feeling he would get a real kick out of the idea of duplicating more shaving cream. You punch the card with a pattern that is in no way related to the code for the item it contains. This should make for an interesting experiment. Mad science is a lot of fun. Unfortunately, you just burned another card in the process. Your deck is dwindling now. Maybe you should have thought this through a little better. On the plus side, you just freed up your PDA, which is overflowing with the pent-up chatter of anxious pesterers. Thank you for the follow. Answer your chums. Puppets, awesome. That's really all there is to say on the matter. Turntech Godhead changed his mood to rancorous. John, I'm about to throw a bathtub through your wall. Watch out. Wow, that was so totally unnecessary. I made a shortcut upstairs. I thought it would be a good idea to get up there and try the cards as soon as possible. Also, you weren't being terribly responsive. You mean these stairs? Man, look at these shitty stairs. They're so narrow. I'm supposed to climb those? They're perfectly navigatable. I'm saving on grist for now. If you keep slaying foes, collecting grist, and expanding the cash limit, we may not need to be so economical with our resources in the future. So why did you just build a way up through that hole into my dad's room? Have you ever been in there? No. Exactly. Huh? I'd rather not get sidetracked. I'm more interested in further exploring the mechanics of the game than watching you discover what sort of outlandish Harlequin decor your father keeps in his room. Oh, come on, what's the big deal? I'll just climb up and go right through. Will you? Yeah, why not? Are you saying you've never wondered what's in there? Or what's been kept a secret from you? Well, I mean, yeah. Then trust me, you won't be going right on through. Wait, are you saying there's something, like, troubling in there? I don't know. What do you mean? What do you see in there? I can't see in there. Oh, but I don't have a very good feeling about it. Pfft, whatever. I think I can handle a few more stupid clown paintings. Rose, move punched cards into John's room. Rose, drag some Cruxite dowels up to John's room. John, collect grist, examine safe. You swoop up the bountiful supply of grist generated by your co-player's recent exploits. From now on, it'll probably go without saying that you'll nab any grist lying around without making a big fuss over it. You check out the busted safe, which has made a noble sacrifice in battle. Some of your father's odds and ends have spilled out, including some old newspaper clippings and 2 rather hefty tomes. It's a fair bet that these books comprise at least half of the weight of the safe. John, examine family tome of humor. It's another copy of Colonel Sassacre's daunting text of magical frivolity and practical japery. This one looks really old, perhaps an original printing. Could it be the same one involved with your grandmother's unfortunate accident on that fateful day? Dad would never speak a word about it, but maybe Nana wouldn't be so tight-lipped. You give it a cursory perusal. It appears to be similar to your reprinting, listing all the japes and chicanery you have come to know and love. You could patchlog it, thinking you might give it a closer look later. John, examine contents of safe. The Fatherly Gent's Shaving Almanac. You take a look at the other book. You're sure Dad thought this was a scintillating read, but it looks pretty boring to you. Maybe you'll crack into it someday when you're old enough to shave. Everything in the safe was obviously very important to your father. You wonder why he kept it locked away from you. Some things about him you will never understand. The common hornographer. Space rocks knock local burbs block off. Populace oblivious to the broader significance of events, assuming there is any, which there definitely isn't. Meteors. Crocker facility leveled. Shortly after 4 a.m. today, a downpour of meteors in a residential neighborhood became yet another instance in a pattern of recent rocky cosmological phenomena. The incident, aside from property damage and loss of life, was downplayed by authorities as not all that big of a deal. It seems he has been collecting scrapes from the news over the years. These articles go back decades. John, look at a piece of paper taped to the wall. Son, If you are reading this, it means you are now strong enough to lift the safe. You are now a man. As such, you are entitled to what is inside. I know you will take this responsibility seriously. I am so proud of you. John, turn the card over. 02 49 13. You guess this is the combination to the safe. This is completely useless. John, examine the back of Capatulog card on the floor. 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. You guess these are all zeros? Or are they all capital O's? Shh. You guess these are all zeros? Or are they capital O's? Zeros would probably make more sense for an empty card, you think. I shall hydrate. Thank you. Capatulog the card. John, enter code on the back of card into DesignX. 111111111. John, punch card. Wait, John, before you punch that... Oh, I was about to say, if you first took note of the code, then removed the card from the card, you probably could have punched the blank one. You would have only burned one card instead of two. Oh yeah, you're right. Damn it! John, throw hat down in disgust. John, Capatulog punched Capatulog hard. Sweet catch. What? John, take PDA. The two card Siladex inventory of dumbass. The two card Siladex inventory of dumbasses. John, level up. From Plickitot to Fidgety Popper, Anklebiter, Champ Fry, and Pesky Urchin. Jealouscosity up 15, cash limit up 40, man grit plus 5. Boon dollars up 200? Yes. Colonel Susker, level up for slaying the imp. The Colonel soars to new heights on his echo ladder, reaching the wrong one-man julep vacuum, and pockets 9,550 boon dollars. Chump change for the genteel aristocratic Southern Colonel. Bathtub, level up for slaying the imp. The bathtub surges heroically and surpasses the rung Archimedes' aqua cradle, proceeding directly to the vaunted rung Taft Jammer. The tub makes off with a cool 490 boon dollars. The tub's basin capacity remains unaffected. Safe, level up for slaying the imp. The safe was slain in battle. A great flaming nautical pyre carries it off to Vault Halla. John, make your way up those stairs, post-haste. You're not sure. They look pretty precarious to you, but you've been assured the stairs are perfectly navigable. Navigable. Lad scramble. Lousy goddamn stupid stairs. Dave, ignore Lil Cal and find the beta. You wander over to your place where your bro keeps his sweet turntable gear. Man, that setup is sweet. You feel pangs of jealousy whenever you walk by it. Really cool jealousy, though. Like the kind where instead of getting all worked up about it, you don't actually give a shit. One of your brother's rad and extremely expensive ninja swords is missing, though. You know this drill all too well. Trouble's a-brewin'. Dave, take expensive ninja sword. What sword? Dave, exit your bro's room. You approach the exit. There's something on the door you haven't seen before. Looks like one of your bro's ironic comics he left for you to check out. What have I done? Annabelle? Please start breathing. Oh god, please breathe. Okay, make-believe time is over. Oh god. What will Nanny do to me if she finds out? No one can ever know. I have to hide the body, but where? Think. Imagination. The one time I really need you. Click. Hello, Ralph. I want to play a game. Rip. Okay, some of the stuff you know he's just living around to get under your skin. This is obviously another ploy in his relentless siege of one-upmanship to get your goat. The same goat you've been meaning to bleat, like, ironically. But that will still have to wait for a more appropriate time. You think he knows deep down you feel like you're still not ironic enough to get the stuff like this, and this is probably some weird gauntlet he's throwing down to see if you will get it, but honestly, you think this material is just a little too ironic. You just don't need to see this shit right now. Dave, go into the kitchen. No sign of bro in here either. Well, aside from the absurd quantity of awesome, dangerous stuff he leaves lying around. Dave, transfer katana to Strife Specialist. With an escalating sense of threat, you think it's time to shift your katana to your Specialist. You figure it's better to free up the card anyway, since you might need to grab some of this stuff. Dave, set blender to mix. You guess bro stuck some fake blood capsules into that puppet? Pretty gross. You spot one of your bro's many webcams nearby, recording the incident. It seems you may have just been an unwitting accessory to some sort of grisly puppet snuff film. You're not totally sure how you feel about that. Dave, Capatulog busts your sword from behind microwave. This might be the only thing in this whole apartment that's a bigger piece of shit than your own sword. You put it back behind the microwave where it belongs. Dave, set blender to crush ice. It's just sort of bouncing around in there. You're making a bit of a mess now. Dave, hide evidence in the microwave. See, like, his hobbies are cool and all, and you guess he's gotta put his shit somewhere, but what if you just wanted to heat up a burrito or something? This kitchen is pretty much useless. Dave, grab those fireworks. You Capatulog all the fireworks the sink has to offer. You just know these are gonna come in handy. Why would they be in the sink if they weren't? Looks like one of them is still stuck in the garbage disposal. Dave, Capatulog shurikens. You grab the shurikens and... Hey, careful where you're putting this stuff, especially if you're looking to turn your Sildex into a powder keg full of sharp things. You put the box of fireworks back into card 5 and prefer to start over, or card 3. Apparently that settles that, you guess. Dave, take Nunchaku. You take the Nunchaku, once again grabbing without thinking ahead. First, you Capatulog the box, again, while adeptly avoiding the shuriken trap, which you yourself set only moments ago. You round up all the fireworks, time to regroup here. Capatulog each shuriken individually. You grab each shuriken one at a time, knocking out the Nunchaku. But no worries, you've got a plan. Capatulog nunchucks. You take the nunchucks, everything seems to be in order now. It would have been badass to go with the authentic Japanese names for each weapon, but sometimes you've got to compromise with this modus. Dave, examine fetch modus. Hash map. You flip over your fetch modus and check out the back. You're not really sure where it is you've been keeping this thing. Oh well, who cares? Press eject button. Oh hell no. Not after all the trouble you went through to get that stuff situated. This is potentially a very dangerous button. Dave, change to Scrabble Points hash modus. First you program your modus with the Scrabble Points hash function, adding it to the list. A1, B3, C3, D2, and so on. This might be a cool function to use, but it looks like you'll have to empty your Sildex to select it. You're not going to do that just yet. No way. Check the box detect collisions. Okay, take the skateboard. And just what is this guy so happy about? What is he looking at up there? You think if you see one more soft, bulbous bottom being like kind of jutting out and impudent or whatever, you're going to fly off the handle. You take the skateboard. Actually, no, you don't. A collision has been detected. You take the wheeled ride. Man, your inventory's nomenclature is getting lamer by the minute. Capatulog the unplugged power cord. You take the power cord. Wait, nope, not going to work. Think of a new word for power cord. You take the battery pack. Damn it. You take the battery pack using the Y as a consonant. Your Sildex reluctantly accepts. It's a tactic notoriously employed by hash map noobs, but you just don't care about that now. Besides, it's not like your bro is around to see. Dave, search for some mad snacks, yo. Oh, it was just little Cal again. You can never stay mad at him. Anyway, you've got to get this rude hunger under control. You figure you ought to scope the fridge for some grub. This hunger is so ill-mannered it would make a room full of snooty dowagers commit mass suicide. Open refrigerator. Oh god, more shitty swords. Of course, you knew these were in there. You're not even sure why you looked. If you want to keep any food or beverages in this apartment, you've pretty much got no choice but to hide stuff away in your closet. Take swords. The hell with it. You try to take the entire jumble of unbelievably shitty swords and brace yourself for... Looks like that works, actually. You Capatulog the jumble of unbelievably shitty swords. Dave, use Ice Maker. It's still hot around here. You just spent several cherry bombs. Wait, who's that looking at you in the reflection? Where'd the little dude scamper off to this time? Dave, Capatulog cherry bombs. You go for the cherry bombs, unsuccessfully. After mulling it over a bit, you take the red spherical salutes. Take blender. Blender is a pretty simple word. You can already tell that's not going to work. Instead, you take the Whirling blade pitcher. That's really a much better name for it anyway, you think. Activate garbage disposal. Stuff Mr. Purple Guy into the garbage disposal. You're still not sure what he's so happy about, or what he's looking at up there. While you're at it, you dump the contents of the blender, whirling blade pitcher into the disposal, but you suffer an unfortunate garbage disposal head jam. You notice something in reflection, something above you. Dave, look up. Hello, Dave. It's the hatch to the crawlspace above your apartment. Bro's always tucking away in there when he's busting out his rad stealth stunts. He's so slick that dangling cord never even jostles. You just know he's being ironic with these weird mind games. There's no way anyone could be serious about aping those shitty movies. Dave, use the turntables and cinder blocks to make a fort. It's a pretty sweet fort you just made, and you're pretty sure your brother would agree. Under different circumstances, you might be high-fiving over it right now. But rather than get inside and take her for a spin, you really just needed to get up to that hatch. Yank cord. It's time to face your destiny. No going back now. Squish. Yeah, there was pretty much no way there wasn't going to be a bunch of puppets in there. We went through this chat already. Dave, read note on the hatch. If anyone wants me to reread any of these chats, though, just let me know and I will go back. Dave, read the note on the hatch. Bro, roof, now. Bring Cal. We're doing it, man. We're making this happen. Dave, burst out of the puppet pile like the one. Dave, be the other guy. You are now the other guy. John, take towels and sheets from bed and make tent. This is so much fun. A huge waste of time, yes, but so much fun. John, carve a totem of the punched pogo card. You put the punched card containing the pogo right in the slot and carve a totem from one of the Cruxite dowels. John, repeat process with the other cards and dowels. You use the card containing the code for the hammer, as well as the one with the random code you punched over the shaving cream card for the hell of it. You carve the respective totems for the cards. Do the same thing with the Capatulog card. You make a totem for the Capatulog card. Pretty bare bones looking at the totem, but... pretty bare bones looking at the totem, if you ask you. Recollect totems. You stow the totems in your Athenium. Rose, produce Capatulog card. The alchemy requires 1 unit of any type of grist to produce 1 card. You decide to use shale since it seems less generally useful than build grist as of now. You make a whole bunch of them. Whoa, did you just make all these? Yes. Sweet, thanks. What'd you do with all the blue wobbly vase-looking things? I brought the totems out to the alchemy to test them. I'm taking some of the things into my own hands to save time. Okay. You create a hammer at the expense of 2 units of build grist. You make a pogo ride too, -5 build, 1 shale. You use the totem carved with a random code. You create a rocket pack with some random crap stuck inside it. Looks like a cinder block, a violin, and a flower pot. The atoms have rendered the device completely inoperable. You figure you might as well put the piece of junk to use. John, collect cards. Using a little strategy, first you grab the Harry Anderson's Wise Guy by Matt Cavaney, then the cards, then your rejected PDA, then the book again to flush the cards into your deck. Nice going. John, turn on detect collisions. You flip your fetch mode die, but find no such option. This is idiotic. John, read book, be the wise guy. Harry Anderson's Wise Guy, From the Street to the Screen, by Mike Cavaney. An introduction. Who's this wise guy? Blood loss in the Big Easy. New Orleans, 1977. The close-up room at the Magic Castle was this mean little box that tended to fill up with so much smoke you'd swear someone was cremating a wet dog in there. In walks Anderson. There isn't much that gets liquor deposits journey from the table to my lips, but I'll be the bastard love child of a listless octoroon if that kid wasn't the cat that swallowed the canary in a dapper little hat. It looked like he was testing the tensile strength of his suspenders to the damn near limit with a pair of cocky thumbs. I wasn't impressed, but I was a fool. Somehow in my motion for another beverage, he'd already slipped into polite conversation at a table held down by some notoriously brusque regulars. He had them in no time flat. They were melting butter in his glass ramekins. Whatever tidy yarn he'd spun to win him over, I didn't catch a word of it. One of them laughed. I was angry. Envious? Maybe little? Yeah, you bet I was. Anderson had one of those little wooden finger choppers that Mickey Hayes used to sell. Hades? used to sell. The kind where the blade could be removed and clearly shown. It was a very convincing little guillotine that did not look like a novelty store toy. Harry could get a guy to examine the chopper and then cut a cigarette in half. Then he held the guy's hand up and told this silly story. The story, of course, was artifice, a distraction for the guy and the audience while he worked his stuff with the chopper. Or it would become that. His famous chopper trick was perfected, vaulting him to fame, fortune, and crowning position in the television judiciary. With what became of his signature aplomb, Anderson was in moments a font of breast pocket gauze, profuse apology, and redoubling determination. It's really amazing how hard it is to find a bloody sausage-sized piece of a guy on the floor of a room that dark and smoky. Impossible. I think we all proved just as impossible as a blind Willie Buttermilk Stubbs was going to find it to work his trumpet tomorrow night without his twiddling fingers. Harry and I never speak anymore. Okay, for you, a dab. Hello. You never really understood what Cavani's relation to Anderson was, or why he wrote this book about him. His ambivalent attitude towards your favorite magician in these anecdotes always struck you as a little weird, and to be honest, you tend not to read much of the text in the book. You mostly like to look at the diagrams for all the cool tricks. Thank you. I gotta kick a ball, because there's a baby at my feet. A hole in the ace, aka the a-hole trick. Here was a perfect example of how Harry could ruin several decks of cards, waste everyone's valuable time, and how you love him for it. He was good at that. One day, he noisily emptied his suit jacket pocket onto the hood of his car in search of change for the meter. A clunky metal thing slid from the pile and bounced on the sidewalk. As I retrieved it for him, I asked what he was doing with a hole puncher in his pocket. His face lit up at the question like he was an elf, and I asked him how he felt about climbing into the hollow of a big tree to bake some cookies or something. The 2'6" height differential between us causes these comparisons to enter my mind. A small crowd had already gathered around even before he produced the first pack of unlisted cards. How people seem to gather and how they even know a street performance is about to take place, I'll never know. It's perhaps Anderson's greatest trick, luring the marks like that. I wanted to ask if he was sure about this, performing in broad daylight. He was used to working in dark rooms. It was usually the first thing out of his mouth when he would queer a trick. I'm really more accustomed to working in a darker room than this. But Harry was excited, and he'd already butchered the first deck of cards with the hole puncher and issued the first round of apologies to the crowd. These were like the primer apologies, the sort that got the folks loosened up a bit before the 7-course meal of ingratiation that would inevitably follow. He asked me for a fresh deck of cards, and I gave him one. The principle behind the trick, in theory, as he explained to me later, was to punch holes in what appeared to be one card, but was in fact 2 or more together. Hence the difficulty he often had in squeezing the puncher with his little elfish hands. Then, using some coin maneuvers with his thumb, temporarily concealing the hole while he slid the card beneath it with his palm. The hole would seem to disappear or move to another part of the card. Oh yeah, that's right, the old ace in the hole trick. Hole in the ace trick. The old hole in the ace trick. Interestingly enough, pertaining to punching holes in cards and making them disappear and stuff, your hands were never really strong enough to make this one work all that well together. But actually, this gives you an idea. There we go. You overlap 2 of the punched cards. They mask each other's hole patterns. Put both cards in totem lathe. You carve another totem using the new combined hole pattern. Take it to the alchemeter. Oh man, looks like Rose made like 1,000,000 hammers for some reason. Get all this shit out of the way, you're about to make something sweet. You get the pogo hammer. You got the pogo hammer. John, practice with a new weapon. Boing, 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 boing. Show Pastor Log. What did you do? I combined the cards in the lathe thingy and made this. It is so sweet, man. Look at me go. I see. That was a really good idea, John. Nice work. Thanks. I got the idea from Harry Anderson. Who? You know the show Night Court? No. Well, the bottom line is, he's awesome. That's really all there is to say on the matter. John, attack the nearest imp to test Pogo Hammer's strength. Boing. You get a vicious rhythmic bouncing combo going and easily save the imp in one blow. You and the Pogo Ride are catapulted sky high in the process. Sweet catch. Mr. John. Hey, that was pretty, nice. Sweet catch? Save. Oh, yeah, that. This is pretty comfy. Why don't you just, like, carry the bed around with me on it? Up to the gate there. Up there. I can't interact with you directly or anything that you are touching if it will result in moving you. See? Oh, lame. The game probably regards that as a kind of cheating, in a way, thieving you of your free will as an adventurer, and the need to advance by your own skill and ingenuity. The server player is just a facilitator. Well, okay. All that scurrying around kind of wore me out. I think I'm going to rest here for a bit. Rose, can you keep the imps at bay? Like, drop some stuff on them when they sneak too close? No, you should pick up your hammer and defend yourself. What? Come on! I have no idea what the hell Dave is up to or if he's any closer to recovering the game. There's some stuff I'd like to try in case he doesn't come through. Oh, alright. I'm just gonna rest my eyes here for a second, though. John, sleep. Rose, check Alchemy Excursus. Looks like a sort of index documenting all the known results for punch card alchemy combinations. This could be a convenient resource as you start to stumble on more useful card combinations. But ever since John started punching cards, you've been contemplating other ways this item manufacturing system could be put to use. In particular, if you could obtain the code for any item at your disposal, you think you could theoretically send the code to John and he could make it himself. That is, if you can think of anything that would be worth sending to him. Rose, Capatulog Suburb Server CD. You eject the disk and Capatulog the server CD. Rose, message John the captcha code. Captcha code. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go back real quick. Let it actually do the slowdown. Facepalm times 2 combo. John, wake up. Oh yeah. I wish Flash wasn't dead, so you could see the website in all its glory. But oh well. Hey! Whoa, there you are! How's your adventure going, John? It's okay, I'm making some progress and Rose finally connected again, so she's helping me now. That's good! Oh, but, like, I don't think I'm actually saving the world here. I don't know what I'm really accomplishing, but I guess it's not that. Well, I think whatever it is, it must be pretty important. Don't lose hope, John. I think it will all turn out for the best if you stay positive. Just keep listening to your grandmother's advice. Yeah, you're probably right, but, I don't think I mentioned Nana to you, did I? Oh, I don't know, didn't you? I don't know. Maybe you talked to Rose or Dave about it or something. Yeah, maybe that was it. They're really weird when they talk to me about you, like, they're always trying to convince me you have some spooky powers, but I'm always like, no, she seems like a pretty regular girl to me. But then when I think back, maybe there are times when it seems like you knew some things. Like, maybe you know more about a thing than you're telling me? I don't know. Oh, well, John, I want to explain a lot of things to you, some things that I know. I'm just waiting. Waiting for what? Oh, John, I forgot. I was messaging you about that meteor that fell near my house. Oh yeah, whatever happened with that? Oh boy. Well, it turns out I was confused about it. Really confused. See, I guess I fell asleep for a while and lost track of time. That happens. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Maybe you should, like, wear an alarm clock or something. So, what was the deal with the meteor? Well, it's hard to explain, but I know what it is now, and now I know everything's going to be okay. So what is it? Or is this just another thing you're waiting to tell me? Oh gosh, John, I really want to tell you all this stuff, but I can't yet. I really think you're going to need to wake up first. Huh? Well, okay, not literally. Well, okay, maybe kinda literally. Ugh, stop being so confusing. Well, anyway, time for you to go, John. I think you have some company. Guard Gnostic ceased pestering ectobiologist. John, quickly grab the pogo hammer. You stick the pogo hammer back into your striped specipus and get ready to kill some more of these pesky little... Huh? What's that? Tentacle therapist cease pestering ectobiologist. Rose, why aren't you dropping something on that thing? Oh no. John, be the imp. You be the imp and quickly abscond the fuck out of there. This is what weaker adversaries do whenever things get too hot to handle, which is frequently. John, prepare for a boss battle. You stop being the imp because that was stupid and scurry over to your magic chest that you suddenly remembered was on the roof. There are some things in here that would be good to stock up on for a major battle, but it looks like someone has plundered your chest. This is outrageous. You are being ambushed! There isn't much room to maneuver on this sloping roof. Maybe you should consider making your way to higher ground. John, ascend to the highest point of the house. You go up here. John, look down. You peek over the edge. It already seems like a long way down to your yard, not even to speak of whatever's below. Hey, weren't your trick handcuffs dangling from that branch earlier? Damn it, why do imps gotta be making off with all your sweet gear? John, turn around. Crude ogre. You are confronted with a pair of enormous foes. This is it. You have no choice but to wage a fierce rooftop battle. This is totally going to happen now, and could in no way conceivably be interrupted by a sudden shift in our attention. It is go time. It's time to do the thing. We're doing it, man. We're making this happen. Dave, stop being the other guy. You stop being the other guy. You're not even sure what that meant anyway. Dave, ascend to the highest point of the building. Bro, roof now. Bring count. We're doing it, man. We're making this happen. Psych! You are now the wayward vagabond. Wayward vagabond. Got him already. Wayward vagabond. Examine rotten pumpkin. What pumpkin? Check the little red bar. It appears to be a gauge for a large power cell, perhaps fueled by some type of nuclear reaction. If this is the case, it is relatively low on fuel, but who knows how long it has been running here. You do not care about this sort of nonsense, and you will disregard it at once. You are very hungry. Capatulog can of gravy. Capatulog? You have no idea what that means. It is total nonsense, and you do not know what to make of it. You will not give the foolish notion a second thought. Pick up can of gravy. Just pick it up. You just pick it up. You are now holding the can of gravy. Use sharp teeth to poke a hole in the lid of the can. Your teeth are useless for the task. They are blunt like that of livestock, presumably suitable for mashing up plant matter and not for puncturing metal. Attempt to open can with your weak, pathetic digits. Your weak, pathetic digits are not strong enough to penetrate the can. Your fingers are certainly pointy enough, and your black carapace is suitably rigid, but you don't have the muscle for that task. Take the can labeled beans. Okay, you take that too. Examine can of custard. You can clearly read... The can clearly reads mustard, a fact of which you were perfectly well aware. It is sort of cumbersome holding all these cans at once. You doubt you can hold any more than this, maybe one or two. You'll need to find something to put stuff in if you want to carry a lot of things around. Examine marking on wrist. You drop all the cans and take a look at your wrist. It is a sort of specialized barcode pattern. This brings back unpleasant memories and you'd prefer not to dwell on it. Examine the small potted plant. What plant? Checkbook on human etiquette. Burp. It appears half the pages of this book have been eaten. The daunting volume is considerably lighter than it once was. This is the key. Sustenance, intermediary, consumption. You are somewhat skeptical about the nutritional value contained by these pages. However, of the practical wisdom they contain, there can be little doubt. You have learned so much. Clear out all the cans inside the purple machine. You empty the You empty the peculiar cabinet and take a quick inventory of your canned goods. You have beans, mustard, gravy, bread, shrimp, asparagus, cheese, rice, corn, peas, flour, chestnuts, mayo, ham, potatoes, and squash. Such bountiful plenty, and yet the delights taunt you from within their small metal prisons. Search room for a can opener. You've already looked all over the place for a can opener, even making a few electronic inquiries about one to no avail. Nothing else inside the purple thing either. Locate a nearby sharp object. You wield your trusty knife. It is actually you're not sure what they're called. It's an old rusted one of those red mailbox arm swingy flappy doodads, either for letting you know there's mail in the box or maybe for alerting the mailman to outgoing mail to be collected. You don't know, really. You've wrapped a little piece of cloth around it for grip. It is useless for opening cans. Be the imp. This means nothing to you. You are not an imp. You have no idea what an imp is, and you will not entertain such frivolous and childish ideas ever again. You feel stupid and hate yourself a little for even considering it. Become the mayor of Cantown. As the glorious founder and mayor of Cantown, you erect a dignified, majestic city hall out of cans and befittingly capped off with a tome of good manners for the roof. You've given yourself a very official and important-looking mayoral sash made from old cables to complete your look of authority. A number of rather civic-minded citizen cans gather in front of the building to offer adulation to their fair and magnanimous leader. All is well. Beep beep, parade. Vroom, mayor, corn. You immerse yourself in this beautiful dream as you whittle away the minutes, or perhaps hours. You love the idea of being mayor. You love everything about mayors, and the concept of orderly, civil democracy. It all seems so manly and reasonable to you. Everyone is friendly and happy, and the city runs like clockwork. The foundation of the government is based on mutual respect between the leader and its people. It is also built on having a really great mayor that everyone loves, who is totally amazing and heroic and brave. Mayors are so much better than kings. You hate kings, and think kings are really stupid. They are petty, bossy tyrants and are really full of themselves and are basically awful in every way. God, do you hate kings. Explore west of Cantown. Over here is the other side of the room. There is another one of those purple storage boxes, and some useless objects scattered on the floor. Use glowing green rock to open cans. You pick up the nugget of uranium and... Oh, that was stupid. Why would you do that? Beep. Or no, what's the word? Burp. Yes. Examine a box of crayons. It's chalk numbnuts. Inside the box there are 12 pieces of chalk in every color of the... 10 pieces of chalk in most colors of the rainbow. You are excited by this. Try to open the storage box. It's locked. There must be some sort of release mechanism for this thing. Examine contents of yellow container. The container is full of motor oil. This does not seem useful to you right now. Rescue that poor lightning bug. There is nothing you can do for this new little friend attempting to crush the amber encasing the firefly would likely cause it harm. It nevertheless bravely flashes on. You find its light alluring, inspiring. To you, it seems as if it could quite easily serve as the light of... democracy. Use the chalk to draw some roads. You sketch a handsome network of sprawling thoroughfares for your citizens to traverse. The adoring population applauds this mayor's keen instincts for city planning. You even add some lush vegetation to your city with a piece of blue chalk because you can't seem to find a more suitable color for some reason. Lay a chalk foundation for Cantown civic growth. You develop westward, settling those fertile plains and claiming them for your city. You section off a number of residential and commercial zones for civic growth, arranged in the only logical pattern that occurs to you. You color the residential zones with your piece of white chalk, but for some reason, none of the colors in the box strike you as suitable for the commercial zones. Perhaps there is an alternative. Use your OP for the commercial zones. You cannot urinate because you have not had anything to drink in quite some time. You are very thirsty. Also, that is a really terrible idea, and you would not consider befouling your wonderful city in that way for even a moment. Use motor oil to designate commercial zones. You fill each empty square with a bit of motor oil to complete the zoning. It looks rather striking to you. You can hardly imagine that an up-and-coming young can trying to make it in the world would not be delighted to live in your fair district. You are very careful not to get any of the unpleasant fluid on your person. Peel label from can of mayo and affix to sash. Survey surroundings in search of more terrain for city. It seems you've run out of territory for your western expansion, but there's still a lot of empty wall space. Perhaps your citizens would be happier with a colorful backdrop that would make them feel more at home. Using most of your imagination and an entire piece of sky blue chalk, you render a bright and cheerful sky full of clouds. You decide that
Very closely orbiting your city is a luminous planet, about which orbits a single moon. You switch to another shade of blue and continue rendering on the western wall. Orbiting much further from your city are 4 planets. None of these have satellites, you've decided. Yes, that makes sense, you think. And on the southern wall, beyond the impenetrable veil of darkness, occupying the furthest orbit yet, there is an ominous planet. A moon circles this one, too. Check that rampaging boy on the screen. Oh yeah, it's that guy. You had almost forgotten about him and his confusing shenanigans. It seems like he has things well in hand at the moment. He does not appear to need your help, and you have already concluded that he cannot help you, at least for the time being. Turn on the other 3 screens. You have no idea how to turn these on. There's no mouse for this weird quadra-monitored computer. It can only be operated through text commands from its keyboard. Perhaps there's a special key or command which will allow you to switch to another monitor? Press Tab. Consume several cans. You free the heavenly brown elixir from the jewels of pink carapace and imbibe like the wind. It is so sweet and sugary, you wonder how so much sugar can fit in one can. Whatever mighty wizard concocted this potion is truly deserving of your fear and respect. Welcome the rest into the city. The tabs are naturalized as loyal new citizens of Cantown. All cans are welcome and equal in your city, regardless of the contents and whether empty or full. It's not like emptying a can kills it or anything. They are just cans after all. Hit escape. Feeling refreshed and heavily caffeinated, you go back to work on the big computer. You hit escape, which seems to minimize the action window thingy, and reveals a history of all the commands you've entered. You use the arrow key to scroll up a bit. You can't believe how much you've already typed into this stupid contraption. What a waste of time. You scroll all the way up to your first command. It looks like there are more commands above it. Maybe someone was entering commands on this thing before you? There aren't many more. At the top of this list, there seems to be the very first command. Type switch to. You activate screen 2. The signal is garbled and you have no idea what you're looking at. Some sort of filthy beggar pleading for help. No one is around and nothing is happening. You seem to be locked out of any sort of interaction with whatever's happening on this monitor. Type switch 3. It's just another one of those rapscallions. This monitor is locked too, and you can't tell him what to do. Not that you really want to, since it just looks like more confusing nonsense to you. You consider switching to screen 4, but decide against it. You have a feeling that whatever's there would just confuse you even more, and you don't even really care all that much anyway. Type home. All 4 screens activate. Together they display a countdown, starting at 4 hours and 13 minutes. Type reboot. You can't! Nothing is working anymore. The timer seems to have disabled the keyboard. Be the mayor. Artichokes. Zoo. Hat. Pickles. Bamboo shoots. Radishes. Seaweed. Light. Enough of this nonsense. You are an important mayor, and this absurd contraption has wasted enough of your time. You've got a city to govern with a carapaced fist, which is to say, firm, yet polished, and supple as the situation demands. Anyway, this will help you kill some time while you wait for that clock to count down. Create employment opportunities for the citizen cans. You temporarily dismantle the city hall to free up all the can power available to create a vigilant town militia. You divide them up into 2 groups, marking them with distinct teams and ranks using a piece of white chalk and the motor oil. You then organize them into a phalanx across the countryside, preparing for a stiff training regimen. When you are through with them, your forces will be a well-oiled machine. Chalk another one up to bold leadership. Lead your men to victory. You waste more than 4 hours on this tomfoolery. Checkmate. Mourn the loss of Citizen Tab. Your caffeinated jittering must have agitated all the little bubbles curiously hidden in the liquid, creating too much pressure in the can. You speculate this is why it exploded as you nervously eye the timer. You're starting to wonder what will happen when it reaches 0. Maybe it would be best to not be near it when this happens. Minutes in the future. Though perhaps not as few as implied by the circumstance. A peregrine mendicant, Trundle's precious cargo beneath the gleam of the celestially ominous. Go outside and get some sun. You say a bittersweet goodbye to your beloved city. It is time to move on to greener pastures, by which of course you mean an arid, sandy wasteland upon which nothing green has grown in years. The door shuts behind you. A panel on the door becomes illuminated. As you ponder over the marks on the panel, you hear another mechanical sound overhead. The LCD panel appears to have a touchscreen interface.
Oh, it's totally fine. Usually, my chats are not very busy.
Curiously prod the funny-looking spirograph. It appears the funny-looking spirograph room is locked. The floor rotates a full 360 degrees beneath you, while the surrounding wall seems to stay put. Select the trianguli fractal. The trianguli fractal room does not appear to be locked. The floor turns 120 degrees, and the door opens. You go through the door to find another room. It's the same size as the other one you just wasted all that time in, while the clock was ticking down to something which may or may not be your doom. Maybe there's something in here that will help you escape. Against the wall, there is another perplexing contraption. Against the opposite wall is some sort of control panel which catches your eye. It has 2 large screens, but only one appears to be active. There are fields for numbers which appear to be modifiable, with the dials to the right. Some numbers are already supplied by default, perhaps entered by the previous user. There are a few buttons below, the largest one bearing the symbol marking this room. Also, it looks like there is a meter stick propped up there for some reason. Attach your trusty knife to the meter stick. You immediately craft a measuring spear, through possibly the most advanced form of alchemy employed thus far. This is obviously the most important thing to do first. Obviously. Or it would obviously be the most important thing to do if you had remembered to bring your trusty knife. You feel so insecure without your trusty knife, it makes you want to slit your wrists, or at the very least, flog your carapace with some sort of measuring apparatus. Look at the other wall. You examine the perplexing contraption across the room. You of course have no idea what it could possibly do. You adopt the only obvious course of action, which is to poke and prod it with your handy ruler. You're quite certain this is what science is all about. Press the triangle pattern. You go back to the control pattern. You go back to the control panel, which obviously controls that gizmo, and you push the big blue button, which is probably the most obvious thing to push. You purify a pumpkin. Examine pumpkin. It seems the mysterious gourd was transported, purified, from a specific time and location somewhere on this planet you were on. You wonder if this machine, a purifier, will take any object that exists at whatever time and location you specify. There's a symbol carved on the pumpkin. You don't know what it means, and you doubt it will ever prove to be relevant in any way. Devour pumpkin. Nibble, nibble. You consider dining on the ripe flesh of the plump vegetable, but your curiosity about the purifier gets the better of you. You try to sneak a nibble from the pumpkin nonetheless. Inspect green buttons. You first examine the attractive green buttons. The icon for the one on the left is the house shape you've seen plenty of times before. The right one, on closer inspection, appears to be a map. The right one, on closer inspection, appears to be the map for this underground facility, with an X marking its center. Press green button on right. You push the button. All of the numbers change. Perhaps these are the coordinates for this location of the center of this facility, along with the locational date and time. If this is the case, it would make a useful reference point for your current bearings. Fiddle with the dials. One way to find out would be to attempt to purify something from this facility. It would be easy to zero in on a location relative to the center because you have an uncanny knack for tracking precise distances you have already traversed in whatever units you choose. Your handy ruler gives you a good clue as to the basic unit of human measurement. You will go with that. Purify, your trusty knife. You nudge the coordinates very slightly and bump up the elevation by 0.5 human measurement units. You make sure to keep the time approximately what it was to begin with. You purify your trusty knife. A purify can town. You nudge the numbers a bit more and purify a bunch of cans. This is so much more efficient than walking back to the other room to get them. You are to believe that time is at a premium after all. Disapurify the pumpkin. Dum 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 dum. Does this machine look like a depurifier to you? Honestly, the idea that a purifier would both purify and depurify things is so laughably ridiculous you would wish someone would depurify your brain and repurify it with a brain that is more smart and less dumb. Use trusty knife to carve spook scheme in pumpkin. Schema. What the hell are you talking about? That idea makes no sense at all, and is basically meaningless. Try using that mushy stuff in your gourd next time. Instead, you just carve off the top, exposing a decent cache of gorgeous seed-laden ambrosia. Needless to say, you consume all of it rather quickly, but it turns out to be too gross for us to watch. Move spirograph switch. You cannot move it. It has a spirograph-shaped indentation, and possibly will require a special kind of key to turn it. A purify firefly out of the amber. You release your blinky new friend. You will give her a name when something suitably whimsical occurs to you. Adjust time dial to purify rotten pumpkin. The past. You and Serenity consider new ways to waste more time with the purifier. You are assuming she is a girl firefly, even though you are not really sure that fireflies can even be girls. You target the extremely tasty rotten pumpkin that was sitting in the other room hours ago. It seems the purifier cannot purify something if it will create a time paradox. A gelatinous ghost pumpkin purifies and quickly dissolves into a pile of unappetizing sludge. Purify the grate over the entrance to the facility. Serenity blinks a message of urgency. You nearly forgot that while trapped in amber, she was witness to all the tomfoolery and dilly-dallying in the other room, and knows the timer is about to expire. It is time to get the show on the road and escape. You reset the coordinates with the right green button again, and this time only adjust the elevation by approximately 10 human units. Hasten to the exit, post-haste. Psych? Oh wait. Unpsych. You attempt the rare and highly dangerous 5 times cliffhanger combo and fail. We are doing it, man. We are making this happen. Ascend. A continent westward. And years in the past, but not many. An ocean westward, and years in the past, but not many. out of water. I will get water in just a moment when I finish this. In fact, I'll probably take a break after this is over. End of Act 2. That's a good spot to stop. Alright, so I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and play another 3 minutes of ads while I go drink some water. I think I might also warm myself up some food, because all I've had today is a banana. And some food probably sounds good. I've been streaming for like 4 hours? Dang. That's the longest I've streamed, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna get some water. I suggest that you all get some water, get some food, stretch your legs, take your meds, whatever you need, and I will see you again in 3 minutes. Alright? Did that finish? I'm really bad at telling time. There's no music on this page here. I'll play this. So you have something to listen to. I'm currently heating up food. I should probably make sure it doesn't burn. Sorry, I had some baked beans for dinner yesterday, and I'm currently warming up the pot again to finish them off. But, hydration. Plenty of hydration. Let's see. I really need to eat food because, yeah, it's 4 already. Almost 4. 4 to 4. And then, yeah, I've just eaten a banana. How lengthy is the next part? I really want to make sure the beans don't burn, so then I'm gonna be a little sad. Dear John, Colonel Sasko's daunting text of magical frivolity and practical japery. The Colonel amuses men marginally less soused than he on a sweltering Mississippi evening. In true Sassacre form, he puts his astonishing juleps intake to use with a textbook execution of Butterfinger's Solitaire. Oh, I still have music playing, don't I? It's quite loud compared to me. There we go. I'm gonna go stir my beans. I'll be right back. Excuse me, baby. Thank you. Alright, here's an entire pot of beans. Because who needs a bowl when it's already in a pot? Am I right? Alright, let me finish this page. Do they have a summary of this? Oh, okay, this is that. Okay. Dear John, you are no doubt reading this as a handsome and strapping young man. Why, the man Grit needed to lift the book is itself a sign of your maturity, not even to speak of the wisdom needed to grasp the nuance of Sassacre's time-tested mischief. I am so proud of you, grandson. How I wish I could have delivered this heirloom to you in the flesh, but I'm afraid it wasn't in the cards. For you see, John, like you, this book must yet take a journey. Its journey will end on the final day of my life, and even then will continue some. Though I suppose that will be up to your father. Perhaps he will discuss it with you one day when he and you are ready. But it is your journey I am writing about to wish you luck. There will come a day when you will be thrust into another world, and once you arrive, that is only the beginning. You will soon delve even deeper into a realm of warring royalty in a timeless expanse, a realm of agents and exiles and consorts and colonel sprites, of toiling underlings and slumbering denizens, a realm where 4 will gather, the heir of breath, the seer of light, the knight of time and the witch of space, and together they will ascend. John, if only you knew how important you were. I regret my passing came so early in your life, and yet I feel in my heart we have already met. But what I know for sure is that we will meet again. Until then, John, I do hope your father keeps you well fed. Nana. With love, Nana. P.S. Woo-hoo-hoo! Act 3. We're meeting my girl! Alright. Sorry. I'm going to take a couple bites now. Please look at this silly girl as she naps. So how is everyone today on this fabulous 4/13? Oh wait. You can get a real good look of me eating.
That's terrible. Look at her instead, don't look at me. I'm sorry you're sick. Have some herbal tea, chicken noodle soup, spicy food. I like your username. What did I go by? Oh gosh, I can hardly remember. Oh, I can't really remember. I thought I wrote it down somewhere, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm just a dumb. Perhaps. It's probably written in a Google Doc somewhere. Here it is. I had two. I simplified one to Light Chaser, and then before I had Lethargic Captive, I think. Lethargic Captive was the one I used. Because I'm tired all the time. There really is no difference between me and Jade here. Wait, if I... this way? Me and Jade here. I hope you feel better soon. Almost done. I'm sorry for the 5-minute food break. I'm very hungry. I am. Focus. Okay. I will just be, I don't know, like on Twitter, and I'll look at someone's username, and I'll look at their art style, and I'll be like, you were a Homestuck. It's my superpower. My superpower is being like, this person's a Homestuck. The person who made this game, they were a Homestuck. And I'm always right. I use the word in the past tense because a lot of people have moved on from it, but still held on to little habits. I still love Homestuck. I never was in to the bad part of the fandom, you know? I never had that bad interaction, so I only have fond memories. They do, they just have vibes. They just moved on to Gravity Falls, Voltron, Steven Universe. What's that one? Something in the power of something.
Star versus the Forces of Evil. I don't know that one very well. I don't know what modern things people are into because I stopped using Tumblr. So I wouldn't know. I was there. Oops, I'll just throw this right in the pot and regret it later. Oh gosh, when did I join? I joined during one of the second pause, I think. It was like Act 6, Act 2, I want to say, about then was when I joined, because people were memeing the fuck out of an update, and I was like, what is this? And then I started reading Homestuck, and I'm like, this has nothing to do with what I saw. But yeah. It sure is like a crazy thing. And I want to do a reread of it because I haven't ever finished a second read through of it after I read it the first time. I haven't read the epilogues because no. Happy Homestuck Day. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna move this. Well, I can keep this pot in front of me, I guess. No, it's distracting. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna go put this back in the kitchen. And then we can start reading some more. With the epilogues. Act 5. Yeah. I've been trying to get my partner to read it with me. But I don't think got past we got to the Midnight Crew section, the intermission, which I think is after Act 3. I don't know if we progressed farther than that, though. I don't think we really got into the trolls. We got into meeting them, but not, like, their section. Yeah. For the epilogues, I did start reading when, like, they first came out, but this was before it was updated with the first, like, choice of what, like, meat or candy. And so then I saw all these memes, and I was like, I don't want to know what's going on. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with that. But yeah, let's continue. Act 3. A silly girl naps by her flowers. It is quite likely that she tired herself out with a variety of silly antics, as silly girls are often known to do. She may have a silly name too, or maybe not. It is hard to say for sure without asking her, but since she's slumbering peacefully, it would be a shame to wake her up. Excuse me. You might as well just give her a name right now. Enter name. Farm Stink Buttless. I guess her name is Farm Stink. Wake up. You try to roust Farm Stink from her slumber, but she is really down for the count. It looks like she's holding some sort of note. Retrieve arms from... They're right there, in plain sight. Look, they're flashing red. Drop pumpkin on Farm Stink. What pumpkin? I see no pumpkin. And frankly, it is hard to imagine there ever was a pumpkin, in plain sight or otherwise. Anyway, that would be a really terrible thing to do to poor, sweet Farm Stink. Read note. Farm Stink? That is incredibly silly and a little bit rude. My name is... Try again. Jade Harley. Ding. Examine room. Your name is Jade. You have just woken from a restful nap, and as usual, you have no recollection of having fallen asleep. You have quite a number of interests, so many in fact that you have trouble keeping track of them all, even with an assortment of colorful reminders on your fingers to help you sort everything out in your mind. Nevertheless, when you spend time in your garden atrium, the only thing on your mind is your deep passion for horticulture. What will you do? Yeah, I mean, the epilogues were fan made as well, weren't they? Like he hired a bunch of fandom writers to uh create them, I believe. Jade, play a silly flute refrain. Oh. This is one of the ones that's broken, right? That doesn't do anything. Yeah. I don't want to open up the archives though, so we're gonna just breeze on through. Wow, you really suck at this thing. Sorry, it reminded me is one of the things I had first like bits of fandom content I think I had made for Homestuck was I got a shirt and I took my flute out and I just played like hot cross buttons. I just made a little video and I posted it on Tumblr and that was it. And like no one saw it. And it was funny. Honestly, I don't super know the plot of the epilogues. Anyone could tell me literally anything happened, I'd be like, yeah, I could see that potentially being true. Sure. Homestuck's wild. Wow, you really suck at this thing. Maybe you should try playing an instrument you actually know how to play instead, like the one in your bedroom. Honestly, you have no idea where this flute even came from. Things seem to appear and disappear around here all the time, especially to your unending chagrin, any sort of large orange gourd that may be lying around. You consider throwing the flute down in disgust. Capture log flute. On second thought, it was a perfectly nice flute, and there is no reason to take your frustration out on it. You just need some practice. But before you capture log the flute, you will need to set your fetch modus first. Set modus. Oh yeah, feel free to... Oh, as long as people in chat are okay with spoilers. If anyone would like to sound off if they are not, if you want to wait a minute, I'm perfectly fine because I know I'm not going to read it, and if I do read it, wouldn't care much for spoilers, I guess. Roll over, but does it actually work? No, this one doesn't work either. You have a wide variety of fetch modi to choose from. You were really excited when your grandpa bought this modus set for Christmas. He is a total badass, even if a little strict. You typically opt for the memory modus when it comes to matters of day-to-day practicality. Memory, Monopoly, Operation, Pictionary, Guess Who, Boggle, Connect 4, Ouija, Clue, Battleship, Yahtzee, and Jenga. You set your modus to memory and capture log the flute. You allot 9 cards to the modus from your deck, and since that will be more than enough for your needs at the moment, the modus grabs 9 more cards for matching purposes. The flute is split up on 2 blank cards and mixed randomly into the grid. To retrieve the item, you must first pick one card, then pick its matching card. For the typical Silodexer, this modus presents a frustrating guessing game and a lot of wasted time mismatching, but you like it because you seem to have a knack for always guessing right on the first try. Squeal like a piglet and fertilize some plants. It is an awfully silly idea and is basically a waste of everyone's time. You will predictably disregard this thought and focus on more sensible objectives at once. All the gifts seem to be running really slow, you know? Oh my god, this is so much fun! You capture log the bag of fertilizer. Consult colorful reminders. You tend to have a lot of things on your mind at once, and you can be a little forgetful, so you keep a variety of colored strings on your fingers as reminders. Each one means there's something different to remember at a certain time. In fact, looking at your index finger reminds you there is something important to remember now. It is your friend John's birthday. The green string reminds you that John's birthday package will arrive today. The blue string also reminds you that John's birthday package will arrive today, though in a way that means something slightly different. You are further reminded that you have something to do outside your house soon, but you should stop by your room first for supplies, and most importantly to see if John is online and wish him a happy birthday. Capture log the pumpkin growing next to you. Hey baby girl. You snap up that pumpkin, which seems suitably ripe for the taking. Hopefully the safety of your Siledex will prevent it from being spirited away like so many of its ephemeral predecessors. Exit this room. Her place is just so pretty and colorful, you know? You make your way to the middle of the garden atrium, where a stairwell joins the 4 atrium wings. Upstairs is your grandfather's laboratory, as well as your bedroom. Capture log something. Your memory modus is hardly any fun without much stuff on it, so you decide to stock up on fresh produce to fill out some more cards. You pick a juicy red crab apple. You go pick some nice-looking key lime. Then a delicious mandarin orange. These are your favorite. Those are your favorite. And finally, a ripe yellow Eureka lemon. Modus fun aside, you feel it is impossible to have too many fresh fruits and vegetables on hand. Go upstairs to bedroom. You almost never use the stairs. You transportalize upstairs. Just above is your room. Ascend. You enter the bedroom. You enter your bedroom. On this side of the room, you are immediately confronted with numerous artifacts highlighting your various interests. You are an avid follower of cartoon shows of considerable nostalgic appeal. You have a profound zeal for marvelous and fantastical fauna of an anthropomorphological persuasion. Anthropomorphological persuasion. Furries! You have an uncanny knack for nuclear physics, and not infrequently can be found dabbling in rather advanced gadgetry. You enjoy sporadic fits of narcolepsy, your love of gardening transcends the glass confines of your atrium, and you are at times prone to patterns of precognitive prognostication. You consider very briefly the question, what will you do? But you quickly realize this is only one half of your room, and is therefore host only half of your interest to choose from. Explore the other half of your room. Over here, there are yet more articles of your aforementioned interests, and then some. Additional telltale signs of your enthusiasm for nostalgic televisions mingle with your assortment of game-hunting firearms. You are a skilled markswoman, though your crosshairs would never settle on an innocent creature. Anthropomorphically persuaded or otherwise. Your work table is littered with equipment to facilitate your tinkering. For you, experimentation is not a particularly exact science, and you lean heavily on sharp intuition for consistently and eerily optimal results. Nevertheless, you have still not been able to get that broad, flat gizmo there to work, which is a design you have borrowed from one of your grandpa's more mysterious inventions. You are a great admirer of his, and you are not alone. Your grandfather is a world-renowned explorer, naturalist, treasure hunter, archaeologist, scientist, adventurer, big game hunter, billionaire extraordinaire. He has taught you everything you know. But in spite of all his lessons, it is still difficult to escape his stern lectures when you are on the way out of the house. When you are on the way out of the house to run your errands. He spends most of his time in the grand foyer, stewing in his own intensity and charisma. And today will likely be no exception. Among the errands you have planned is to venture out to find your pet and best friend named Bequerel. This animal must be fed, and he will not be happy if he is not. And if he is not happy, then you will not be happy. But first, you really should dig out your computer and say hi to John. Now, what will you do? Quickly retrieve firearms from all. You equip your trusty hunting rifle. There would be hell to pay if Granddad caught you leaving the house without it. Wonder why the design on your shirt changed. There isn't much to wonder, really. You left the wardrobifier on its randomization setting. You may contemplate which shirt design you favor the most and commit to that setting in the near future. Capture log near Swiddlestall and hug it. Just before you can grab one, the powerful electromagnets concealed in their underbellies become activated, and two of them get all tangled up with each other playfully. You capture log the Tangle Buddies. Lose interest in fauna and never speak of it again. Epilogues have separated 2 timelines. Candy timeline, which follows John, and Meat, which follows others. They differ from each other and they end in one thing. Unlock something known as the ultimate self. Huh. Real anime plots, huh? Oh, but you could never do that. What marvelous creatures they are. What a daring dream to combine the finest qualities of humanity with the elegance and nobility of the animal kingdom. How you wish you could know their world. To hear one night those muted paw pads traipse up your stairs, a low but friendly growl unsettles your slumber, and, as the soper seeps from your eyes, they detect a sharp pair of ears cutting the moonlight. A mysterious woven tongue invites. Wouldn't those ears suit you? Would not this proud long snout assist you in the hunt? No need to answer. Words slough from the busy mind like a useless dead membrane as a more visceral sapience takes over. Something simpler is in charge now, a force untouched by the concerns and burdens of the upright, that farcical yoke the bipedal toe. It now drives you through the midnight brush, your paws whisking through the creepers, unearthing with each bold stomp bright odors demanding investigation. But not for long, as you and your new friend must claim the night with piercing howls moonward. You eat a weird bug and don't even care. Pick up your toys. Interesting. Speaking of which, you pick up and admire one of your manthro chaps. They are wonderful friends and are always cheerful and pleasant fellows. Why, dear Mr. Coxcomb, how ever will you be received at the barnyard gala without the trappings of a proper gentleman? Each manthro chap comes with a number of accessories, including articles of formal attire, a vaccination kit, and a dishwater-safe slop trough. Organize all your dolls. You gather all your dolls into a rather cozy-looking pile. Change wardrobifier setting. You deactivate the wardrobifier's randomization mode and set it to cycle through these 3 shirt designs. The decision was tough, but you think you came to the best possible conclusion. Look out the window. It is another beautiful day in your neighborhood. It is peaceful and quiet as usual. A rather imposing volcano looms over your house, which has been inactive for centuries. Though dormant on the surface, the volcanic activity deep underground provides your house with a source of geothermal power. You are not sure why your grandfather decided to draw from this source of energy when he had the unlimited power of the atom at his disposal, but it has been this way for as long as you can remember. You have chalked it up to your family's long-standing propensity for eclectic fursuits. Wait, you mean pursuits. Jade, retrieve fursuit for a majestic chest. What is this nonsense about fursuits? You do not own a fursuit. You do not own a fursuit. You think anthropomorphic fauna are really cute and enchanting and all, but it has never occurred to you to dress as one. Sure, it is fun to imagine what it would be like to run with a wild pack of wolves or purr and frolic with a litter of kittens, but dressing up as an animal just seems ridiculous. It would still just be a silly girl draped in raggedy synthetic tufty pieces of crap, and seriously, who are you trying to kid with that sort of baloney? Anyway, it is not a magic chest, it is your gadget chest, which you have adapted for storing a number of useful gizmos. It was once your oracle trunk, a gift from your grandfather, of course, and still contains many silly fortune-telling knickknacks, all of which are completely bogus. Open chest. Here, I'm going to tilt this up a little bit. I'm going to move forward, tilt it up. I don't know if that's going to change this a lot. Who knows? Who cares? Among the fortune-telling knickknacks are these items: a crystal ball, plus compulsory velvet pillow, a tarot deck, a magic 8-ball, a magic cue ball, and one of your favorite books of all time, Problem Sooth. Among the useful gizmos are, of course, your computer, which you keep inside a fun lunchbox for easy transport, a couple of gizmos you keep handy so you don't always have to make the long trip to the kitchen. And a couple of gizmos you keep it handy so you don't always have to make the long trip to the kitchen. There is a cookalizer for preparing delicious meals, and a refrigerator, a name which clearly is a wacky variation on the much more common household item, the refrigerificator. Examine Magic 8-Ball and Magic Cue Ball. That's fun. Then I hope others in chat take advantage of that. These things are stupid and useless. When the Magic 8-Ball isn't being frustratingly ambiguous, its forecast is always wrong. You've tested it numerous times with certain facts you know to be true. This is its reply when you ask if it's your friend John's birthday today. See? Stupid. You guess maybe it could be used as a reverse prediction device and you can always trust the opposite of what it says, but that seems dumb to you. And anyway, the thing gives you a bad vibe. You might consider smashing it, but you are a little superstitious about whatever ominous consequences that may have, even if the occult talisman in question is a cheap piece of garbage. The magic cue ball, on the other hand, is said to make predictions with alarming precision and specificity. Unfortunately, it lacks a porthole on its surface that allows you to view the prediction. You have both these pieces of junk back in the box. Capture log refrigerator. Go. Talk to the gaster. Oh gosh. You take the refrigerator. You might as well grab the cookalizer too. No portable kitchen is complete without it. You take your lunch top too, because obviously you're going to be using that pretty soon. Whoops, there goes your flute. But who cares? Feed your friend. Before you go out to feed Beck, you will need to prepare a meal for him. You clear some space on your work table so you can set up your refrigerator and cookalizer. Just for fun, Jade allows you to take a stab at matching the cards to use the gizmos. It doesn't present much of a challenge for her, so she figures she might as well step aside while providing a few generous hits. No. Warmer. Cooler. Cold. Warmer. Yes, no, cold. Ice cold. Warmer. You have selected the key lime. Way to go. Hot. Wait. No, cold. Really cold. Frozen fucking tundra. Take another crack at this. Congratulations, you advanced your matching skill to a new level. Yukon Hero. Legacy of the Frostbite Amputee. Jade is beginning to regret breaking the fourth wall for this ill-advised escapade. Okay, one more time. If it were known in advance how terrible you were going to be at this matching game, the author may have given second thought to preparing this cool interactive Flash application. Look at all those fruits on the loose. Good luck trying to settle them down. You just deploy the gadget yourself. Stick fruits in the refrigerator to keep them fresh. These fruits are unlikely to become less impudent anytime soon, regardless of where they are stored, but you stick them in anyway. You take a look at the refrigerator's rotary interface. You wonder what he is in the mood for today. Press the steak button. Oh, well, it's a rotary dial, so there are no buttons to press, but whatever. That doesn't really matter. You dial up a thick T-bone steak, which you are sure Bequerel is in the mood for because he is in the mood for steak every day and is never in the mood for anything else. But he does like his steak well cooked. Thank you for the follow. Lightly irradiate steak. He does prefer steak rare after all, but you will not dignify the thought of turning the knob much further because you are not stupid. You capture log the irradiated steak and save it for your trip outside. You probably shouldn't waste much more time. You wouldn't want all of those nice, depleted steak isotopes to settle down. Examine the atomic base by your bed. Base. You wouldn't exactly call it an atomic base. It is heavily customized to accommodate a high level of musical virtuosity, the perfect instrument for the eclectically spirited. You've tuned the strings way down, of course, because your stumpy arms can't reach the low notes. Oof, I might have to get more coffee. You switch your eclectic bass. You switch your eclectic bass to its advanced setting, but you probably switch it back since obviously it's too complicated to play in person like this. The default setting is your preferred mode for casual jamming, and since you can't possibly waste enough time playing music, casual jam is exactly what you're going to do. Casually jam is exactly what you're going to do. Jade, play a hauntingly relaxing bass line. Not yet, Caster. Does it just fall all the way down? I think that might be the end of it, yeah. Catch a log base. You take the portable amp from the wall socket, too. Open lunchtop. You'd like to make yourself comfy in your plushie pile before getting down to business with your computer. Get down to business. Does this used to have music? Activate Pesterchum. Hey look, John is online. Hooray! Also looks like Dave pestered you about something yesterday, but you missed it. Pester John. You greet John, but he does not respond. He is undoubtedly gallivanting around his house in a state of barely restrained birthday mirth. He may also be retrieving the 2 packages and 2 envelopes which you are certain came in the mail for him earlier. You will wait a little while and see if he returns before you head out. See if Dave left you a sweet new wrap. It does not appear so, but you just never know with that crazy and cool guy. So cool. Turn Tech Godhead began pestering Garden Gnostic. Hey, oh, you're asleep again, aren't you? Or do you even know if you are? I still don't know how that works. It's like nothing means anything. It's so cool getting hella chunked by your coquettish damn riddles all the time. I don't know why I believe anything you say. I'm like the Grand Marshal of gross chumpage, waving around my chump ductor baton. Assistant Director of Chumpography. Celebrated author Ernest Chumpingway. Wait, weak. Chumple Stiltskin. Chumple dipshit. Yeah. You're asleep? Yes, no? Age, sex, location? S is species? Baboon? Kangaroo rat? If kangaroo rat, give twice, please. Okay, well, you're not saying anything, so I guess whether you're non-awake or unasleep or whatever, you're just not around and I'm wasting good material. Even worse, I'm wasting a killer persona here. Like, I don't know, like a wide-open V-shaped leotard and a fuck-ton of body paint. Some, like, sinewy, back-arching Cirque du Soleil-looking motherfucker. Always low to the ground, getting a good prowl on. Like I dropped my keys in the dark. Nimbless son of a bitch who had the gumption to glue a nasty pair of latex cat lips to his face. For a reason that wasn't a joke. Jade, hey, where are you? Seriously, I'm sitting here tonight with a fucking bag of kibble jacked open on my lap, primed for a goddamn bear, and you're gone. By the way, my name is Aquit Permusk. Hardest buttock in the jungle. Tempered steel. Hey, yeah, I just wanted to give you this remix I finished here. Turn Tech Godhead sent Gardenostic file exploreremix.mp3. So yeah, you don't have to respond to any of that, by the way. I'll probably forget half that shit I said anyway. Talk to you tomorrow. Open fresh jams. Oh, this one doesn't work either. You open Fresh Jams media player and add Dave's remix to the playlist. Here, wait, actually, I can play it over here. Because I have the Homestuck albums open. Let's see, we're looking at the Showtime remix. Where's it at? Where's it at? These aren't real glasses. I don't know why I'm trying to see through them as if they were. Is it not here? I see the agree. Oh wait, here it is. It's not the best. Here's the Aggrieve remix, which is next on the list. Anyways, let's skip to the Explorer. an echidna, go to mspaintadventures.com. MS Paint Adventures. GT, boggle vacantly at the shenanigans. It begins to dawn on you that everything you just did may have been a colossal waste of time. End intermission. You open your web browser and visit MSPA. You navigate to a random page in the middle of the latest epic. Looks like he was just finishing up some sort of weird tangential intermission here. Whatever it was, it clearly advanced the plot in no relevant way whatsoever. End intermission.
That might be loud. Is it loud? Let me know if it's too loud. It seems pretty loud. I'll pause it now.
Midnight Crew, Act 1031.
Diamond Stroog.
Club's Deuce. Hearts Boxcars. Spade Slick. The Felt.
Does it not introduce all of them? I guess it doesn't. I think it introduces them when they come up in the events.
Midnight Crew.
That's it, right? Yeah. I got chickens in high school, and I named two of them. One I named Carcat, and one of them I named Nipida. Because there was like 8, and so each of my siblings got a name, like 2 of them, and so I named my 2 Carcat and Nipida.
You've killed a little time, but still no sign of John. Pester Dave. Guard Gnostic began pestering Turntech Godhead. Hi, Dave. Hey's up. Not much sup with you, bro.
I think we've already read this one.
Yep. Strife.
When going over them? Yeah. No music? Here, wait, we can fix this. Music's gonna play one way or another. What type of strife plays for this one? I'm just gonna play the normal strife, I guess. Right? It's a beat down. Wait, beat down. Stride style. That's it. Oh, it is playing. Hey, I played it basically when it does start then. I'm a goddamn genius. I know this cover so well. I was like, why is it doubling? That's weird.
Rose is online. Pester Rose.
There we go.
I require a font of frighteningly accurate yet infuriatingly non-specific information. Do you know where I can find a wellspring of this sort? Yes, okay, but we can't talk for long. You have plans? Well, yes, I do, but it's just that you will lose your internet connection soon, and we won't talk again for a pretty long time. Not until you enter. Enter? Yeah! This is what I was talking about. This was the itch that needed scratching. My avarice for the inscrutable. It is limitless. Well, what did you want to know? You've been insisting today was the big day. We would all play a game and you didn't know the name of. A game you said I'd get in the mail and did. One that would help me answer some questions, but Strider is being obtuse. I can't catch John at his computer, and you don't have the game yourself, and on top of all that, my internet is unstable. So, are you sure today is the day? There sure are a lot of challenges, but yes, I'm sure. Dave is cool. You know he will come around when the time is right. He just has a lot of work to do first. And so do you. You need to keep searching for a stable signal and power source. It'll be hard, but don't give up. And don't worry about me either. Focus on playing with John first. It all starts with you two. Is there nothing else you can say to prepare me for this? I'm sure you think little of blithely upsetting dark forces with Grandpa Moreau over there on Helmer Island, but honestly, I've only read a few books on it. Dark? That's ridiculous. I don't really know what to tell you other than it's not going to be what you think it is. And most importantly, you will have your questions answered, but they'll be the ones you haven't thought to ask yet. Just be patient and be brave. You'll see. It'll be fun. Uh-oh, looks like you've got to go. Take care, Rose. Physical therapist ceased pestering Gardenostic. Jade, be the other girl. You are now the other girl several hours in the future. It appears a secret passage in the mausoleum has been opened. It is getting awfully toasty in here. You gather up your belongings, including your dead cat. Descend. Stopping the other girl and pester John again. You've spent enough time for now concerning yourself with the future of your friends. John will not be available until later. By then, he will have his hands full, as will you. You pack up your lunch top and get ready to take care of some business downstairs. Descend. Try as you might, you can't stop your mind from drifting to the fate of your friends. You dwell on a particular configuration of reminders on your finger. Alright. Also in the future. But years, not hours. Under bare white branches, a century wakens. Nom 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 nom. Z01. 001. Some stuff about capture codes and punch card alchemy. Is anyone actually reading any of this, or are they all dead? I don't know if anyone besides us is even alive and playing the game, or if anyone even really cares what we have to say. Rose said I should add some stuff to this fact if anything occurred to me, so I guess I'm doing that. I figure at the very least it will be a good reference for just us to use, but Dave probably won't read any of this because he's sort of this whopping stupid horse butt. Whatever. I finally figured out what those weird codes on the back of capture log cards are for. Well, maybe not what they're always for, but a way that Spurb has exploited them for an in-game purpose. Every captured item stamps the card with a unique code, and a gizmo in Spurb called the Punch Designix will punch a unique pattern of holes in a card which is derived from that code. The punch card can then be used with other gizmos to duplicate the item and or combine it with another item. I got to thinking about this, and with my amazing hacker skills, I noticed a trend. The whole pattern is based on a fairly simple cipher, converting the captcha code to a binary, and the binary pattern is punched where 1 is a punched hole and 0 is an unpunched slot. So, here's the table just to be clear. There are a couple oddball characters, exclamation point and question mark at the end to bring it up to 63. 0 through 63 equals 64 total, i.e. 6 bits, because the binary representation of the captcha code characters are 6 bits each, which have a range of 0 to 63. So, for instance, the captcha code for the hammer is, look up the index for N first, which is 49. The binary 49 is 110001. Keep doing that for all the characters, and you get, okay, that's the pattern that we punch on the card, but the bits are arranged top to bottom, left to right, in 4 columns like this. Or on a punched card like this. Wow, okay, that pretty much looks like shit, but you get the idea. So to combine the 2 items, you just overlap 2 punch cards, only the place where both cards have a hole will show through. So it's sort of like a bitwise and operation on both cards. The new pattern gives you the code for the new item. For instance, combining the code for hammer and pogo ride gives a new code with less holes, obviously, which translates to that hole pattern went on to make the pogo hammer, which is so rad you have no idea. I've also wondered if you can combine items in other ways, like bitwise, or that means combining the cards to get more holes, not less. I.e., the new pattern has a hole for every hole on either card. This pattern can be accomplished by double punching a card, like 2 codes, 1 card. I've got to try that sometime. But there are some mysterious things about all this. First of all, with all the hole slots, there are 48 bits total, which means there are almost 300 trillion possible codes, and 300 trillion sounds huge. But when you consider it is supposed to count for all conceivable items, including all the wacky combination stuff, it suddenly doesn't seem that big. This leads me to believe that not every combination of an item has a viable duplicate, but this is kind of obvious anyway, since there are many combinations of punch cards that will produce either a blank card with and, or a totally punched card with or, so there are lots of dead combinations out there, and many that will just lead to the same pattern. Like, for instance, a gun and an atom bomb can make some sort of ultimate death ray, but for that matter, a shoehorn and a potted plant could lead to the exact same pattern. So weird. Also, it seems like combined items will always have patterns with either much fewer holes or much more holes than more ordinary items. This will occupy the vast, meaty middle of all possible patterns. It is strange and counterintuitive that more complex objects have simpler patterns, but hey, there you have it. But all this sort of makes me guess that the system can be cracked in some way. Like, if you have a complicated item and you want to extract simpler item components from it, there might be some algorithm for deriving the pattern you want, or at least narrowing down the possibilities. There might also be ways of charting through the simpler patterns on both ends of the bit spectrum and pinning down the ones that will make cooler stuff. Who knows? I want to ask Jade about this because she's really good at this sort of thing somehow, even though she doesn't have my elite hacker cred. Too bad she makes herself so scarce all the time. Jade, if you ever read this, let me know what you think. You enter the laboratory. Look for bad scientists. There are no scientists to be found, mad or otherwise, or anyone for that matter. This lab appears to be deserted. There is a kiosk, though. It looks like the kiosk monitors the lab's enormous hub grid. Transportalize as far down as you can go. This is as far down as you can go. The grand foyer is still a few floors down, but the transportalizer on that level is blocked by one of Grandpa's impressive big game trophies, and you just don't think he would cotton to someone moving it. Speaking of which, here are some of his trophies now. He has 1 million of these ghastly things. You really dislike them. Proceed. You hop down a level. Granddad also likes to accumulate valiant knights from his travels. These are pretty cool, you guess. Keep going. Oh yeah, how could you forget his stash of decrepit mummies? God, you hate these things. Don't stop. This is your grandfather's collection of what he refers to as his beauties. No lovely lady will be fit for his collection unless her portrait has spent at least 20 years bleaching in the front window of a beauty parlor, a sort of establishment he's plundered no less frequently than ancient tombs. You guess they always were sort of like your sisters while growing up, and you were always encouraged to look up to them. They were all awfully pretty ladies, you suppose, but it was always hard to get as excited about them as Grandpa. Jade, study hard and keep your rifle at the ready. When adventure summons, I know you will rise to the task and take your rightful place among the daughters of Eclectica. That old coot sure is a bag of wind. Complete your descent. You reach the ground level. This is the stupid thing blocking the transportalizer. It is unspeakably hideous. Down the southeast hall is the grand foyer. You'll have to cross through it to leave the house. Looks like someone's pestering you, even though you thought you logged off. Answer. Hi again, idiot. Carcinogeneticist began trolling Gardenostic. Hi again, idiot. Oh no. So I guess today is finally the day you fuck everything up. Is there nothing I can do to change your mind? You can leave me alone. How can you even be talking to me after I blocked you? And after I logged out? You don't get that I'm better and smarter than you in every way forever. You don't get that because you're incredibly stupid. I get that you're a jerk and you should shut up. Goodbye, you jerk. Gardenostic blocked Carcinogeneticist. Look at that kiosk. Unlock SN Lab 0413. Looks like a mapping of each hub's index. It appears one of the hubs was recently unlocked. Go to the center and do a goofy dance. At the center you find a strange little stage that looks perfect for supporting a spectacularly silly dance. Or it would if standing on it didn't make you a little nervous, and also if it didn't sound like a bad idea given the circumstances. It looks sort of like the various contraptions you've been deploying in John's house. You wonder what it does. Attempt to plug laptop into nearby hub. Great. You just vaporized your dead cat. Oh well. Ashes to ashes, you guess. There's gotta be a better way to deal with this lousy tree. Examine fetch modus. Looks like you can choose between picking leaves or awkwardly uprooting the whole tree, as you've been doing. You select leaf. You also turn off autobalance since its consequences can be a little mystifying at times. You gather all your items again in an order that places your laptop in a conveniently accessible leaf. You're not sure why you didn't do this a lot sooner. Kind of a funny looking tree now, but your concern for structural elegance is at an all-time low. Find the unlocked hub. As long as you're going to plug in your computer, you might as well find that hub. Here it is, hub SN Lab 0413. It is unlocked and thus removable from the grid. You suspect this was the same beacon transmitting the unsecured signal you were using earlier. You pick the laptop leaf from the tree. You plug your laptop into this hub, then capture log the hub, and then the laptop. There must be a better place around here to set up your computer. This huge grid of electronics is sort of uninviting. You look around. Hey, what's that? Skynet Laboratory, unestablished in... It's another one of those ominous countdowns. You didn't notice it when you first entered the lab about a minute ago. It looks like this one may have been ticking for years. Whatever it's ticking down to, there isn't much time. You can only hope that when you turn on your computer again, there will be a connection invitation from one Mr. Schreider. Again in the future. Another timer winds down, sideways. There we go. Dave, abscond. It keeps happening. What does? You don't have time to humor every random thought that pops into your head. The clock is ticking. Look around for anything else of importance.
know. It is Homestuck Day.
I know. I've been watching your stream all day.
Oh, thank you.
I've been one of your 5 to 7 viewers wherever you're at. Are you still streaming right now?
Yes, I'm still streaming.
Oh, perfect. Well, I'll leave you alone now.
Okay. I got a pot out, but I didn't put any water in it.
Sounds like you. I'll go get that started.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay.
Do you want me to stop soon?
No.
I do have to stop soon because I have to prepare for D&D.
No, you don't. Don't worry about that.
We'll go for another 15 minutes and see how far we get.
You know, just...
There, I set a time limit on it. Go, get out of here.
At any point, just get rid of your brain and replace it, okay?
Just...
Yeah.
This looks like something of importance. It appears to be Skynet's primary session terminal, monitoring a great number of suburb sessions in the northeastern United States and parts of Canada. Upon further investigation, you draw some logical conclusions. It looks like each session consists of an IP address and physical location. The colored dots on the map appear to be meteor impact sites. It seems each session corresponds with a meteor, but not all meteors have sessions. The color of the dot appears to indicate the status of the meteor's descent. Red dots indicate meteors that have already landed, yellow dots are imminent collisions, green will impact later, and blue will take the longest to touch down. 15-minute Homestuck speedrun. You use the panel to center on your present location and zoom in. Surrounding the lab are, of course, hundreds of smaller meteors that have been raining down steadily throughout the evening. Most of these meteorites have either landed already or will shortly. Centered over the lab is a significantly larger imminent collision. You can't say precisely how imminent, but you could certainly take an educated stab at it. Just southwest of the lab, centered suspiciously near the location of your house, is an even larger looming collision, though this one appears slightly less imminent. The terminal looks like it can monitor any meteor or session around the world. Search filters can be applied as well, restricting results based on size, time of impact, location, and so on. You zoom way out and narrow the search based on size. The two at the top of the list appear to be the biggest by far. You examine only their coordinates. The second biggest is centered over a U.S. city. The biggest by a landslide is, luckily for the Earth you suppose, way out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Turn on your laptop and check on John. You plug the laptop into the hub again, turn it on. I gave myself this time limit and then my brain decided to leave. You plug the laptop into the hub again and turn it on. It is now powered and connected to the wireless signal the hub is broadcasting. Your suburb session reconnects. No sign of John here. You wonder why the house is shaking. Last time you saw him, he was on one of those roof platforms. You will have to navigate via the suburb interface to find him. Rose, ascend. Boing, boing. High five, Nanaquin. Left hanging long enough. Good work, John. Oh hey, you're back. For now. I'll have to leave again shortly. It looks like there's another large meteor headed for my present location. Oh, so you mean Dave connected with you? Not yet. I'll explain later. But I think I've determined that activating the timer in the game is not directly responsible for summoning a meteor to your location. The countdown merely seems to exist as a kind of warning to the player, as well as a strange coincidence. Okay, I don't really think I get it. Is this relevant?
Probably not at the moment, and certainly not to you. I have to go. Okay, later. P.S. Try not to waste too much of that grist while I'm gone. Climb that echelon ladder. You rocket up the echelon to the dizzying heights of the vaunted Boy Skylark Rung. Your new feather is hard-earned and well-deserved, and alarmingly fashionable. Cool Buckaroo, Knee-High Pilgrim, Muppet of Destiny, Gadabout Pipsqueak, Boy Skylark, and then Rumpus Buster. Collect fat loots. 11,575 boon dollars. You and your ceramic portcollar rejoice in the mound of wealth yielded from your meteoric ascent up the ladder. You are still not sure what all these boon dollars can exactly get you, but when pulling in such insane loot hand over fist like this, who cares? Not you. Pick up as much grist as you can hold. Your expanded cash limit is more than enough to accommodate the grist windfall. You gather up 2,260 pieces of build grist, 1,040 pieces of shale, 490 drops of tar, and 350 drops of mercury. You can't wait to find out what amazing items this new supply of grist will be just barely insufficient to produce. Oh god, there's grist littered down there too. Those stupid ogres were like a huge grist pinatas. What if those big sour grape electric holocaust fruit gushers is jammed in the hole of the platform? You guess there's only one way to get it. John, don't forget your book. It is your birthright. You ought to give it a read when you have a moment, particularly the first several pages. Okay, Nana, I will. Hey, Nana? Yes, dear? Since I'm trying to get to that gate, and since you can sort of conjure floating beds and throw me around and all, couldn't you just throw me up to the gate? Yes, of course, John, but that would not serve your purpose well. There was a very good reason why you should build up to it and then keep building. Oh, okay. I guess that's what I figured. So just one more thing. Do you think that instead of telling me exactly why that is with a clear explanation, you can give me a series of really coy riddles about it and then sort of giggle? John, you are a very fresh young man. Your father has done such a wonderful job raising you. I am so proud of you both. I guess. When you pass through the first gate, everything will change. You will find the place where the constellations dance beneath the clouds, and then your true work may begin. Hoo-hoo-hoo! I suddenly understand everything. Elsewhere, we find a place where a kingdom lies entrenched beyond an impenetrable veil of darkness. Graveyard stuffers. You are now the Peregrine Mendicant. You are flying westward in your peculiar mobile station. You have no sense of your bearings presently. The door is blocked by a metal column which extended through the entry shaft before liftoff. What will you do? Check mail. This is a message to Dr. Brenner. Looks pretty serious. Dr. David Brenner. Attention, serious business. Open envelope. Never! The mail is sacred, and sacred is the trust between the postman and the recipients of his precious parcels. You have made a solemn pledge to deliver this letter to the doctor just as soon as you determine where this address is, or find any sorts of discernible mailing address in this wasteland. For that matter, or find any sort of discernible mailing address in this wasteland, for that matter. The mail is freedom. The mail is life. The mail is the very fabric of civilized... Wait, hold that thought for a minute. For one moment. The mail is the one final hope for resurrecting a dead planet from its ashes, and the letter carriers are the brave soldiers of God in this righteous crusade. They are the defenders of the light of knowledge, free communication, and the exchange of ideas. They are the bold toters of all those little papery conduits of freedom, the white postmarked angels that whisper a message on their deliverance, a promise to the yearning. There is hope yet. Liberty, reason, justice, civility, edification, perfection, mail. Examine keyboard and screen. It's the terminal you use to activate the station's homing mechanism. It looks like it has now returned control to you. The default viewport displays commands previously entered, including your last and only command, home. Type view. You type another one of the previously entered commands. It switches to a view of a young girl standing alone somewhere. There is a heavy amount of video interference of some sort. The girl seems familiar to you. Greetings. Don't I know you? Rose, refuse to acknowledge the absurd tea set. You successfully disregard the tea set because it's stupid and shouldn't be in a place like this. You probe further into the lab. Looks like a little girl's room. This all strikes you as a bit odd. No time for messing around in here, though. Wear the scarf. Be the writer. Okay, maybe I'll do a little messing around. You are only human after so. Oh, what's that? You are accosted by a friendly mutant kitten. Resist great urge to take the wedge shale. You know you should grab this thing, but you're suddenly feeling apprehensive about entering your father's room. With all the scampering around, it almost slipped your mind how much you hate his hideous clowns. No use putting it off any longer. There's only one thing left to do. Give me a D. Give me an E. Give me an S. Give me a C. Jump down. Jade, scamper into grand foyer with wild abandon. Last scamper. You scamper your heart out and bump into something. You don't know why he always insists on keeping it so dark in here. Oh, look, it was just one of his dumb globes. These things make it awfully difficult to navigate the foyer. We get it, Granddad. You like to travel around the world, going on adventures and stuff. Lousy goddamn stupid globes. Arm yourself. Grandpa will surely have stern words for you if he catches you without your trusty rifle at the ready. That's just what you need, another one of his blustering mustachioed diatribes. You're rolling your eyes in advance, getting them warmed up. But ideally, you can evade him altogether. All you have to do is get past the fireplace and out the front door, and you will be scot-free. Examine those chaps on the sofa. These are the Manor's 4 distinguished house guests. They like to gather here by the fireplace for tea time, as well as pretty much all other times. It's all very mannerly and civilized. You know exactly what's going to happen when you try to sneak by. The fireplace is going to light up, and your grandpa's silhouette is going to appear in front of the fire to give you a good spook. He is so predictable. And there he goes. The old man has the flame. You suppose you could still manage to sneak by the crafty old man, if you're fast enough. Avoiding an encounter would be ideal. Encounters with him are usually intense. Leap dramatically across the divide. Whoops! You guess an encounter with him is almost certain now, but most likely not for a while. Time to see what someone else is up to. Oh, let's say Dave. Okay, anyways. Strife. Aggrieve. Pew, 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 pew. Yes, I am going out with this gun. No, I will not get a bigger one. No, I will not take yours. I can't even lift it. Oh, that is so preposterous. Do you even hear what you're saying? I will be fine. This is a perfectly deadly gun, and it shoots lots of incredibly deadly bullets. Oh, will you just stop it? I'm going now. Goodbye. Abscond. He was so much easier to deal with when he was alive. Miraculously survive. Peer out explosion hole. Something smells like it's burning. If the fire alarm goes off. Rose refused to acknowledge the absurd kitten. You fail miserably. Oh look, there's some more mad science crap over here. Insert coin. This weird arcade gizmo adapted to the setup obviously doesn't take coins anymore, assuming it ever did. Besides, you left all your coins on the fridge, remember? Let's play a game. A purifier ready. This doesn't appear to be a game. It appears to be a purifier. Screw around with the purifier. Hey, you messed with the controls. Hey, Jaspers is alive. Or at least he was in the past, according to the timestamp. This was almost 9 years ago. You try to move the crosshairs with the joystick, but it seems to be permanently locked on a specific target. You might be able to unlock it, but you clearly don't have much time to horse around with this thing. You zoom out. It looked like you and Jaspers were having one of your sessions. You weren't making a lot of progress, though, because Jaspers was, no doubt, being characteristically recalcitrant. You possibly jotted this phrase down in your pad. It's hard to remember, though. Wait, could this be that day? Cause time paradox. You attempt to purify Jaspers. This would surely cause a time paradox because you can plainly see that he has not yet told you a secret yet. But it seems the machine has a safety mechanism to prevent such irresponsible purification practices. The paradox ghost imprint of Jaspers purifies instead and quickly settles into a mound of sludge. The machine beside it sucks up the paradox sludge and begins some kind of automated procedure. It seems whatever sort of primordial biochemical properties the sludge possesses is being evaluated by the device. The device generates a fetal paradox clone of Jasper's. The wretched creature exhibits a number of unfortunate mutations, though. The good news is that it will be mercifully unestablished along with this facility shortly. This is also bad news. Whoever was operating this machine in the past may have been making unsuccessful attempts to perfect the science of ectobiology. Have a flashback. There's no need for a flashback. Conveniently, you watch what happened right here on the monitor. You roll the clock forward a few seconds. Jaspers reveals his stunning secret to you in strict confidence. Before you could ask him to clarify, he vanished into thin air. You now believe you understand why. However, you were not the one to purify him. You were not the one to purify him from this moment. Your hand was nowhere near the controls just now. A couple of weeks after he vanished, his body washed up along the riverbank. His suit was a mess. Your mother fitted him with a new one just before the absurd funeral service she insisted upon. Trace Jaspers' whereabouts on the machine. You roll the clock forward to a week after he vanished. It seems there was no accessible feed tracing his whereabouts during that time frame. You fast forward another week. There he is, just as you found him. Fast forward to now. It's Jaspers! He's alive! Well, okay, he's still dead, but his body's intact. Turns out it wasn't some kind of disintegratificator like you thought. It's more like an escapalizer. Purify Jaspers immediately. 12, 11, 10. Good thing you finally got all this sorted out. You only have 10 seconds to spare. Time to stash the dead cat in Amscray. Stop fooling around and transportalize out of there. Locate and feed the devil beast you call a pet. Good luck finding him. If he wants to be found, he will find you. But Quirrell has always managed to elude your prognosticative faculties. He is completely invisible to your intuition somehow, a property almost totally unique to him. It used to freak you out a little, but you have long since grown accustomed to it. Huh? Oh, it was nothing. Nothing at all. Moving right along. Retrieve the package you expected to arrive. The birthday package you were expecting from John arrived months late, and yet right on time. It landed over there, past the crumbling monument, a satellite to the great mystic ruins at the center of the crater lagoon. Triple somersault into room, etc. Stick the landing. Oh, you do that. You're now in your dad's room. Where are all the clowns? You spot your dad's briefcase beside you. It probably contains all sorts of clues, or at least various forms of paperwork critical to his trade as a hilarious street performer. Snoop. Oh yeah, here comes the secrets. Get ready for some major reveals. Oh, major reveal. Wait a minute. These are just boring business documents and spreadsheets. What the hell is going on here? Examine your dad's room. John, calm down. It'll be alright. I wonder if I can reach the intermission. So all those years, while you believed he was out busking up the corners with his hilarious antics, he was working as an ordinary businessman all along? He was just a man trying to make a good, honest living for his son? Maybe he was too embarrassed to tell you the truth, or maybe it was just that you never bothered to ask. You guess you always just assumed. The human prisoner has broken out of his jail cell yet again. Attempts to block the cell door with heavy objects have proven futile. You're going to need a bigger safe. Who's this guy? Enter name. Spades Slick. Spades Slick? Got a nice ring to it. But you know your own name. And that damn well ain't your name. Take another stab at it. State name and rank. Okay. You are Archagent Jack Noir. You oversee various affairs of a dark kingdom. Presently, you are determining how to deal with this prisoner who has been a thorn in your side since he was apprehended. You view the affairs of the kingdom through a series of fenestrated walls. You have 3 walls, nearly enough to form a cubicle of vigilance, which is a full and proper enclosure for an agent of your stature. However, much to your utter contempt, your 4th wall was stolen some time ago. Don comical hat. This frivolous headdress turned your stomach. You'd sooner stick your head in a furnace than coax it into this monstrosity's loathsome, colorful jaw. It's bad enough that your exalted ruler ordered everyone to drape themselves in these hideous rags the moment the troublesome human wit with the pipe and his child showed up, but you draw the line at that hat. Call a minion. You order one of your burliest agents to the scene. He brings something heavier this time. Your transmission is interrupted. It seems your glorious monarch has concerns over your wardrobe. Fine. You begrudgingly don the comical hat. Stupid, lousy, wise and just leader. What a royal pain in the ass. Throw down hat in disgust. You fully intend to once your superior stops breathing down your neck for a second. Wait, what now? Womp. Your blood is boiling so hot you could cook an egg on your carapace. Looks like you'll just have to go handle this yourself. Investigate room for anything Dad may have left behind. I wish I knew how close I was to Act 4. It seems there are some unopened birthday presents which Dad didn't get around to giving you yet. Present time! Open a present to see what's inside. Control deck. This one on the right seems promising. You open it to see what's inside, and oh god, yes. Obtain sweet loot. You tear into this thing and put a mean peep on the sweet loot. In addition to the modus control deck, you get a bonus array fetch modus, plus another 12 cards which are practically worthless by this point, but hey, you'll take them. First thing you do is flush the extra cards into your deck. Okay, really, this is way too many cards. Equip array fetch modus. The array modus allows you to store and retrieve any item from any card at any time. It also it seems exceptionally serviceable, albeit difficult to weaponize. Boring. Read instructions for a control deck. There's nothing to read, really. You just pop some modus cartridges in the slots, fire it up, and see what happens. You start by putting the stack and queue modi in the slots. Your cell deck now behaves like both a stack and queue. Items can be removed from either the top card or the bottom card. You see no reason at all not to jam the array cartridge in there too. You make sure to blow the dust out first, of course. The cell deck reconfigures itself into an array of distinct queue stacks. Now we're talking. This is the sort of needless complexity you have come to expect from your inventory management system. Page 1154. Alright, let me see what we're on. Another 180 pages. I don't know if I have time for that. We'll see. Unwrap the smallest present first. You have a staunch policy of always saving the biggest present for last. Always. You receive a box of delicious fruit gushers. Could this birthday get any better? You don't think so. Open the big one. You thought wrong. Fill up an entire queue stack with shoes. Okay, awesome. Queue stack's full of shoes. Capture log fruit gushers. Dang, you spaced out and put it in the wrong queue stack. Don't worry, you'll get the hang of this thing. Closely inspect fruit gushers box. So delicious. You can't wait to capture log one of these packs and make like 1 million gushers. Screw all this building nonsense, you'd rather make candy. Wait a minute. It can't be. The Highness Betterwitch has her gnarled claws and everything. What do gushers have to do with baked goods anyway? How does this make sense? Why? Why? John, mental breakdown. This is stupid. Jade, retrieve package. Rain. Arsenalize. Artillerate. Armamentify. Armamentify. Arf. Go fetch. Good dog. Best friend. Rose, check cell for any mixed atoms with cat. Nope, no mixed atoms. Looks like you and the kitty kept your genes to yourselves. Your new kitty whose name is... You'll think of one later. Where the heck are you anyway? Look around room. Oh, you're back home. The well-stocked bar and vantage from the window tells you this is your mom's room. Or at least what you thought was her room. You decide not to be especially melodramatic about this revelation. Watch the meteor impact. Huh, that's funny. Shouldn't that place be unestablished by now? The downpour of smaller meteors has stopped. Better get out of here. This room is a powder keg with all this booze lying around. Get down to business. Suddenly you were feeling very businessmanlike for some reason. You just punched a shitload of cards in anticipation of making a whole lot of cool stuff. This time, you didn't foolishly destroy any items. You just looked at the codes for some objects you rounded up and punched them on blank cards. You wonder how much alchemizing you can get away with before Rose gets back. As if she's got any right to tell you what to do with your hard-earned grist. You're the one running around here putting your ass on the line. All she's got to do is mess around with her computer. Anyway, you better hurry. Dream. You are now dreaming. Your dreambot is awake and active. Obliquely foreshadow future through interpretive dance. Your silly dance foreshadows nothing and is essentially meaningless, but it sure is a lot of fun. Quick, get into bed! You climb into bed and try to get comfortable, but some sort of invisible force is pressing down on you, and a strange feeling But some sort of invisible force is pressing down on you, a strange feeling of cold, heavy metal. This happens every time you try to get into bed. No wonder you can never get any sleep. Realize you can fly. There is not much to realize. Of course you can fly. Open the package. You stop all this flying around nonsense and examine John's birthday package. From Gigi. Or to Gigi from GT. Unfortunately, you cannot open it yet. This package has an important journey to make first. You are planning on delivering it momentarily. Good thing you already know what's inside, otherwise you would surely be consumed by curiosity and suspense. You sincerely pity anyone who might be forced to endure such a fate. Once in the past. Enough for the above weather to be seasonably reconcilable. Ghosty Trickster began pestering Garden Gnostic. Hey, happy birthday, Jade! Thank you, John! Whew, okay, I got your present in the mail just on time. Plus I sent Rose's and Dave's too. Why do your guys' birthday got to be all bunched together like that? You were running me ragged. I know, but it's nice of you to think of us all like that. I can't wait for you to see what I got you. I don't want to spoil it or anything, but hopefully it'll help you solve those problems you've been having lately. Mysterious wink. I'm sure it's great. I can't wait either. It might take a while to get here from there, but it will be worth the wait. Oh man, I am such an idiot. I forgot about how long it takes you to get stuff. Ugh. John, that's okay, really. I'm sure it'll get to me exactly when it needs to, and it will be a nice surprise when it's done. Okay, well, I hope so. Hold on. Okay, I'm back, sorry. I had to tell someone to go away. Oh god, the trolls again? Yep. They have been such a pain in the ass lately. It seems like there are so many. There are like 50 of these guys, or it's one guy with a lot of alt accounts. I've never had any sort of feeling about them or what they want, which is kind of weird, but it seems to me like they're probably all different people and not one guy. I've counted 12. What do they want with us? Some people just like to needle others for some reason, John. It is like a game, I guess. They're like pranksters. Oh, hell no. Shittiest pranksters ever. But I think they are mostly harmless. Every so often they manage to get through my block filter and hassle me. It's been going on for years. Actually, some of them are kind of funny, I think. Oh, wow. What? Years? Okay, well, I'm sick of them. I've been thinking of changing my pestotrum handle to throw them off the trail. So, I guess I'm going to do that. Make totems. You've already carved a few totems, but you have to return to the living room for more Crookside dabbles. Your carving work is not nearly complete. Every time you re-enter your room, you shudder at the recent handiwork of some mischievous imps. You just can't turn your back on them for a second. Rotten imps. Those pesters were like children to you. Flea room. At long last, you return to your bedroom with a stable power supply and internet connection. Vodka Mutini purrs at your side. You suppose you'll call her Muty for short. Pester John. That is quite a totem collection. What are you planning? Oh, whoa, hi. Gonna make some stuff. Are you okay? Hasn't your house been on fire for like 5 hours now? No, that was the nearby forest, which up until quite recently would have been described as on fire, but you may be excited to learn that just as recently, my house finally notched that achievement. Wow, congrats, I guess? Thank you. Have you seen Dave? Nah, his bro is probably busy kicking his ass. That's probably all there is to say on the matter. Okay, I'm going to start putting this grist to use too. Let's be sparing with the frivolous knickknacks breeding and focus on getting you up to the gate, okay? Yeah, okay, I hear you, but I think we'll have plenty. I've been killing imps all over the house, and now it's lousy with gushers. Gushers? I mean grist. Serves them right for ruining my posters, the bastards. Which posters? Don't you see my sweet movie posters? Look at them. They're fucking ruined. John, are you suggesting that imps are responsible for defacing your movie posters? Yeah? Your posters have looked like that ever since I first saw your room, the moment we started playing the game. I thought you defaced them ironically to mock your father's interests. John? Very funny, Rose! Nice joke! Great joke there, Rose! Top of the line prank! This is good. Laughter is probably the best way to avoid being especially melodramatic about this revelation. Yes! Yes! Let's keep this joke going, because it is such a good one! Oh my! Descend. You cannot descend from the top of your mobile station. The loose cable you gathered up and tied together is not yet long enough to allow you to reach the ground safely. You have used all the cable you can find, and will have to come up with another plan. Sacrifice your mayoral sash for more cables. No way! Absolutely not! What are you, crazy? A mayor does not relinquish his mayoral sash under any circumstances ever, period. Purify the temple. That is such a dumb idea. Not as dumb as using your sash, but it comes close. The temple is way too big. You'd probably just end up purifying a chunk of useless, boring rock. Wait, what's that? There's something dangling from the top of one of those towers near the temple. Command Serenity to carry the rope to you. She is a tiny insect and cannot possibly lift more than the weight of a pumpkin seed. She does, however, inform you of what the ledge contains through a series of informative blinks. There's an old rusty harpoon lodged into the crumbling rock. Tied to it is a bunched up jumble of handy cable. This strikes you as convenient. It is almost as if someone knew you would need a bunch of cable so that you'd have a mayoral sash made out of cable. And that you would have a mayoral sash made out of cable, and that you were particularly attached to that mayoral sash and would stubbornly refuse to use it. Anyone who knew that would surely possess a special gift. Alas, it seems a bit far-fetched. Get your rope. Okay, we just established it was a cable and not a rope, but that's okay. You take a hasty swig from one of your delicious pawns and put down. You then quickly adjust the coordinates to purify the jumble of handy cable. To Mr. Mayor. Oh, of course. The time wasn't sent to the present moment. Somehow it got reset to a few hundred years ago. It is some sort of present from the past, in the present. Attached is an envelope. It looks extremely important. You open the envelope. Inside is a letter and another envelope. This is all highly confusing and you do not know what to make of it. Still, it is obviously critical mayoral business which you take very seriously and will defend this package with your life. Try to purify the cable again. You set the time to the present and purify the jumble of cable. Take obvious course of action. You tie all the cable together and carefully lower your precious pumpkin bindle. You then rappel down the station with the package, which must not leave your side. Years in the future. Which is to say, the present moment precisely. An aimless renegade prepares for company. Hello? Okay, it's loading. Rose, build as much as you can as fast as you can. Okay, while I make some stuff here, can you keep an eye out for imps? Just keep the safe or tub handy or something. It'll serve them right for trashing my posters. I keep telling you the posters were always like that. And I keep telling you, haha, very funny. Here, look. Sprite prototyped once more with Grandmother's remains. She treats Dawn to some helpful exposition in a friendly, grand-maternal manner. Co-player has displayed inexplicably capricious behavior since arrival. Stress-related, contracted virus indigenous to realm. It should be noted he was kind of a weird guy anyway. Yeah, I saw those, but they didn't look like that before. You must have changed them. Even if I had the motive for such a bizarre and pointless deception, where would I find the time? I don't even have Photoshop. Then why didn't you tell me they were there? I had no reason to think you were not aware of them. I thought they were strange, certainly, but was not struck by any particular impulse to discuss them. Okay, it still doesn't make sense, though. Implying that I drew them a while ago and then forgot and couldn't see them and now suddenly see them? That's stupid. What would that even mean? It looks like you were in your father's room recently. Yeah? And how did it make you feel to discover what was in there? Oh no, I just realized. You are the type to psychotherapify me. Well, don't bother. Maybe I'm just being a friend? Maybe. Eyes suspiciously. Anyway, I guess you saw what's in there. It's boring and there's not much to even see. That doesn't matter. What matters is how seeing it affected you. I think it clearly has in some way. Well, I don't know. At first I was nervous to go in and find more of his weird clowns because of course they are stupid and I hate them a lot. But then when I didn't see any, it was weird. I felt weirdly, like disappointed almost. Is it fair to say this changed your perception of your father? Yeah, I guess. Is it such a stretch to conclude it changed your perception of other things as well? No, maybe not. But what are you getting at? It sounds like you're saying I'm crazy. Alchemize. I don't like to use the word crazy. Oh god, see? This is therapy bullshit. That was a joke. But anyway, whether it means you are crazy or not, consider this theory. Your presumably long-standing tendency for scrolling this imagery is really your subconscious trying to express something disturbing within you. Possibly something from your past which you have blocked out, and since you have suppressed it, your conscious self cannot acknowledge the drawings, therefore they have been invisible until now. Why now? Perhaps you have seen evidence that conflicts with the worldview your subconscious has constructed to obfuscate the truth. That your dad is not necessarily the clown-loving maniac you thought he was. All along, this negative attribute buried in your psyche may have been projected onto him, and subsequently reviled as a sort of defense mechanism. But this This is absurd. My dad loves these shitty clowns. He's got all these statues and paintings everywhere. Is it unthinkable that over the years it was he who believed you were the one with a passion for clowns, because of all the strange drawings in your room? A father that embraces the son's hobby to establish a stronger bond? Or wages a campaign of passive-aggressive mockery of your interests? Either is plausible. I don't know your dad very well. I don't know. Not sure about all this. But I think we need to stop and acknowledge the bunny Sassacre fedora I just made. It's awesome. Yeah. Wow, what are you doing, by the way? Rose, sorry to say, but this is all looking kind of silly. I'm trying to spread the upward construction around so there's more substantial foundation for later on. But I'm starting to wonder if it will be strong enough. It's kind of starting to wobble a little. I don't think the brick chimneys were meant to serve this architectural purpose. Yeah, no shit. I might have to adopt a different building strategy. Stick to more load-bearing walls and blockier shapes, especially since grist has been easier to come by lately. Okay, but you really must be running low on time by now, right? Right. Strider! Jade, dream up extra arms and play advanced bass solo. Bass. Prospect. Change wardrobifier to cycle through Star Heart Horseshoe. Okay, good idea. You leave the moon in the cycle though, because you like it. Go explore the Golden City. Go and make a new friend. Eat letter and envelope. Will you cut that out? You have company. Look behind you. See? Over there. Read letter. Dear Mr. Mayor, go here. Give present. Hooray! Oh, please do this. The freedom of your people depends on it. Your friend. Braca. Pew! Cover. Pew! Hurry! Give present. Hooray! To Miss Mail Lady. Gracefully fly to the other golden tower. You decide to check on your neighbor. Inspect neighbor's tower. It is very much the same as your own. The only difference is that this one is home to a young boy instead of a young girl. You peer through the window. John is, of course, sound asleep. It looks like he is having troubled dreams as usual. You cannot disturb his slumber, though. He will wake up when he is ready. Speaking of John, you wonder if he got the birthday present you sent him. Or, for that matter, if you even remember to send it. Darn, you get so confused sometimes. If only you had some system in place to help you remember things. Your moon is getting very close to Skya. You'd better go inside soon. It's never very good to be outside during the eclipse. Maybe you can take the opportunity to log into your computer and ask John about his present. You just know he will think it is awesome, and it'll be a great way to thank him for the wonderful present he got you. Alchemized in a 1980s time-lapse montage. That would be pretty cool and would promote the appearance to the audience that a whole lot was getting done in not much time, but it also sounds like kind of a pain in the ass you decide to play it straight up this time. Rose says move the alchemeter back down to the deck while she reworks the building project up there. Just as well, because it will save you a lot of legwork. Between this thingy, the designing of the lathe, that's a whole lot of scrambling around. Recombine hammer and pogo ride. This time, instead of overlapping the two cards, which created the pogo hammer, you use the two codes to double punch a blank card, producing a different hole pattern. The result is the Hammerhead Pogo Ride. It doesn't look like it's as much fun as the original ride, but to be fair, it's probably a lot safer. Double punching cards creates patterns with more holes rather than less holes by overlapping cards. This strikes you as a viable method for combining more than two items without whittling down too few holes or too many. Just mix up the overlaps and double punches and the sky's the limit. Combine ghost shirt and suit. You make the green slime ghost suit. Pretty swanky, but you are not completely satisfied with the wardrobe upgrade yet. Combine ghost suit and wise guy book. Wise guy slime suit. You make the wise guy slime suit. This is so much better. It seems there are lots of secret trickstery gimmicks concealed in— oh shit, there go the cards! Combine glasses and PDA. Serious business goggles. You make the serious business goggles. This is a pretty nice hands-free communication solution, and it makes you look way cooler. Like one of those kids from Spy Kids or something. God, that was a good movie. Real spies, only smaller. Combine sledgehammer, telescope, and sassacre text. Telescopic Sassacrusher. You make the telescopic Sassacrusher at pretty considerable expense. This thing could probably pound an ogre into crude burger. Of course, you've no hope of lifting it whatsoever. Combine gushers and blue ectoplasm. Hellacious blue phlegm aneurysm gushers. You mix your gushers with some of the blue slime nano left on the wall to make a box of hellacious blue phlegm aneurysm gushers with ghostly healing properties. These should be convenient if somewhat unappetizing. Combine fake arm, blue ectoplasm, and PDA. Remote ghost gauntlet. You make the remote ghost gauntlet. It looks like when you put the special computer glove, it lets you control the big slimy ghost hand. The ghost gauntlet appears to have a considerably higher lift capacity than your own puny arms. Combine ghost gauntlet and bathroom mirror. Left-handed remote ghost gauntlet. You make the left-handed remote ghost gauntlet to complete the pair, because you don't see why the hell not. Combine umbrella and straight razor. Barber's best friend. You make the barber's best friend. It suddenly seems worthwhile to you to go nab the umbrella kind stripe specimen that's been laying in the study for a while. Combine gushers and shaving cream. Betty Crocker Barbasol Balm. You make a deadly Betty Crocker Barbasol Balm. Be careful with that thing. Jesus! Combine Ghost Dad poster with... Okay, you have a cool idea for something to do with your Ghost Dad poster, but it looks like you drew shit all over it. That one too, without realizing it. Lousy goddamn stupid subconscious. Anyway, you think you have an idea how to clean it up. Capatulog / punch Heath Ledger Joker figurine. If you can somehow subtract the code of the Joker figurine from the code of the poster, it might work. Luckily, the Joker code only has 2 holes, making the task very simple. The defaced Cosby poster shares these holes. The defaced Cosby poster shares those holes. You determine that the defaced Cosby could only result from him double punching with the Joker. If your theory is correct, this means the original Cosby poster had one of those holes punched, or the other, or neither, making 3 total possibilities. You try out all 3 possibilities, yielding 1 potted plant, 1 painting of a horse attacking a football player, 1 clean Cosby poster. Success. Combine Cosby poster with computer. Cosby top computer. You make the Cosby top computer. This thing is probably a useless piece of shit, but making it has caused you to feel an alarming sense of satisfaction. Combine Dad's hat and problem sleuth game. Fedora and candy corn. You make another ordinary fedora with 4 pieces of candy corn inside. Combine hammer and problem sleuth game. Whatever this item is, you cannot make it yet. It requires a ludicrous amount of grist and some types which you've not even encountered. Combine iron and pogo hammer. Wrinkle fucker. You make the wrinkle fucker. So much sweet loot, and you'd almost think it was simultaneously your birthday and Christmas or something. Of course, you know that is ridiculous and could never conceivably happen. Dave, Strife. Final round. cheap piece of shit! Bro just kicked my ass. That's really all there is to say on the matter. Guard Gnostic began pestering ectobiologist. Okay, we've already seen this. Hey! Whoa, there you are. How's your adventure going, John? It's okay, I'm making some progress and Rose finally connected again, so she's helping me now. That's good. Oh, but, like, I don't think I'm actually saving the world here. I don't know what I'm really accomplishing, but I guess it's not that. Okay, we've also read this one. Update colorful reminders. You take a moment to gather your thoughts after your dream. While you are asleep, it can get really confusing figuring out what is really happening and what isn't, especially during the eclipse when you are exposed to many visions of the past, present, and future through a variety of cloud mirages. It is only after you wake up that you are able to start making sense of it all, and your reminders help you do this. But on reflection, there wasn't much in the dream about the future. You were quite surprised to see your dog in your dream, though. It was the first time the crafty guardian had ever appeared in a dream. You have learned that today is his birthday, just like it is for your other best friend. You've always wondered about this, and now you have a chance to throw him a party and bake him a cake. And never had the chance to throw him a party and bake him a cake. Now you can. But if you do, it seems you will need a lot of candles. Becca's never allowed you to enter the Mystic Ruins, for reasons you never understood. You always assumed it was on account of your protection, but your dream has strangely suggested to you that is where you need to go now. That has strongly suggested to you that is where you... But your dream has strongly suggested to you that is where you need to go now.
I like how you keep extending your alarm.
Shh. Since your dreambot is secured in its chamber and does not need to be looked after, Beck is taking a nap in the grand foyer, as he usually does. Perhaps you can take advantage of this and sneak out of the house another way? Grab your harpoon gun. I'm almost done, I think. Maybe.
Well, Curry's almost done.
Ooh, curry?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I only got another number to go. Oh yes, of course! One of your reminders reminds you that you still have a package to deliver too. This way you can kill 2 birds with 1 harpoon gun. You use harpoon to zipline into the great outdoors. Pew! Pachoo! Zip! Finished building. Architectural perfection. Mourn the loss of Cal. See, little dude. If you had any more apple juice, you would pour some out for your homie. You'll have to remember to double check your closet for more juice. Go get a goddamn new sword. Perhaps you will, but if you do, it looks like you'll have to break it first. Perfectly good strife specific down the toilet. Thanks, bro. Capture log beta. You try to grab the beta, but you forget your Sylladex is completely packed. You wonder why you jammed all this useless crap in here in the first place. Maybe you assumed you would weaponize it all during your customary hash rat battles with your bro. But in retrospect, that probably just would have been a huge chore and would have made the battle drag on forever. It's like what you are made of... It's like, what? Are you made of time? Eject your modus and set it to Scrabble values. You dump all this crap out all over the roof. You then set your modus to the Scrabble hash function for some reason. This function always makes it a little less intuitive to calculate hash values for items, and therefore more cumbersome to rap with, but you guess that's kind of a moot point now that your bro flew off fuck knows where. His mysterious ways transcend irony once again. Get beta. You get the beta, now yielding a radically different hash value with the Scrabble function, which is to say, a radically exactly the same value. Pester Rose. Okay, I got it. I hope you appreciate how much gross spongy proboscis I had to fellate to get this game. Hello? What are you doing? Anyway, I'm going downstairs now and installing this thing. Later. You finally finished your building project. You have done about all you can do for John. You don't think you can provide much assistance against all those ogres this time, but at least now John appears to be armed to the teeth. All there's left to do is wait for Dave. Capture log and send John code for his present. That would certainly hasten the parcel's delivery, but the gift is not finished yet. You have spent months accelerating your knitting skills to be able to make the gift of perfect sentimental appeal. You have incorporated a cherished heirloom you have had as long as you can remember. When he sees your staggering gesture of sentimentality, he will finally understand. He will understand that in a game of facitus... Sentimental gestures, no one gets the best of Rose Lalonde. Once in the past. Dear Rose, happy birthday! Thanks for being such a great friend all these years. I know you like to make it out like you're playing it cool and don't care much about the people in your life, but I know deep down you really do. Hell, not even that deep down. It's like your subconscious is having a wet t-shirt contest, and you being all aloof is this totally soggy shirt doing no good at all at hiding nothing. Oh wait, it looks like two can play at this game of cracking all these highfalutin psychology books. Aw, snap. But yeah, I got you this because I think you're really creative and you can make something nice with it, if you put your mind to it. And it might help take your mind off a lot of these serious business... It might help take your mind off a lot of all this serious business you're always absorbed in. You know, all this weird pseudo-gothy stuff or whatever. Frankly, it's kind of depressing. Anyway, you're the best, Rose. Have a rad 13th. I will catch up with you guys soon. God, you're all so old. Ghosty Trickster. John. Answer. Grim Auxiliatrix began trolling Tentacle Therapist. Why is it that when the subject of temporal mechanics is broached, your Your sparing human intellects instantly assume the most ingrating posture of surrender imaginable. Time is not that difficult to understand. It is a utility that a universe may resort to in order to advance a desired degree of complexity, or may not resort to if that's the case. It's all pretty pedestrian, but no! When time travel comes up, you present the face that a man shows when the breeze gradually alerts him to his absence of nether dressings. I don't see how we ought to properly agitate you all if you continue to insist on failing to understand basic concepts which common infants effortlessly manage to describe via scrawlings in their own puddles of sloppy discharge. Have we spoken before? Yes, in the future. You and your friends never cease to invent ways to strengthen the credibility of your assertions. Oh my, it is your human sarcasm again. I enjoyed listening to it, and I wish doing so could serve as my primary form of recreation. There, see, I just did it too. Saying the opposite thing to emphasize my contempt. But suddenly I feel more primitive and hate myself a little more. It was like this funny miracle that just happened in my heart. I would admire the sophistication of you and your fellow future dwellers a little more if you seemed to be aware the word human only functions as a sort of adjective in bad science fiction. But I won't be rude and change the subject. There's still a bit of unflagellated straw poking out of your rhetorical effigy over here. Oh dear. No, we aren't from the future, but we are all already in agreement that you don't get it and never will. I thought you said we spoke in the future. We did. Your future. For me, it was only a couple minutes ago. I understand. You exist in some temporal stratum through which you have communication access to various points of my timeline. It's not that complicated. Yes, right. Will you try to talk some sense into your idiot friends so that we may proceed to bother them all on more rational terms? I try to every day with mixed results, but you see, it's not that I don't understand you, it's just that I don't believe you, because it's nonsense, albeit persistent and coordinated nonsense. Why would a bunch of temporally dislocated trolls want to harass a group of friends throughout completely random points in time? I will admit, this campaign of provocation wasn't all that well thought out. Don't tell anyone I said that. Alright, maybe you could get some trolling tips from us humans. Our sparing intellects are probably better suited to it. Yeah, maybe. Why don't we be friends? You want to be my friend? I think so. I think we're supposed to. You suggested as much earlier. You mean I did in the future? Yes, a couple minutes ago. Probably because I remembered you mentioning it in this conversation we're having now. That's likely. Your commitment to this role-playing scenario is intriguing. What choice do I have but to accept? Dear Dave, happy birthday! I just wanted to take a break from telling you how much your gay butt stinks all the time and say what an awesome friend you are. Seriously, on any other day I would be downplaying how you aren't really as cool as you think you are, but just between you and me, I think you might actually be that cool. I think you just gotta get out of your bro shadow and spread your wings, dude. Shh. I think you just gotta get out of your bro shadow and spread your wings, dude. So, I got you these. They're totally authentic. They actually touched Ben Stiller's weird, sort of gaunt face at some point. I'm sure you'll dig them because I know you lolled so hard at that movie. Okay, so for real, this is sort of a shitty present, but it is an ironic present because I know you wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe you can wear them ironically sometime. They might even be more ironic than you and your bro's dumb, pointy anime shades. Anyway, have a good one, buddy, and stay busy being totally sweet. Ghosty Trickster. John. Answer. Hey, first, okay, I think you're awful. Oh, sorry. Adios Toriator. Began trolling turn to Godhead. Hey, first, okay, I think you're awful. Let's put that fact on the table where we can both see it. Now you have been primed for the digestive ruination that's about to take place, and the comprehensive soiling of the laundry enveloping your person. Oh my god, you type like a tool. Yeah, now you're getting it. What you are in for. Are you ready to be trolled within an inch of your miserable human cortex? This is so weak, I'm almost getting tired of wasting good material on you guys. It's like, you've got nothing. It's always one of you sprouting up and ranting about how hard I'm about to get trolled with no ensuing substance. You don't even know anything about us. One of you fuckers thought I was a girl. Okay, yeah, but the thing is that I don't care about your anatomical details and things like that. I know what you've done, or will do, actually. It's the most awful thing, the worst you can ever do. Sorry I wouldn't cyber with you, dude, in the future, or whatever. What? Wait. Oh. Okay, you're the one who likes to submit innuendo. Human innuendo. Yes, human innuendo. Sorry for the lack of clarity. So at what point in the future am I supposed to look forward to you whipping up this titanic hankering for my knob? Be honest with me, because I'm busy, and I want to know exactly when I gotta clear some space in my calendar for when some fuckwit blunders out of a magical phone booth and makes a ballad-inspiring play for my throbbing beef truncheon. Should I be perturbed by these illusions? No, man, look. I just need to know when to be there, when the stars come into alignment and your flux capacitor lets you finally sate your meteoric greed for this crotch dachshund. I wouldn't want to miss it and cause a paradox or something. It'd suck if the universe blew up on account of you missing your window of opportunity to help yourself to a pubescent boy's naked spam porpoise. Okay, this is sort of starting to upset me. Jesus, you are such a shitty troll. I guess I'll leave you alone and find another point in time to bother you. When, I guess, you are more emotionally susceptible and don't have all these bees in your bonnet about your human sexuality. Oh no. No, dude. You sassed me up. We are in the ship now. Together. For the long haul. Hey, what? We're motherfucking entrenched in this bitch. You and me. Welcome to Nam. Now grab my hand and shimmy your soggy ass off that muddy bank before Charlie gets the fucking drop. Who's Charlie? He's the guy who's gonna read our vows. I'm feeling pretty freaking matrimonial all of a sudden. Take a look down by your foot, see that little bottle, stomp on that shit like it's on fire. Noisy ethnic dudes like are flipping the fuck out and waving us around on chairs till someone gets hurt. I'm your 300-pound matronly freight train, and my gaping furnace is hungry for coal, so get goddamn shoveling. Oh my god. Bro, look in my eyes. That twinkle? That'd be devotion, you herniated pro wrestler's sweaty purple taint. You herniated pro wrestler's sweaty purple taint. Sparkling like a visit from your fairy fucking godmother. Shit be pure and true. That's what you see. A kaleidoscopic supernova of all your hopes and dreams all swishing together. Radially effervescing arms of more little boy peckers than you can imagine. Turning out insane corkscrew haymakers of a billion dancing Vienna sausages strong. This is how we do this. This shit's more real than Kraft mayo. Adios Torator blocked turns head godhead. You are now the aimless renegade. You have identified a couple of unwelcome rogues just outside your present stronghold. They are in violation of your jurisdiction. Despite your ordinarily striking marksmanship, you have spent your entire ammo clip without recording a single kill shot. What will you do? Realize that your weapon is magazine-fed, not clip-fed. You don't give a shit about that. Examine the wall behind you. The wall exhibits rows of ancient hieroglyphics depicting an array of amphibious and reptilian life forms. This is illegal pictography. It makes you angry. Go search for more ammo.
Oh, now you can't speak.
That means you gotta read.
Oh, shit. Nope, I can't read. I don't know what those words mean.
There is plenty of ammunition stored in the various ammo crates, which you've spent a great deal of time unearthing from nearby dunes and hauling back to your stronghold. You have a large variety of weaponry and ammunition at your disposal. Whether you can locate some more AK-47 rounds quickly enough is a different matter. Quickly retrieve sidearms. You retrieve a pair of deadly sidearms, but you will need a longer range weapon if you are to continue your enforcement. Find a rocket launcher. Here's one. Befriend the unwelcome rogues. You wonder if you should reconsider your grievance with the offenders. Perhaps you should let it slide. They seem friendly enough, and it's been so long since you have had company. It would also be quite a pity to blow up that tall, attractive female. But then again, they are both in flagrant violation, trespassing through several zones which you painstakingly marked as off-limits while you conduct your investigation of this crime scene. It is your duty to investigate this illegal monument and get to the bottom of its illicit amphibious idolatry. Just thinking about all the sloppy footprints they are leaving in the sand makes your carapace steam. The law is all that is left to hold onto in this unforgiving dust bowl. You cannot afford to loosen your black claw's grip lest justice slip through your fingers. Law is beauty. Order is peace. Judgment is the very basis for all that is pure and... Hold that thought. You need to take a minute to wear something ridiculous before you continue your spiel. Order in the court! You will have order in this courtroom. If everyone does not settle down, you will clear out this courtroom. If everyone does not settle down, you will clear out this courtroom, you swear to God. Examine moving platform. It appears to be a large stage serving as a kind of elevator, but it can't go down because there's something jammed into it. Looks like a peculiar musical instrument, probably centuries old. But yeah, the jury agrees. You've got to blow up those trespassers. Place present on monument. You put John's present down in just the right spot, along with A letter you prepared for a little while ago after a particularly interesting series of dreams. Should be any minute now. You put down the time bait. It's out of your hands now. You guess you could swim. Maybe you can think of a better way across, though. Read the letter. This is kind of confusing. Dear Miss Mail Lady, go here. But you guess it's straightforward enough, even if the drawing is somewhat inaccurate. Oh no! Berate cell for unauthorized demolition. Stupid, stupid, stupid! You had them right in your crosshairs. You have no idea how a crack shot like you could have missed. It is practically inconceivable. Be the law. You reload and take aim. That fair carapace, how it sparkles in the desert light. No, you cannot afford to be distracted by such thoughts. You are busy being the law. You are the law, whoops! Move about in a distracting manner. Oh, it's this guy again in his little blinking bee. So outrageous. Lob. Clunk. The can ruse was a distraction. Scamper quickly to the newly created hole. You have the cargo. Come on, come on, come on. Read the next step of the letter. Go here, deliver here. Yay! Last thing, I ask you to... something... grateful? At the bottom of the letter is a series of coordinates along with further instructions. You know what you must do. Liberty, reason, justice, civility, edification, perfection. Certificate. Mail. Years in the past. Blam. Today is your birthday. Your grandfather has decided to celebrate by introducing you to the thrill of the hunt. But suddenly you and Beck are wandering off. Where is this silly dog taking you? You find a present. Pumpkin seeds. You open it to find a shirt that is way too big for you and... pumpkin seeds? There's also a letter. Dear Jade. Happy birthday! It's hard to thank you enough for your friendship over the years. Heck, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even met Rose and Dave, so that is like 3 times the friendship. It is almost like too much friendship. I only wish I could get you something for your birthday, but that could remotely make up for what you've given me, but of course that's impossible, so here are a couple silly things anyway. I went to a weird Asian store the other day and saw this rad shirt, so I got it and I'm wearing it now. But there was also a blue one too, which was way more awesome, but I wanted you to have it. I know you like green a lot, but maybe you'd like to try wearing blue sometimes. I bet you'd look like $1,000,000. Also, I know you've been frustrated lately about how your pumpkins keep disappearing. Well, I can't begin to explain why that's happening. All I can do is give you these so you can plant some more. Don't give up, Jade. Wherever those dumb old pumpkins went off to, I'm sure you know the fun is in growing them and taking care of them until they're ready. Whew. Gotta head out to the post office now, so this doesn't get to you too late. Talk to you soon. Ghosty Trickster, John. Who is this John claiming to be your friend? And these other friends you mentioned? Whoever he is, you think he might be onto something. Blue is a very pretty color. Also, growing some pumpkins sound like it could be fun. Maybe we'll ask Aska if you can use the atrium to do some gardening. This will be exciting. Whop! You bear the vicious brunt of this story transition directly in the face. You are getting really tired of this feisty man and his busy fists. Kill John's dad yourself. Here, stick this in your pipe and bleed to death slowly. You release the prisoner. He is free to go. Play guitar to summon giant lily pads. Ribbit. Install beta. Alright, I'm installing this game finally. We're doing this, man? Yeah, you could almost say we're making this. Go on. What is it we're making this? Transpire. Excellent. Let's make shit take place. end of Act 3. Alright. I have to stop there because I need to prepare for my D&D session tonight. But I have been streaming for over 6.5 hours. Holy crap. This is definitely my longest stream. I really want to continue this. So I might just have to at some point. Maybe in the coming days. I don't know. My dad's birthday's tomorrow. But I plan on just giving him like a 30-second phone call, so that's fine. I'll have plenty of time tomorrow. Yeah. Cool. Thanks to everyone who stopped by. I hope you enjoyed the read-through of the first 3 acts. We got to about the point that I thought we were going to get to, which is intermission. But yeah, that's so cool. Okay, cool. We'll see how far we get next time I decide to do this. I don't think I'll be doing a 6-hour stream in the future. We may just, like, you know, do it in much smaller bites, you know. Maybe 1 act at a time or so. The intermission's quite long, from what I remember. But I enjoy it. I know a lot of people say to skip the intermission, but I think that's ludicrous, and I mean, that was before the ending was, like, truly revealed. But people said that. I don't know if people still say that. I think the intermission is great and gives you, like, hints to the ending more. Anyways, sorry, I'm just ranting at this point. Thanks to everyone who stopped by. Have a wonderful 4/13. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.